What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei had godly time ability and got a harem with Gabriel Yasaka and Kuroka. A young boy who lost everything without understanding the circumstances. He was taken in by the individual who rescued him. A person who could be described as both cursed and blessed simultaneously. He possesses something of great power that he will only wield against those who attempt to harm the person he has pledged to protect, as well as those under his protection. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, this time, no changes in the genders. Well, with that out, let's get into the story. Thousands of years ago, several years after some angels had betrayed God and become demons, and others had fallen and become fallen, a possible war was looming. Elohim, mostly being known as the god of the Bible, and is currently one of the strongest gods in the world, creator of the sacred gear system. Currently he felt sorry for his children who betrayed them and wanted to reach an agreement with them and not have to fight. Although it was well understood that Lucifer wanted control of the human world. He knew that something like that could be stopped by the other gods if they interfered in their territories. Azazel, one of his smartest children, got involved in this because of Lucifer and the demons. He had no interest in war. The war between the three factions would lead to the complete destruction of the biblical factions, without them having to be included in the war. Their children are extremely powerful and would not be easily defeated. Leaving the eternal routine, he went to the dimensional gap. A mysterious place for all the gods. The only area that is not controlled by anyone, has always existed and holds many mysteries as it is the kingdom that divides all the worlds. But what he found was terrifying even for him. It was a large beast with characteristics derived from a lion, a leopard, a bear, a dragon, and so on. It had 7 heads, 10 horns, and 7 long thick tails of varying shapes. It also had 4 large robust arms and 2 legs that were even thicker than its arms. Its main body was that of a primate leaning forward, and it was covered in black fur and what appeared to be scales all over its body. Its eyes exceeded hundreds of meters, which was even larger than Great Red, other beings beyond the imagination of the gods. Elohim, seeing the result of his search, was perplexed. For the gods, the existence of Great Red and Office is a mystery. They came from nowhere, possessing such great power that they were in different classes. But both of them until this day have had no interest in the gods or anything literally outside the dimensional gap. But what he had in front of him was something that just by its appearance was quite dangerous. He had already heard something about it, but at first even for the gods it was difficult to predict whether it exists or not. For which they left its existence in a myth. Trahixa. So you really existed. A being on par with the dragon gods and calling herself the embodiment of pure power in the world. Only Great Red and Office can destroy that. But how would the world be after a clash with that beast? I don't think a clash between those three would leave the world intact. He saw him from afar, but even at that distance his aura could drive anyone crazy. Is he sleeping? But when Elohim tried to get a little closer to him. The beast begins to move. His 7 heads start to move. From its 7 heads, great roars exploded the entire area with its great aura. Even outside the dimensional gap, his aura could be felt. An aura so transcendent that it could be seen with the naked eye. Elohim, seeing that, was only surprised. His power was beyond the logical expectation he had thought. He had never tasted a bit of the power of the dragon gods firsthand, and he was never interested in facing them. So, Elohim created a large spear of light about 50 m in size and struck the Trahixa with it. Although the damage was great, to Elohim's surprise, it healed with immense speed. Then Trahixa started to move. Her movement alone was overwhelming enough that everything around her flew away. This is beyond my expectations. Then a fight began between Elohim and Trahixa that lasted 3 days and 2 nights to prevent Trahixa from leaving the dimensional gap and destroying the world, even preventing her from meeting Great Red or Office. Elohim, seeing this, knew very well that he would not win, and in a hasty move. Hundreds. Thousands of forbidden seals and sealed it at the end of the world. Where no being could break its seal and no one could find it. Elohim noticed how Trahixa inside the seal before taking a slumber. Was taking a human form. But the price was great. He had expended a great amount of energy to the point that it would take a long time to recover it. Some time later, he returned to heaven after his great struggle. Months later the war broke out. Elohim had to enter the war very weak due to his fight against the Trahixa. A great war although he allied with his children to finish off the celestial dragons. He had to kill the 4 Mau. His son Azazel was the first to withdraw from the war due to the large number of casualties he suffered. The next were the demons, who lost their 4 leaders. The angels only saw despair. Elohim had entered a rather serious state. The power consumption from sealing the celestial dragons and the large number of fights he had after having that fight was brutal. 7th heaven. God's room. His 10 children were all around him. He was in a delicate state. Michael. I don't think I'll be here much longer. Just take care of my dear magical sky and protect all your brothers and sisters. Father. Michael said, crying just like the other seraphim. It's fine. Okay. Your father has done more than enough. I managed to protect you from the Trahexa. I just hope that beast doesn't revive again. You guys should just take care of each other and don't try another war against Azazel and the new demon leaders. You guys should never disappear. I swear. I'm not going to get into a war against them. That. Wanted. To hear. Gabriel. She was looking for Gabriel, who didn't see her among all his brothers. Yes, father. Gabriel spoke, entering his field of vision. But he just smiled at her. To close his eyes and never open them again. He had entered a permanent coma. So from that day on, the death of God was heard. Among all the gods. Thousands of years later. In a small town on the outskirts of Italy, where exorcists from the church lived. Where retired exorcists went to live a quiet life. That day was like any other for everyone. But for 2 people it was the day of their greatest happiness. The man was outside the delivery room of the only hospital in town. He was quite nervous because he and his wife had already been inside for quite some time. The man was a tall, silver-haired man with blood-red eyes. He was just a simple exorcist who never stood out. But he fought many battles for the church and served for a long time. But he never rose above being a second-rate exorcist, even though his swordsmanship was first-rate. His wife was a woman with black hair but golden eyes. She was an exorcist, just like her husband. Like her husband, she wasn't very remarkable. Unlike her husband, who was Italian, she was Japanese. It was quite rare nowadays to find a Japanese woman with that eye color. However, due to a magical attack on her eyes, they remained that color. Most of the exorcists who lived in the village knew about demons, angels, fallen ones and gods. They met on a mission, which led them to fall in love. Some time later, they stopped being exorcists and lived as married couples. Years later, they were able to have a child, and today was the day he was due. The man was just waiting for news of his son and wife. Right at that moment. "Yes, sir. Adriano," said the nurse, somewhat surprised. When she saw her son, she had a big surprise. This one had heterochromia with 1 gold eye and 1 red eye, and silver hair. All the doctors were surprised with the baby. Because of his small and strange eyes. His golden eye was the one that stood out the most because it seemed deep and seemed infinite, and his red eye had a strange shape to it, but it disappeared after the child, who was crying loudly, blinked several times. Although his golden eye continued as if it shone brightly to seconds later decrease the intensity. "This child is a child blessed by our Lord," said a doctor looking at the baby. The father simply fell to his knees looking at the child and prayed to heaven. The mother smiled as she looked at the child, even though she was tired after giving birth. She then signals to the doctor to pass her baby, and as he does so, "Issei, that will be your name. Maybe you don't have a last name, but that was the name of my first ancestor. One of the first exorcists." To give him a big hug. Adriano just approached his wife and son to give him a hug. Several days later. The village had a great surprise when everyone met Issei. Although he spent almost all day sleeping, when he woke up, many people would visit him to see his eyes. Very rarely would his golden eye shine brightly, only to go out seconds later. What many called him was a child blessed by God or a saint. Although older people thought he was a sacred gear, they still called him a blessed child, given that a sacred gear was only 1 in 1 million. Vatican City headquarters. Several exorcists stood before the Pope. They reported everything to the Pope, who could then inform heaven if necessary. Each of these exorcists was the one who gathered all the information from all over the world controlled by heaven. And finally, the father asked in a soft, calm voice. A few days ago, a message arrived from one of the villages of retired exorcists. It was said that a special child was born among them. He has heterochromia and both eyes are unusual. One of his eyes is golden, it is said to be so deep that it seems infinite, and his other red eye was said to have a strange sign at birth, but after he blinked several times it disappeared and has not reappeared since then. According to the village chief, it is possibly a sacred gear, however since his birth, nothing strange has happened around him. That must be reported to heaven. Maybe it's a sacred gear user or someone with special powers. To receive a settlement from a person next to you. Several days later. 6th heaven Zebel. The 10 seraphim were gathered together reviewing what the Pope had sent and other things that the angels had collected. It's all about the movements of the demons and sometimes the fallen. Yes, although there are few clashes with the current demons, they haven't done anything wrong yet. Since the war there have always been small clashes. although there have been more clashes of customs lately. A message came to me from Azazel. It seems that some of the fallen betray him by killing the wielders of sacred gears. It was even said that a few years ago they killed the wielder of the Longinus Annihilation Maker when he was a child. How cruel. The demons have recently reincarnated many humans with sacred gear to become their servants. A reincarnation system, huh? Something like that wouldn't go down badly with the angels. Still, the demons seem to be preparing for war. I don't know the current leaders of the demons, but in Azazel's eyes, they are better than the old ones. You trust Azazel, huh Michael? Although we had our fights, I trust Azazel. He only wants to investigate and not fight. He doesn't want the sacred gears to get out of control, and that's why he's been watching them since he created Grigory. So why don't we angels have a reincarnation system and recruit humans with great faith? We haven't been able to even with our technology. We can't do that for a long time. Michael replied. In the end they all sighed. Until Rigel took one of the papers the Pope sent with the important message. He opened his eyes slightly in surprise when he saw the paper. Oh, this is interesting. Rigel said. What thing? Metatron asked. In one of the villas of retired exorcists, a rather special child was born. It was said that he was blessed by God. The golden eye so deep that it seems infinite, and a red eye that had a strange mark that disappeared when he blinked and has not reappeared. Possibly a sacred gear. All the seraphim are left thinking upon hearing that news. Have you heard of a sacred gear like that? Michael asked. After reviewing Azazel's documents, I haven't heard of a sacred gear that manifests in the eyes like that. I've heard of some like Forbidden Valor Viewer 1 that can increase gravity. But those sacred gears are usually very rare in and of themselves. Something manifesting in a part of the body is normal. But in the eyeballs, there are few in fact. A new sacred gear? Raphael asked. Possibly. For now, send a message to the Pope that heaven will take custody of that boy. Send one of the angels to watch over him. If he is a sacred gear wielder, we must keep an eye on him. To receive a settlement from the other seraphim. 12 years later. These happened pretty quickly. Issei had grown up with the love of his parents. Although his father had been training him ever since he could remember and hold a sword. His father was harsh with Issei during his training, but he understood that it was due to his father's dream. I want you to become the strongest exorcist of all. When Issei was 6 years old, he was visited several times by a beautiful young woman. Although no one except Issei knew that she was an angel sent by Michael to watch over Issei. She always reported to Michael about Issei's condition, but for almost 6 years there was no change in Issei from manifesting a sacred gear. Although he never realized that Issei was actually secretly training with his father in the basement of the house to try to hide his powers from possible spies. When Issei was 7 years old, they discovered something quite mysterious about him. He couldn't use any magic. Even the most basic of magic, and even learning it by heart, he was unable to create any magic. Even the most basic level he couldn't use. When the angel investigated why, it was because Issei had no affinity for any magic. Even possessing an innate talent for martial arts and the use of a sword and any weapon. Magic was impossible for him. Even so, possessing such talent, he never stopped training. His father was clear on this: even if with just your talent and intelligence you can become strong. Why don't you strive to make that power come faster? But like any other day in his life, training with his father, Issei had discovered something quite interesting, and what gave him several answers from his body and his strange eyes. This due to the intensity in the use of his sword. The calluses on his hands were so hurt that almost all day he had to use gloves or bandages. But one day, with the thought that they would heal. These by the art of the Holy Spirit they healed. Little by little he discovered the reason for this. So for a long time, he and his family only trained in this. It was something that, even with his talent, was difficult for him to master, and even more so when he knew the consequences of using it. It was, so to speak, a forbidden power, and it was quite rare to see a human wield it. At 12 years old. His sword usage primarily was quite considerable. He had surpassed his father in his pride, and at that time no adult could stand up to him. Many adults and even exorcists who came to the city pegged him as a future powerful first-class exorcist. His 12 years of life were relatively simple. He rarely left the village, fearing his father's kidnapping for his powers. His hobbies were simple. Reading books, praying, and eventually playing instruments, only becoming interested in the violin and piano. His father only taught him the basics of exorcism, repeating that he would learn better at the academy. Issei was at the top of the church today. Normally he would go up there to have a moment of peace and play his violin finely. With short silver hair and 2 deep eyes that made Issei be seen as a blessed child. By God, or as the angel calls him, irregular human. But after 4 years of watching, this one by Michael's order, he taught Issei everything about sacred gear, and even so. He never showed if he really had a sacred gear. I'm sorry, something bad happened. He just stopped at that thought. Issei. There was a scream from below. Issei, seeing it was his mother standing at the door of the church. Issei jumped from that spot, and as he fell, he hit some parts of the bricks that were sticking out, and when he reached the ground, he fell softly. It was a natural thing to climb to that point in the church. Although at first, he felt awkward about getting down. Is something wrong, mother? Issei asked. Come on. Someone is visiting you. Her mother replied. Then, together with his mother, he walks home through the middle of the city. Hello, Issei. How are you? Wherever Issei passed, he was greeted with a smile by the people around him. He was well liked in the village for being quite friendly. Aside from that, he always liked to help as many people as possible. Upon arriving at the house, he meets an exorcist. He was a friend of his father's, but had not yet retired, and he was the messenger between the Vatican and the people. Because of his father's close friendship, Issei considers him more like an uncle and a member of the family. It's good to see you, uncle. Issei said with respect towards the man. It's good to see you, Issei. How have you been? Fine as long as there is peace. Issei replied in a soft voice. Here. They sent this from the Vatican. It's the invitation to enter the exorcist institution, and they sent you something else. When he passes it to Issei, and he unwraps it, it was a sword. Although I already knew what sword it was. Is this father's sword? Yes, at Hadrian's request, he sent his exorcist sword to be upgraded. Since he wants you to keep the sword when you become an exorcist. I see. Thank you, father. You're welcome, my son. I just want you to become what your father never became. I want to live up to father's expectations and be the best exorcist in the world. Even though I have the biggest wall in the world in front of me, Vasco Strata-sama, I certainly have the power to overcome him. That's good to hear. Yufufu to be the uncle of the strongest exorcist of all. That will definitely make me extremely happy. Issei just smiled upon hearing that and then put on a bitter smile. Father. Mother, I have a feeling something bad is going to happen. Issei's parents stare at him with concern. Issei rarely uses the phrase. Something bad is going to happen. Because very few bad things happen in his village, he rarely goes out. But these only smile to remove the bad atmosphere. It's okay. Remember, we are protected by God. Nothing bad will happen to us. Yes, and we are also exorcists. If something bad happens, we will protect you. Issei just smiled upon hearing that. Then night came. Issei as usual was training his swordsmanship, although he has great control over it. He wants to continue training. Although he already realized that training alone was no longer profitable. 995. 996. 967. 998. 999. 1000. 1000 repetitions with the sword. After finishing training, he drops his sword due to the pain. Looking at his hands, they are bloody, he simply puts on a bandage to hide the damage and clean the wound. He could have healed it quickly, but he simply left it to feel his hard work. He was alone in the house because there was a meeting going on and most of the adults were there. He just sat in a corner of the basement waiting for his parents while he trained for something else. MNNN Liliana-chan still thinks I haven't realized she's an angel. With my red eye I could tell that she's a four-winged angel. She was surely sent by God to watch over me. From what I see she still hasn't realized the power of my right eye, golden eye. Was I blessed or cursed? I wield a power that can be called unique. But at the same time I can't use magic. I don't know if I wield a sacred gear and I want to know. I don't even have an attack power. Apart from my father's sword. Issei said looking at the sword that was next to him. In the end he just sighs. God. You may not be listening to me. But please bless me with something to protect everyone in the future. Issei just put his hands together and started praying. Bomb. Then a huge explosion echoed making everything around Issei tremble, and even the house itself shook brutally. He is surprised to hear the explosion, since no firework can cause such destruction or anything like it. Then several shouts of fighting could be heard from outside. Although they were low, Issei could hear them due to his extensive training and his senses, which had become acute. He spent several seconds wondering whether he should leave or not. Until he grabbed his father's sword and tried to leave. When he thought about leaving the basement, something blocked his door. He tried kicking it several times until he built up some strength and kicked hard enough to send it flying. But to their surprise, the house where he was living was completely destroyed. Even everything around him was destroyed. Very few houses were complete, and even more so, the number of dead around him was staggering. There was a lot of fighting going on around him. There were several exorcists against what Issei recognized as demons, since they walked around with their bat wings, and their aura was quite sinister. Vast torrents of demonic power were fired at the city from above. The exorcists defended themselves with pistols and holy bullets. However, there were still a large number of exorcist casualties. There were so many demons that the night sky was painted with simply demonic powers. But he froze when he saw in front of him. His two parents were lying in a pool of blood. Each one had been attacked by a demon standing in front of them. Issei saw how his aura was different from several of the demons around him. He began to cry from the great pain of seeing his parents in front of both of them, injured or dead. Something he had rarely felt in his life. Hatred and helplessness when seeing all that. But he remembered something he had once felt with his parents. Memory. Issei, who was about 9 years old, knew a lot and had knowledge of many things that a child of his age wouldn't even think about. His parents knew what to talk to him about and what not to. Issei. You know what the work of an exorcist is like. Although we are retired, possibly one day we may be called by the Vatican for a mission, so they can use us as cannon fodder against a strong being. That is the world of exorcists who do not stand out. His father said to Issei. Issei only squeezes his small hands upon hearing that. Although he believes in God more than anything, he knows that his faction wasn't the saints they claimed to be. The great massacres they had before, the secret projects of the church, etc. Although he still believed in God because his parents, even knowing all that, still believed in him. I'll just say one thing. If we ever die, don't cry, just fight and fulfill your dream. No, our dream. Live proud of who you are and how we raised you and become the strongest exorcist that even God will come down to acknowledge you. Because of your great achievements and immense power. Even if we die and are no longer needed in the church, keep believing in God, since he is the only one who has blessed us with you as our beloved son. Issei just nodded quite sadly upon hearing his parents, and it was something that Issei had actually already thought about. He knew very well the life of an exorcist, and more so someone who did not stand out like his parents. That was why Issei was never taken to the Vatican at once since his birth, and being the son of two simple exorcists, they do not see his power as something great. The reason for his monitoring by heaven is that his power may be a new sacred gear never seen before. Although heaven equally had more interest in Issei than even the Vatican itself because of his way of faith, which in that town was one of the greatest. End of dream. Issei just wipes his tears to look at the demon with great hatred. Issei took his father's sword and shot towards the demon. The demon, noticing Issei, simply smiled and fired several spheres of demonic aura. Issei only dodged it with great ease to surprise the demon. When the demon was thinking about attacking Issei who had entered his field of physical attacks, he attacked Issei but saw how his attacks were slow and Issei had become faster. He had attacked him by throwing an attack with his sword right at the demon's neck, cutting it with great ease. After killing the demon, Issei quickly approaches his parents. But when he noticed, his father had already passed away and his mother was in critical condition. Mother, I'm going to heal you quickly. There's still time for you. Issei said as he approached his mother and tried to touch her. But she stops Issei before he cures her. There's no need. Save your power as long as you can and escape this carnage. Her mother replied with what little strength she had left. Issei was shocked when he heard his mother say, Mother, my body may be the limit of my power, and being so young is certainly a problem. But being able to cure her and escape is possible. But she just smiles and starts stroking his head. Maybe. But Issei, I don't want you to burden yourself with someone like me. Run away to the Vatican and fulfill our dream and become the strongest exorcist of all. If you cure me, it's very likely that I will be a burden when you escape, and I want you to escape without problems. If you lack something, use one of the demons as fuel. Thank you for giving us great happiness, Issei. Giving his last smile, his hand falls gently and he takes his last breath. Issei just gave his mother a sad smile. Thank you. After finishing this he just wipes his tears and looks around. Escaping through the air is impossible. I can't even waste my power. That only leaves me a chance to escape through the town gate or go hide in the church basement. Just when Issei saw the chance to go to the church, it was already completely destroyed. Very few places weren't destroyed, and there were still many fights between demons and exorcists. But in quantity, the demons far outnumbered him. Issei saw that the probability of everyone in the village dying was high. Although there was hope in all of that. Sixth heaven, Zebel. An angel arrives at great speed where the 10 seraphim were gathered today, due to their weekly meeting to decide their next moves. Michael-sama. Shouted the person entering extremely quickly. What's wrong, Liliana? Michael asked, although several of the seraphim were upset to see that angel enter an important meeting. A large number of demons from the ancient Satans are attacking a village of retired exorcists. The 10 seraphim were shocked to hear this news. After the civil war of the demons some 400 years ago, all the descendants of the former Satans were sent to a corner of the underworld, along with their forces. Due to the current underworld, each of the former Satans were excluded from the current government due to their thought of problems. An attack on that kind of place can only be carried out by. Back to the village. This. Why does a disgusting exorcist like you have the location where the key to the crowns is? The one who had said this was none other than Rizavam Livan Lucifer, the son of the real Lucifer and one of the 3 super demons. He held the village chief's head in his hands and a stack of papers in his other hand. This man, when he was a top exorcist, according to some, was the one who witnessed the fight between Vasco Strada and Cacabiel. But what really helped the Vatican was that he was one of the best investigators. Shalba. It's time to retreat. We can't last much longer. When this news reaches the heavens and they know it's about me, the 10 seraphim will surely descend here. And it's certainly not something that even a world-class god can withstand against those 10 monsters. Yes, Rizavam Sama. When this happened, they spread their demon wings and took flight in the sky to another person who was waiting for them. Euclid. How's the situation going? Rizavam asked. All the exorcists are already dying. Only a few are putting up a fight, waiting for reinforcements from the Vatican. Did some escape? Shalba asked. No, none have escaped. But they've already sent several birds to inform the Vatican. Well, it's better to retreat and not wait for Michael and his gang of pigeons to come and bother us. But just at that moment, from the air, Rizavam saw a boy of about 10 to 12 years old, running to the entrance of the village with great speed for a child of his age. That boy is running away. Rizavam said, pointing at the boy who was running. Euclid, seeing this, looks at a demon near him. You kill that child. The demon simply agrees and heads towards the child at high speed. Issei, who was running alone, looked at the sky and saw several people who stood out from each other, and their aura itself showed it, but fear invaded Issei when he saw one of them when he saw 12 wings. 12 wings. A Lucifer. My father told me that the Mao died in the ancient war. Rizavam Livan Lucifer. The only one alive after the civil war. But seeing some demons around him, he had already noticed him and they were heading towards him. You shouldn't think about that. If he doesn't come near me, I'll have a chance to escape. Rizavam saw the child and found it a little peculiar and was puzzled. Euclid. That kid is kind of weird. What does Rizavam Sama mean? He asked. Look at his eyes. They're strange even for a supernatural being. They're too strange in my opinion, and I've seen a lot of things in all my years of life. I brought it Rizavam Sama. Perhaps he is a carrier of a new sacred gear or has special powers. No, let's see what he does. It's clear he has some confidence in his abilities. Look, it looks like he'll be able to take on those 3 mid-class demons. As Rizavam Issei said, he was surrounded. Although there was still some fighting. Most of the village's exorcists had already been killed, the few who remained were stalling for Vatican reinforcements. Brat, what are you doing alive? Escape. Unlike you guys who attack people who have already retreated and pretend to be strong. Issei said, taking position with his sword. Good words to die with. Saying that, the demon attacks Issei with several attacks of demonic power. They were similar to bullets of demonic power. In order to escape, I will definitely have to fight. The other 2 demons attacked Issei with demonic power bullets. Issei just raises his hand and whispers. Chronostasis. To the demon's surprise, all of their attacks were surrounded by several spheres that had a ring around their orbit with rather strange numbers. Even though they are mid-class devils, my reaction time is enough to follow their attacks. My father's hellish training certainly worked. The attacks of the demons inside the sphere begin to disappear and turn into particles. Issei, without wasting time, rushes towards one of them, and entering its range of attacks, Issei attacks it several times with his exorcist sword. He dodges it, although not very easily. Issei's attacks became faster every second until swift. Issei had cut the demon's chest, but he didn't waste another second. He stabbed the demon's chest, and due to the holy power that the sword had, he died easily. The other 2 demons were to attack Issei. Chronostasis restraint. Both were equally enclosed in spheres. Issei moved quickly and swift. With a game of feet, he was able to cut off the heads of the demons with great ease. I must preserve all the power possible in order to escape. There are no more magic trees in the city. And with a large number of dead, I don't have the possibility of absorbing them. I could easily kill several of them, but the power wouldn't be enough for me to escape, and I don't want to faint on this battlefield either. Rizavam, seeing how the boy had killed 3 demons, wasn't very interested. But the power he used had stopped the demons' attack before they hit him and made them evaporate. He had sealed the demon's movement equally easily, and even accelerated his movement momentarily, so he could count it with footwork. A rare sacred gear. There is no sacred power. What did it do? The attacks faded with great ease, and it also increased its speed for a few seconds. But to Shalba and Euclid's surprise. I'll go down. Both of you don't get in the way. Issei wasted no time running toward the village entrance. The walls were still fully erect, as if they hadn't been touched. But everything inside was destroyed. It was only seconds. Issei was able to realize something and jumped back. Bomb. A big explosion. And someone was standing between Issei and the entrance. Where are you going, boy? You're leaving the party so early. Issei, seeing who stood in front of him, mentally cursed, but then asked God for forgiveness. Issei trembled slightly upon seeing Rizavam. His power was immense, the greatest power he had ever felt in his entire life. He began to tremble when he stood before him, first slapping himself and drawing his sword. Looks like I'll die, Issei thought. You have something interesting. But fight me. I want to see something. If it satisfies me enough, I'll let you live. You are Rizavam Livan Lucifer, the son of Lucifer, right? Issei asked. You of course I am, you're standing in front of a legend, kid. You say, legend has it, that you lived in hiding after the Civil War and saw how those demons you considered lesser got their asses kicked. Rizavam, upon hearing Issei, just smiles at him. I was never interested in that fight, the underworld has no meaning for me. Seconds later he asked again. Boy, I have a question. What is a demon to you? Rizavam asked Issei. Issei became confused upon hearing that question. Although not all demons are bad according to my father's stories. The demons in my side are evil, brutal, bad, scum and vicious beings. I may be wrong. But demons only kill for pleasure like they did here. Rizavam, upon hearing Issei, just smiles. You have the same thoughts as me about demons. Although not the same thoughts as Surziches and those new Mau. You just came to this town to kill everyone. Fufu, I only came for something about the leader. But since everyone interfered, I killed them. Just for pleasure. Maybe I'll die. But surely a being like you is disgusting and should never have been born. Ha then come and prove me wrong. Issei shot towards Rizavam and attacked him with the exorcism sword. However. Crash. Issei was surprised to see the sword was broken in half, and when he turned it, he found that Rizavam had the other half. Do you think a mass-produced sword can harm a demon like me? This is nothing but paper in front of me. My father's sword. But to Rizavam's surprise, Issei takes a martial arts fighting stance. Are you going to continue? If I run away, I'll die, and if I don't run away and fight, I'll die. No matter what my decision is. He lunges at Rizavam, colliding with his fist. The attacks Issei was able to land on Rizavam, to his surprise, weren't even blows that could hurt him. But to Rizavam's surprise, all of his blows were dodged, although some hit him. Issei healed instantly. These blows did a lot of damage. What does he do? How can he dodge my attacks? It's not possible for someone his age and a human. I activate my ability to cancel sacred gear. No, I want to see him get used to it a little, and when I think he'll win I'll use it. I want to see that face of desperation, and then kill him. Rizavam backed away and fired several bullets of demonic power. But they were much faster than the attacks of the other demons. Mana's own. Chronostasis Grigora. All of Rizavam's attacks were frozen, and the more he fired, the more they froze inside a sphere, and not even one managed to touch Issei. Issei lunges at Rizavam, seeing a gap between all the attacks. But before Issei could move, Rizavam disappeared and slash. With some concentrated power in his hand, he slashed at Issei's neck. But before that, Issei had moved and dodged the attacks, even though he was cut across his chest. He dodged it again. Even now I surpassed his reaction time. I feel something around him. But just then Rizavam noticed. Issei's golden eye was lit up and the red eye had a strange sign. Rizavam launched himself at Issei and launched several attacks at him. But Issei kept dodging him nonetheless. Boom. A big punch from Rizavam hits Issei. Issei had fallen panting in front of Rizavam, but little by little, he begins to stand up and get into a fighting stance. You have a good spirit. I fight for someone you're afraid of. You think I'll be afraid of death? It only took a few seconds for Issei's facial wound to heal. You have a very peculiar power, brat. What kind of sacred gear is it? I won't tell you. It was the power God gave me to protect everyone. Then Issei lunges at Rizavam, and an exchange of blows begins between the two. Issei dodges Rizavam's blows, and Rizavam does the same. But Rizavam takes several of Issei's blows, even though they don't even hurt him. Even Issei himself knows that Issei is playing with him. Until, in the short exchange, Issei became faster and more precise in his strikes, and pulled something out of his sleeve. Rizavam didn't give it much thought until he fully realized what he had pulled out. Slash. Rizavam had been stabbed with a dagger. Upon noticing the dagger, it had immense sacred power stored in it, but it disappeared after stabbing him. Shit. It didn't work. It's a dagger that exorcists used, and it was like a trump card for them. Even a high-class demon wouldn't survive if they landed a perfect blow. Damn you. Brat. Rizavam shouted as he saw how that attack did some damage to him, although it was minimal. This disappeared from Issei's side and a powerful blow to Issei's stomach given by Rizavam, this made him vomit a lot of blood. Issei crashed into the wall surrounding the village. But just at that moment something in Issei began to notice. My power. I'm already at my limit. I need to get close to someone alive. A much better demon. But it only lasted a second as a shower of spears of light began to fall from the sky, defeating many demons and wounding Shalba. Rizavim casts a magic circle to protect himself from the large number of spears of light that were descending from the sky. When Rizavim looked up at the sky, he just clicked his tongue. It was as if the sky had lit up. A huge horde of angels were descending from the sky, led by Michael, Gabriel, and Metatron. At that moment, Rizavim felt like someone had touched his foot, and when he saw who it was Issei who had crawled. When Issei touched Rizavim's foot, he thought he was going to beg him not to die. But he felt as if something inside him had been stolen by Issei, only to stand up immediately and walk away from Rizavim seconds later. "What did you do?" Rizavim asked. "Nothing that interests you, demon." Issei replied to heal his previous wound. What Issei didn't notice was that Rizavim had used his sacred gear nullification ability on him, and he was able to confirm that it was a sacred gear. But something left him somewhat puzzled. "He has a sacred gear for sure. When I hit him, something inside him disappeared and the aura around him disappeared. That means that the aura was what made him dodge the attacks, it was the sacred gear inside him. But when I did it, his red eye, which had a strange sign, disappeared. But his golden eye that shines a little, did not. Does he have another ability? Although it is little to negate the power. I was only able to negate one of his two abilities. The multiple sacred gear, I heard that very rarely can they be born with two sacred gear, but strange, I think I should try again and see what it is about. Although with Michael here it is impossible." When a fight between angels and demons was about to begin. "Everyone back off," Euclid shouted. At Euclid's command, everyone makes magic circles beneath them to teleport away. For Michael, Gabriel and Metatron to click their tongues when they saw them retreat. The three launched a great rain of light spears. "However, I will surely die. But I can't let them go like this without punishment from God." Issei, using his fingers, starts drawing something in front of him and whispers. Slow time. Fraction of a second. All the demons' teleportation magic circles were enclosed in spheres with a small clock inside. Just when everyone thought they'd be saved from the angel's second attack. Swift. The large number of spears of light impact a large number of demons who thought that the magic circle was going to get them out of the place. Even Rizavim had gotten overconfident and had been hit by an attack from Metatron that did some damage. "What the fuck just happened?" the magic circle snooze. Rizavim shouted with a wound on his arm. But when he saw who it was, he had shouted something. It was Issei, who was tired and looking at him with a mocking smile. They barely took away that smile of a confident prince of demons. "Damn brat." Saying that, Rizavim launched a bullet of enormous demonic power almost the same size as Issei's to break the sphere created by Issei. Mana's own Grigora. Rizavim's attack had been stopped by Issei, almost miraculously killing him. He could barely move, and his red eye was no longer able to see properly. "I'll give it back to you." When Rizavim heard this, he launched the attack Issei had stopped at him. But to Rizavim's surprise, the attack moved much faster when he launched it, and it only hit one of his arms. Boom. "I speed up my attack," Rizavim thought. When he was about to hit Issei with an attack to kill him. Bomb. A lightning attack had hit him. It was Michael who had hit Rizavim with a lightning bomb. This had caused him to crash into the village wall, destroying it along with him. Rizavim vomited a lot of blood due to Michael's immense surprise attack. He also cursed having focused too much on Issei due to the surprise of his attack. "Gabriel, take care of the child," Michael shouted. Without wasting time, she approached Issei and carried him to get a little away from the battle. "I haven't seen you since the old war, Rizavim." "Michael, you're definitely getting more disgusting to watch," Rizavim replied as he stood up. "Attacking innocent people, and even more so, everyone is human. I wonder who the monster is here." "Yeah, well, tell it to your dead father." "Who is the monster?" Michael's power increased immensely, causing the surrounding area to shake. Metatron was fighting with Euclid and Shalba, shattering them both. Then a fight between Rizavim and Michael began, and a clash between angels and demons alike. Issei was watching, touched with his only eye that could still see. He was taking deep breaths. Gabriel, upon seeing Issei, already knew who he was, since a report of his actions arrived every month to the sixth heaven. As Liliana said, Gabriel noticed Issei's golden eye. It was deep. Even hypnotic, but it seemed like a beautiful eye to his eyes. At that moment Issei's vision focused on Gabriel, who smiled at Issei. "Okay. From now on I'll protect you." "How?" "Beautiful. But please get as close to Rizavim as you can, and you must draw me towards him." She was surprised to hear Issei. "No, I can't do that. If I bring you near them you'll definitely die." But Issei denied with the little strength he had left. "I'm sorry. But I'm already dying. The last attack made me use up the little power I had left. If I get close to Rizavim, I can do something to him so the blonde angel can kill him. I only have one chance." Don't worry, Michael Ani-sama will defeat him, you don't need to do anything. Issei just smiled. No matter how it happens. 1 or 2 hours I'll most likely die. The fact that I'm still alive is because you carried me and I'm using your infinite lifespan to sustain mine. If you let me go, the probability of me dying is 95%. In short. I just want to help before I die. That was a big surprise for Gabriel to hear Issei, and he put on a sad face. He hesitated for a few minutes about whether to bring Issei to Rizavum. But in his eyes, he noticed how he was full of power and could do whatever he wanted. You see. My power is time. I was blessed with the power to control the flow of time. I can restrict, stop, slow down, speed up, and even reverse it. Though I can't use magic because of that. I have magnificent power. If I get close enough, I can stop Rizavum's advance even if it's just by 0.01, but that time is a determining factor when it comes to the blonde angel who is super strong. 5. To Gabriel's great surprise upon hearing Issei's power. That was an extremely powerful sacred gear. If something of that magnitude fell into the wrong hands, it would be an unparalleled power in the hands of someone who trained it, as Issei demonstrated for several seconds in his sight, and even more so in someone older than Issei. Issei with little strength opens his red eye. And emanates a smile. 1112 wings. How beautiful. He must definitely be the Seraph Gabriel. The most beautiful angel in heaven. That title seems to reflect his beauty. Gabriel stares at Issei's beautiful smile. It was a childish smile, but it showed a good person. This one rose with its 12 wings and approached where Michael and Rizavum were fighting. This one climbed on top of a house. When Issei looked at Rizavum. When they arrived, I touched Rizavum on his foot. Leaving a seal on his foot. It only worked because he trusted me and gave me exactly 10 seconds to prepare the seal. This will be my last technique. Although I trust in God that this 5% chance of surviving will come true. Rizavum noticed Issei being carried by Gabriel and points his finger at him. That brat, I never saw something like him. That's why I'll take him. It's a rare case of possessing 2 sacred gear in the same body. Then he added. It seems that I was able to meet something special just like my grandson Kun. Issei then points his finger at it and something resembling a watch appears. But this one was different from what he'd used it for. It had several strange words that looked like curse words. Curse of time. With those words the clock expanded and shot out towards Rizavum. It caught where the seal left by Issei was. Gone. The sound of a clock echoed throughout the area. Rizavum was enveloped by several words on his body and then. A great pain. One he's never felt in his entire life. Rizavum's screams echoed throughout the area, surprising everyone, even Michael. That's a curse of time that affects a person. The older you are, the more pain there is, but the damage is very short-lived. I must also use my life expectancy as a basis for this technique. With what Issei said, Rizavum was already controlling it, but the pain still remained. But what surprised Michael and Gabriel was. Why doesn't he deny it? My ability to deny sacred gear doesn't affect him. That is because my power of time is not a sacred gear. With those last words Issei fell. Gabriel just closed both eyes sadly. The power that was in Issei disappeared completely. Rizavum, who was increasing his power, broke Issei's curse by making the words that were around his body disappear. But, thump, a huge blow was dealt to Rizavum, causing him immense damage. Michael had created a very powerful spear of light and struck Rizavum without mercy. Bomb. Bomb. Several spears were thrown at Rizavum, hitting him and causing quite a bit of damage. Uaa. Rizavum shouted, trying to hit Michael. Bomb. Another spear struck him savagely. When Euclid and Shalba realized. It was another horde of angels that was coming down with the Seraph Raphael. Almost all the demons had been killed by the angels, and Euclid and Shalba were badly damaged. Fighting another Seraph was impossible. But at that moment, several circles appeared around Michael, and he backed down. As several attacks against him began to emerge. It's my chance. Descendant of the ancient Beelzebub. Metatron said. Bomb. Metatron created a great spear of light and directed it at the distracted and surprised Shalba by Raphael's arrival. Fush. The attack was so powerful that it obliterated Shalba without the possibility of screaming. It had killed him instantly. Seeing the result of this, Euclid with all his strength approached Rizavum, where 2 people were already helping him. Kateria. We have to get out of here. He makes a magic circle and disappears instantly with the help of Kateria and the other demon. Michael, seeing him retreat, is only upset with himself for not killing Rizavum. Then he approaches Gabriel, who had left Issei on the ground. Seeing himself alone, he closed his eyes sadly. Did he die? Michael asked. No, he has signs of life, but very small. I don't think he will stay alive for long. Let's take him to the Vatican where that girl, Mavis, is. Do you think she can cure him? Gabriel asked. if she can't do it, not even the technology of heaven will be able to. Michael took the little Issei in his hands, and with Gabriel he left. Raphael. Metatron, I'm leaving this in your hands. I'll take this child to Mavis. Both of them were right in seeing who it was. A few minutes later, Michael and Gabriel arrived at the largest institution below the Vatican, where the highest officials, except for the Pope, reside. They hide their wings so as not to arouse suspicion and move to a specific house. Upon entering, they find two children. Well known to both of them. Dulio. Griselda. Where is Mavis? Michael asked. Both children are surprised to see Michael and Gabriel, and to see that Michael is carrying a child. Griselda quickly goes out to look for her. A few seconds later, a girl arrives with Griselda. Although Michael and Gabriel force their faces when they see the girl's clothes. Michael-sama, I can explain. Mavis said. This was Mavis Vermilion, although she looked like a child, she was quite an old woman. She was about 30 years old. The reason for this was due to her sacred gear that left her a child. Her sacred gear was called Tears of God. It could heal believers and even cure diseases. She was called a saint among believers. There's no time. Please take care of this child, he is almost dying. Michael said as he approached Mavis with Issei. Mavis is quite surprised when she touches Issei. This child has no magic power left. The fact that he's alive is a miracle. She shouted, alerted. She takes the child to the only spare room in the house, where she begins treating him fairly quickly. Michael and Gabriel stay with Dulio and Griselda, while Mavis gives Issei a treatment. What happened to that child, Michael-sama? Dulio asked. A war in his village. Everyone died, only he survived. Michael said sadly. Dulio Gesualdo was 12 years old, the same age as Issei, a boy with blonde hair and green eyes. He was an aspiring exorcist. The other girl was Griselda Quarta, who was 15 years old. Like Dulio, she was an aspiring exorcist. After 1 hour, Mavis calls both Michael and Gabriel to where Issei was. She wants to talk more seriously so the other two children won't hear. I'll be honest as always. He is in a very serious condition. His magical power was completely drained. Even his lifespan was reduced to only being able to live up to 15 years. In short, he spent almost 99% of his lifespan. His magical power doesn't recover no matter what he does, which makes him look strange. Although he is alive, it is as if he were between the door of life and death. Both seraphim were only saddened, and they thought it was because of them. On the way, Gabriel told him that Issei was stalling for time waiting for reinforcements from the Vatican to arrive, and that he was even trying to escape. But they arrived late and couldn't save him. In addition to someone like Issei, who they knew since birth, and his madness. Because Lilina, the angel who watched over Issei, wrote down everything Issei did, and sometimes the seraphim laughed at what Issei did. For now, I'll leave him there. I'll wait for him to wake up and send a message to heaven. As soon as possible. To receive a settlement from both of them. Both Michael and Gabriel retreat to heaven to meet with the other seraphim, due to what happened with Rizavim. A month had passed since Rizavim's attack on the exorcist village. Issei was still in a coma. He hadn't even gotten better. Michael and Gabriel visited him every 2 days to check on his health. He was cared for by Mavis, Dulio, and Griselda. Plus, the three factions have been quite problematic in recent days. Rizavim's attack sparked a lot of trouble between the demons and the angels. The demons apologized to the angels for not controlling the ancient descendants. Although the angels accepted their apologies, they were still deeply upset about what had happened in the village. Of the nearly 500 people living in the village, only Issei survived and is in critical condition. The seraphim were gathered for several special reasons, one of which was the real reason why Rizavim attacked the village. So you're telling me that the village chief had the location of where the crown sealer the key is? Uriel asked angrily. According to what the Vatican said, only he and the Vatican knew of that location, except for heaven. But even so, Rizavim most likely knows the location of the seal. Why don't we just go to that seal, break it, and kill those demons? Metatron asked. There are many restrictions. First, the seal is in the underworld. The reason why he knows about the seal is just a hypothesis of how to get to the key. It is a problem for the demons, because it is their territory and their people. And lastly, we have already lost enough people to incriminate ourselves in an internal war of the demons. I hate war. If it weren't for that, Father would still be with us. Raphael said, which fell like cold water on the seraphim. I'm sorry, I've been quite upset lately. Has the current Lucifer given you any communication? Sariel asked. Yes, according to the report, the seal is located beneath the city, Lucifer. He has reinforced the city where the seal is located as much as he can and killed the demons by his hand. If Rizavim's goal is to revive those demons who obeyed Lucifer and try to start a new war, it will undoubtedly be a problem that even Azazel would have to intervene in. Well, those demons are just supreme class demons with good fighting techniques. The problem with this is the army that was sealed along with them. There are thousands of demons that Lilith created to fight in the Great War. Although like Azazel, we think that Lilith wouldn't only have something of that magnitude sealed. Our forces are currently arguably the largest of the three factions. The problem lies with the demons. They look like rabbits reincarnated as humans, and even more so if it's a Longinus user. Do you already have a Longinus bearer on your side? Rigella asked. Not yet. Currently almost all Longinus are lost. Currently, the only known thing about the Zenith Tempest is that it is on our side, its carrier being Dulio Gesualdo. After that, all the other Longinus are lost. Azazel sent me some information a few days ago. Michael mentioned. It seems that the carrier of Canis Lycaon was found. The problem, it seems that he got into trouble with a somewhat strange organization, and Azazel is helping him. Also next to him is the carrier Absolute Demise, who is being carried by a girl allied to Mephistopheles. So that Longinus isn't part of the demons? Metatron asked. No, Mephisto, even though he's a demon, his association of magicians and he are only allied because of the magician's contracts with young high-class demons. Simply put, the demons don't have a Longinus in their hands yet. For the moment and out of sight. By the way Michael, how is Issei? Rigella asked. He just sighs. He's the same. His condition is still the same as a month ago, he's in a state between life and death. Although he's certainly a genius, everything he did. He held his own against all those demons, and even made Rizavum scream like there was no tomorrow. So your time power isn't part of a sacred gear? Remila asked. No, his power to break the flow of time seems to belong to his body. According to the researchers of heaven, his power seems like a blessing or a curse. Although he possesses that power, he cannot use magic. Still, it's a fair price. He can use magic that breaks the laws of the world. Although according to Rizavum, Issei was made to look perfect. It seems that he possesses a sacred gear. It plays perfectly with his power of time, giving him a brief glimpse into the future. To the surprise of several of the Seraphim who have not yet seen the report. Not even Issei knows what sacred gear it is. For now we must wait for it to wake up. After that they talked about several more things. As the meeting ended, Gabriel was leaving the meeting room rather quickly. All the Seraphim were puzzled by Gabriel's speed. The only one who realized why was Michael, who just sighed with a smile. It seems he took a liking to Issei. Are you going somewhere? Rigella asked. I'm sure she'll go visit Issei. Michael replied. I'll go with her. I want to see how she's doing. With that, both Michael and Gabriel went down to Mavis's house. Upon entering, they found Dulio being scolded by Griselda during a class. Mavis watched them from a distance with a smile. Michael and Gabriel saw me. Mavis had seen both of them. How's Mavis? Michael asked. Worse. Today his heart rate dropped even more. Saying this, both Dulio and Griselda lowered their heads, saddened, just like Michael and Gabriel. Seeing a child die in front of them is incredibly sad, and even more so for someone with such great faith as Issei. Gabriel and Michael along with Mavis moved to the room where Issei was. Upon entering, Gabriel takes a seat next to Issei, just like Michael. Mavis stays a little behind them both. But something they both noticed was that Issei had shrunk. Isn't it smaller? Michael asked. Now that you mention it. It's true, he even looks like an 8-year-old. I didn't want to say it. But his body has gradually been shrinking. It all started a week ago, it's like he's becoming more and more like a child. So what will happen to him? Gabriel asked, quite worried about Issei. I don't know. It's the first time I've encountered something like this. Even the investigators who came to see his body, when I explained to them, it was very unusual for them. Upon seeing Issei's body, Gabriel only gave a sigh filled with sadness, accompanied by a rather sad face. Issei has been one of the 5 cases that have been monitored by the Seraphim. She, being a seraph, one of the 4 thrones of God, could do nothing to save him. But at that moment both Michael and Gabriel noticed how Issei moved his arm a little. Mavis, Issei moved his hand. She is surprised to hear that and approaches to check on Issei. Your heart rate is increasing a little. She raises her hand and the 3 of them realize that she is looking for something. Gabriel approaches her and grabs her hand tightly. Issei-kun. Please get better. Issei with a little strength he had squeezed Gabriel's hand and in seconds he felt like something was being ripped from his body. Little by little Issei began to return to his original size and was recovering at a very fast speed. Ha! Issei got out of bed quite agitated and taking deep breaths. I'm alive. The 3 people in the room were left speechless at how quickly he recovered. It was as if he hadn't had anything in his body from the start. He then falls onto the bed, breathing heavily in surprise. He touches his face, trying to see if he's in heaven. When he turns around he finds 3 people, among them there were 2 people he can't forget. Gabriel and Michael Sama. Issei said, surprised to see those 2 people. He tries to get out of bed and almost kneel, but Gabriel stops him before doing so. He looks a little tired of what he's about to do. It's okay. There's no need since you just recovered. In the end, Issei sighs. It's okay, I'm perfectly fine now. He gives a slight smile to Michael, and when he sees this he orders Mavis to check his body. He's perfectly fine, it's as if nothing ever happened to him. I told them I'm perfectly fine, and how long will I be in a coma? 1 month. Michael replied. 1 month, man, if I check my life expectancy, I only had 2 days left at most. I was lucky that I was able to react and take someone's hand. Issei said to surprise the adults. Wait, why are you saying that? Mavis asked. You see. My body is a little different from the rest. I suppose you saw that I don't use magic power, or that I didn't recover it, right? Issei asked so that Mavis could be right. I don't use magic power as fuel for my magic, but rather time. When I had my game with Rizavum, I used up all the stored time I had, so when I left the seal on him, I stole his time, or what you know as lifespan. For my magic power to work, I must either steal people's hope for life or use my own. But after 6 years, I was able to create a technique to steal people's magic power and turn it back into time. Before my father died, he was able to give me 1 year every day. So you fell into a coma because you used your lifespan as magic. Right, that way I was able to curse Rizavum for a short time. At that Issei sees Gabriel L. I'm sorry Gabriel-sama, now I had to take your magic power and convert it into time to recover. I will try to make up for it in the future with something. She gives Issei a smile. It's okay, it's just magic power, it's not a big deal after all. My body has a limit on how much time it can store to be able to use my power, and if not I have to use my lifespan to use magic. But if you keep using it you'll die. Mavis said. You'll only live to be 15 now. Actually yes and no. If I can die like this it's the case that I used too much of my body's lifespan to curse Rizavum, but no, because I can recover it by stealing time from some living being or a tree. Right now I can live to be 100 years old and I'm a human. Before I was going to live to be 15, in short, no matter how much I use up my lifespan, I'll get it back again. Because as long as my body keeps growing, I can keep storing even more power, and if I use up these 100 years, I can store even more. In short, I have a lifespan almost like that of a supernatural being, which is almost infinite. That was a surprise to the adults. Issei had explained his power in a nearly perfect and easy to understand way. But to Michael's surprise, Gabriel was mesmerized by Issei's eyes. He didn't even blame her. In his entire life, he had never seen such strange eyes. Now he wondered about the origin of that power. But a memory came to Issei's mind. He puts on a somewhat sad face, something that everyone came to understand. We can go out for a while, Mavis. Michael said so that she would get it right and they would leave the room. As he leaves, Michael just sighs. Leave him alone for now. I'm sure he's remembering what happened to his parents. At the very end, he was the only survivor of the attack on the town. Mavis accepts a little sadly. Can he stay here, Mavis? He's homeless, and from what I know of Liliana, he wanted to become an exorcist. If he stays here, maybe he can befriend Dulio and Griselda, who also lost their lives in fights. It's okay. Both Dulio and Griselda are good kids, and he doesn't look bad either. Besides, I'd like to take care of him. I've taken care of both Dulio and Griselda since I was 6 years old. Thanks, Mavis. I just wanted to bring him here because Issei is someone special just like Dulio and Griselda, and I can only trust you to take care of him. Hearing those words from Michael, Mavis's eyes turned into stars. She was handling too much happiness. Michael-sama. Yes, I need to go back to heaven. Gabriel. I'll stay. I want to talk to Issei in a bit. I'll go talk to Dulio and Griselda for a bit. But that said, Michael returned to heaven, and Gabriel stayed with Griselda and Dulio. They both had a close friendship with both Seraphim, because Gabriel was the one who saved Griselda, and Michael was the one who saved Dulio. Although they are both orphans, they have been cared for by Mavis for some time, and see her as a parental figure. Although Mavis herself doesn't have children and considers them those she never had. A few hours later. Mavis goes up to Issei's room with some food and talks to him a little. He hadn't eaten for a month. Upon entering the room, he finds Issei sitting on the corner of the bed. Just seeing his face made him shattered inside, remembering what happened a month ago. Issei turned around and found Mavis. She was stunned for a few seconds when she saw Issei's eyes. It was as if he was being swallowed by them. But Issei's vision was fixed on Mavis when he realized something. An angel. Was the only thing Issei said. Mavis is surprised to hear Issei. I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong? No, actually. How do you know? I can see it. I don't know how. At that Mavi approaches Issei and sits next to him on the bed. How are you? Mavis asked. Well. I guess. It's the first time I've been away from my parents. You see. I'm also an orphan. I'm the daughter of an angel and a human, but both died in clashes between the three factions. I've been in this organization, helping out since I awakened my sacred gear, since I was about 10 years old. I know it's hard to accept, but it's true. You're both with God from now on. I understand that, but why did this happen to me? Issei said, starting to tear up. Mavis just hugs Issei, even though they were almost the same size, leaving only her head on his shoulder. After a few minutes of Issei crying on Mavis's shoulder, he wipes his tears with a handkerchief passed by Mavis. What's your full name, Issei? Michael only told me your name. I don't have a last name. Issei said without enthusiasm. Don't you have a last name? Mavis asked in surprise. No, my parents never had a last name. Both of them lived in a church orphanage for as long as they could remember and became exorcists some time later. My mother eventually learned her great-great-grandfather's name, although he didn't have a last name either. Mavis was surprised to hear Issei. He had heard from Michael on one of his visits that he was the son of two common exorcists. It's strange that you don't have a last name, MNNNN. Why don't you have mine? Mavis said with a smile. Your last name? My full name is Mavis Vermillion. Because from now on your name won't be Issei Vermillion. Although if you don't want me to, I won't say anything. Issei is surprised and starts to tilt his head cutely to Mavis. I guess it's okay. Living without a last name must certainly be difficult. She just smiled upon hearing Issei's words. Sure. But you shouldn't dishonor the family name. I heard from Michael that you want to be an exorcist. Yes, but I'm sure it's time to join. It's in 2 days. Dulio and Griselda are already getting ready. Who are they? Issei asked. They're 2 children just like you who live next door to me. I'll introduce you to them later, but for now, you should eat as much as you can. It's okay. I don't have much desire to eat right now. No, you just went a month without eating because you were in a coma and you need to develop that body. Issei simply listens to Mavis and begins to eat slowly. Although he starts eating super fast within seconds, he was incredibly hungry, but he learned to fake it. After a few minutes, he was under the gaze of a smiling Mavis. After Issei finished eating, Mavis leaves, but when she opens the door, Kaya. The ones who had fallen when the door opened were Gabriel, Griselda, and Dulio, who had several cakes in his hands and mouth. Mavis stared angrily at the 3 of them, having been eavesdropping. It's rude to listen to other people's conversations. I told you he was going to get mad at us. Dulio said as he walks. Don't finish all your desserts for the week in one day. Mavis said as she took all the cakes from Dulio. No. Dulio said while screaming on his knees. It. Said both Gabriel and Griselda as they stood up. But both of them, upon seeing Issei, had a warm and calm smile, but what completely caught their eye was the penetrating gaze Issei gave those who arrived. Even Gabriel, who had seen his eyes at that moment, was still surprised. His golden eye shone beautifully, reflecting everyone, and his red eye had a flower around its pupil. Everyone was mesmerized by Issei's golden eye that seemed to be swallowing them infinitely. Even as if they saw their own reflection in them. Strange. Issei said with a smile as he looked at everyone and dropped his head to the side in a cute manner. Dulio and Griselda were surprised to see Issei's eyes. Gabriel explained that he had strange eyes. But that was too strange. His gaze was beautiful and penetrating, radiating strength and tranquility. Wow. Was the only thing Dulio said when he saw Issei. Issei tilted his head childishly upon hearing Dulio. My name is Dulio Gesualdo. I'm 12 years old. Call me Dulio. My name is Griselda Quarta. Please call me Griselda since we will be living in the same house. Issei. Vermillion. Issei said as he looked at Mavis who hit with a smile. Although now you need clothes. Mavis said to Issei. I'll lend you mine. Dulio said. I guess that. Griselda said when she saw Issei's body. The difference between Dulio's and Issei's bodies was abysmal. Issei was someone who had trained his body for almost 4 years with extensive physical training, while Dulio only ate and trained very little, but he only trained his sacred gear. Issei was also slightly larger than Dulio. I think you need new clothes. Gabriel said. We'll go shopping. After that, Dulio lent Issei some clothes. As predicted, the clothes were a bit tight on his body and showed some muscles. A while later, Issei and Gabriel went out to buy some clothes, and they spent the whole afternoon doing so. Everyone who saw Gabriel and Issei thought they were brothers, although they were surprised by Issei's eyes. She bought Issei clothes, various things, and a violin. Because Issei was mesmerized by one, when Gabriel sent him to try one, he noticed that Issei was extremely good at the violin, and even the owner of the store compared his skills to those of a master. At first, Issei was a little embarrassed that Gabriel had to buy so many clothes and various other things. Even an instrument that was quite expensive. 2 days later. Issei, Dulio and Griselda were in the courtyard of a huge church. A little further away were the other exorcist candidates. The three in those 2 days got to know each other a little better. Issei explained a little about his power, because they were very curious about it. They also explained why, just like Issei, they are special. Dulio is the bearer of the second most powerful longinus, which was a surprise for Issei, although he still does not control it well. Griselda was because since she was a child, she could fight against supernatural beings, because she knew how to use the weapons of an exorcist since she was a child and manipulate sacred energy. Issei described Dulio as lazy and gluttonous but kind, and Griselda as someone very polite but sometimes scary, but for Issei she is someone pretty. Both described Issei as someone serious, playful, but what he loves most is silence and playing an instrument. A little further away in the church, Vasco Strata-sama has come to see the new members of our facility's exorcists. A priest asked. Yes, according to the Pope, there are 3 children in this facility who stand out among all. The top 10 finishers stood in front of the test taker and said. 1. The training will mostly be the same, but those who can use holy swords, sacred gear wielders, and beings with special abilities will have different training. First things first. Dulio Gesualdo, Issei Vermilion. So he was mentioning all those who have sacred gear. You will be in a class with Cardinal Deacon Uld Cristaldi. He will be in charge of the sacred gear wielders and several of those with special abilities. Another group will also go with him for fencing and to find out if you can be a wielder of one of the Excalibur or holy swords. Another part will go with the other instructors. Thus they continued dividing the various groups they had with the other exorcist candidates. Issei, Dulio and Griselda had been placed in several equal groups as special abilities, and the normal exorcist studies in the only one in which the 3 were not together was in sacred gear with Uld. Meanwhile, several groups were splitting up and moving alongside their normal exorcist skill instructors. The top 10 finishers were held back at the request of the head instructor. U10 were called the top 10 for various reasons, such as possessing sacred gear, abilities outside of humanity, and having traits that surpass even experienced exorcists. Because of that, you will have much more training than normal. But it was all interrupted by one person. Haha, you're scaring the poor people. When everyone went to see who it was an old man, but calling him an old man would be literally incorrect. He was a man over 2 meters tall, with white hair and a wrinkled face. But he was almost like a very muscular tank with a thick chest, even arms, and legs that looked like the bodies of 2 or 3 children combined. Everyone was shocked to see the tremendous pressure that even an old man expels from his body. The instructor, seeing the person who arrived without wasting a second, knelt before him, saying his name, which surprised all the kids. Mr. Vasco Strata. All the boys were shocked without hesitation. In front of them was the so-called most powerful exorcist and the former wielder of Durandal. Although he was already quite old at over 80 years old, it was clear that he was quite strong in front of them. Even if the 10 of them fought against him, they would be completely defeated. Don't worry. Then Vasco Strata looked ahead and saw the 10 boys with a smile. Exorcists of your caliber in the future must fight against high-class demons and fallen angels. Supernatural beings, even just being humans. We have such power to face them with the weapons that our Lord left us. My time as an exorcist is over, now it is time for the new generation to take the reins of the destiny of humans and the church. Even among you may be the bearer of one of the fragments of Excalibur, be the bearer of Durandal, Ascalon and the other holy swords that the church possesses, that even in many times several of them have not yet had a bearer. Young people, the path to become an exorcist is hard, and after that path facing all beings will be an even more difficult path. But you have the power in your hands to face all adversity before you. The world is not as you do not paint it in our childhood, it is hard and cruel. But you must always remember why we fight. For our families, some of whom we have even lost, but we fight for the one who is above all and whom we worship. Remember this perfectly, we are children of God and we fear nothing. Yeah. The 10 boys screamed loudly upon hearing that. Vasco just smiled upon hearing the children scream. Now, children. Some of you will train with me. It will be a surprise to know who it is you fufu. You 10 were the best qualified, but that does not mean that the others who do not have supernatural powers or sacred gear cannot surpass it. I'm just saying, never be overconfident. Yeah. After hearing that, Vasco just agrees to leave. At that, the 10 children began to dissipate. Unlike the others, their classes start tomorrow. As Issei, Dulio, and Griselda made their way to Mavis's house, a certain person stood in front of them. It was Gabriel herself, wearing discreet clothing, just like the other seraphim who had already returned to heaven. Gabriel-sama. The 3 boys wasted no time kneeling before her. But she made an angry face when she saw what the 3 boys had done. I already told you clearly not to call me Sama. She even pouted in anger. Issei just tilted his head cutely and said. It would be disrespectful for us to talk to a seraph like that. It's true. Yeah. Even Dulio and Griselda themselves confirmed that. But Gabriel approaches Issei with a big pout. Issei is quite annoyed in fact. Telling you Gabriel-sama is fine with me, since it is an honor for me to be able to speak with you. She leans even closer to Issei with an even cuter pout. Issei was already getting nervous because of Gabriel's face, and her anger, well cute, wasn't a gentle rant. And I see a not so pretty future for me if I keep saying Gabriel-sama. Issei had asked that. He threw his head to the side in a cute way, while blinking gently, making both his eyes give a shine of tenderness and innocence. But Gabriel had a slightly scary smile while there was a twitch in his eye, and he just looked at Issei. When Issei threw his head back, he saw Dulio and Griselda already walking away and had left him alone with a somewhat mocking smile on their faces. Issei just remained silent. Now tell me, what would you do to save yourself? But Issei, with his slightly strange and soft language, says, Gabriel. Issei had said his name without honorifics, which brought a smile to Gabriel's face. I will forgive you, but never do it again. Only you, Dulio and Griselda, do I give that request to call me that way. Then Issei closes his eyes and says, I see, then I must feel blessed by the Lord to have such an honor of being able to call one of the great seraphim without honorifics. But Gabriel just giggles when he hears Issei. You must feel honored that the great Gabriel-sama is with you. Puff ha 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 ha. Issei laughed loudly upon hearing Issei, even Gabriel herself laughed loudly. That kind of character certainly doesn't suit Gabriel-sa. Gabriel. I guess. She tilted her head cutely as she said that. But Issei, who was wearing a Japanese haori, took a soft step forward and continued walking. While saying, I suppose he'll retire to heaven? Issei asked with a smile. Yes, I just came to say hello. I'll come down another day to spend some time with you. Fufufu will be fun. Then Issei, using his great speed, disappears from the area. Gabriel only watched as Issei left with a sad smile. He wanted to spend some time with Issei and play a little. But his duties in heaven were quite different, as seraphim. Sixth heaven Zebel. All the seraphim were gathered today. It was to talk about a very important subject. So what happened to the demons and Rizavim? From what Azazel, who's also following the case, told me, the current Lucifer has that area heavily protected, while the current Beelzebub creates something to change the seal and improve it. I don't quite understand the case. You're saying how many demons created by Lilith are there? According to the report sent by Lucifer to Azazel, it is said that there is 1 Satan-class demon, 9 Supreme-class demons, and thousands of middle and low-class demons. In short, an army of thousands of demons. According to what the information says. I just hope I am not deceived in the end. 2. If they escape, what do you think will happen to Michael? Rizavim's thinking is very atrocious. He wouldn't mind taking revenge on his own race if that's the case. It's true that there are many more demons because of those reincarnated with sacred gear. But there are few Satan-class demons in the underworld. Anyway, I just hope they don't escape from the underworld. Since they're even heaven and Grigori will be affected in that fight. Metatron gave a long sigh. I just hope this doesn't lead to a possible war. Aside from that, what happened to the scientists in heaven? Have they achieved anything yet? But Michael just sadly denies. The progress of the 2 investigations for now remains null. Reincarnating humans into angels and all that. Wouldn't it be better to try to reincarnate humans into angels and leave the rest for later? But in that thought he angered 6 of the 10 great seraphim. Sandalphon, quite angry, tells Metatron. What are you saying, Metatron? Those words should have brought you down, you know. Metatron just says sadly. Thousands of years and thousands of tests have passed, and there is nothing that makes him wake up. What do you want me to do, Sandalphon? Do you think he would have wanted us to stay stuck with this? The other seraphim, although Metatron's thought made sense, were very angry just hearing that thought. But someone intercedes between them. It's not time to fight among ourselves. Michael had said that, making the other seraphim just sigh, although some were still angry. To be honest, we're no longer running out of options. There are only 2 things we should be doing to help him. But neither of them are in our hands even now. What would they be? The same Sephiroth Grail that has a 30% chance of working, or the Innovate Clear Apple from the Tree of Life. That has a 70% chance of working. But the problem with that is clearly that both sacred gears change their form of power when they pass from one wielder to another. All the seraphim's eyes widened upon hearing this. Both sacred gears have been lost for hundreds of years. Even their last wielders have not been found. Anyway, we're at a point where we can't move forward or even go back. The scientists in heaven who were instructed by Azazel himself when he was still an angel can't do anything. Even they themselves say that it's better to put the plan to reincarnate humans into angels as a priority and search for the bearers of those sacred gears. Even they. Several of the seraphim were weeping. This had been their primary plan for thousands of years. But it grew increasingly distant to the point where there was no other way. It's sad to know and think about it. But we have no choice. Even those words made our wings flutter. But even using the system, we can't find out where those sacred gears are. Seraphim and I can't do a simple action. It seems our power is useless. Those words had been said by Uriel. Let's just hope those longinus appear. Since that's our only solution, I have a little doubt I want to share with you. And that's it. According to Rizavum's words, Issei's time flow power is not a sacred gear. So it must be a special ability. But the question is, why that power? What do you mean, Nai-sama? Gabriel asked. Always when the topic is Issei. He must always be there. What I mean is, his power breaks the laws set by the gods in this world. But the question is, how did it manifest itself? He's been in our system even since his mother's womb. Does that mean his power must have been given to him by the system? Or so I want to think. It's true, his power is somewhat strange. But also his other eye has not yet manifested. At that, Michael makes a huge magic circle and focuses on a specific place. Issei could be seen playing the violin in the canopy of the headquarters where he resides, almost divinely. If you could say so, even the Seraphim had yet to meet anyone who could surpass Issei's violin playing. When Gabriel asked him why he played so well, he simply replied that he had been playing the violin for as long as he could remember, to relax after training. While playing a beautiful melody, the Seraphim began to see something very unusual. Like a strange energy coming out of Issei visible to all. It was similar to roots, which came out of his body and gently covered Issei's body. While he continued playing, leaves began to emerge from those roots and seconds later some beautiful roses. The Seraphim were very puzzled by this. It was something new they were seeing from Issei. But at the top of a branch above Issei's head, something resembling a rose was slowly growing as he followed the melody. It was such a beautiful flower that it had the color of a rainbow, and it reflected the evening light. 3. But at that moment, Issei. Someone had shouted from below. It was Mavis, who was looking at Issei, a little angrily. Everything surrounding Issei shattered like lightning. Without him or Mavis noticing. Were you the one who ate all the candy we bought yesterday? Issei looked at Mavis and sighed. You're asking the wrong person. Ask Dulio the glutton. If anyone ate everything, it would be him. Aside from the sweets I ate this morning, I haven't eaten anything else. Mavis only made an attempt to shoot off towards where Dulio and Griselda were. Issei just watched as she ran off to put on a somewhat gloomy smile. Hehehe. I'm sorry Dulio, and God forgive me for lying. 2. Then Issei searches one of his pockets and takes out a large amount of candy to put in his mouth and go back to playing the violin. The Seraphim looked at Issei with a smile, but put on a surprised face at what had happened before. That was very strange. This was said by Uriel himself. Will it be your other sacred gear? Gabriel would ask. Possibly. But now what kind of sacred gear is it? Michael just sighed. His golden eye influences time itself. It is an enigma to us, and his red eye, which until now was an enigma. From what Rizavum said, it is possibly a sacred gear that works in conjunction with his time ability. Now, being honest, we must make Dulio, Issei, and the other special beings among us strong. If we really want to make a reincarnation system, they can clearly be the best candidates to be angels. This was said by Metatron himself. The other Seraphim were surprised and had not thought it through clearly. Then Michael says, since he had also thought about it, both Issei and Dulio, if they are reincarnated, can clearly become angels with a power even superior to a supreme class angel. Even now I would say that the two of them can quickly defeat angels with their abilities even without developing. But at that moment Metatron says, when the reincarnation system is done, I'll stay with Issei. Someone like him with Vasco Strada's tutelage will undoubtedly become someone of immense power. At that moment an indescribable pressure began to be felt throughout the room. Even Michael, the strongest of the angels, was trembling. But all that pressure was only directed at Metatron. When Metatron turns a little surprised and slowly, he found a Gabriel with a pout, although tender. It was quite scary. The next day, almost 5 a.m. Issei, Dulio, and Griselda were in a certain room. Beside them were several people. These were the ones with special abilities among the exorcist candidates. The abilities of the people here were mostly simple, though there were some rather unusual ones. These included unique magic skills, unique talents, and spiritual weapon users. There were also those with sacred gear, like Dulio and several of the candidates. Issei was on both sides as a special ability user and a sacred gear wielder. Although he had everyone's eyes on him due to his peculiar eyes, it was normal. Even that when a new retired exorcist always arrived in the city where he lived, he would spend several days with that person's eyes on him. At that moment someone a little older arrives. He was a middle-aged man with black hair, dressed as a cardinal deacon. Good morning, my name is Wield Cristaldi. Several were excited to see him. He was one of the 10 best exorcists of all time, and someone who was able to use 3 of the fragments of Excalibur, being one of the best swordsmen in the Vatican. Issei, for his part, had heard a lot about him. He even met him once when he visited his exorcist village. I will be your trainer in the use of special abilities and sacred gear. For others, I will be your trainer in fencing and exorcist skills. Yeah. Good. First, I want to know well your special abilities and sacred gear. Since I only have a small report, but I want to know everything about it. The first to pass was Dulio, and he says, my sacred gear is one of the 13 Longinus. I can control the weather, as well as the elemental attributes that exist in nature, such as fire, wind, lightning, water, and earth. How is your handling with the Dulio? MNN, I can say that it's very low. Sorry. Don't worry. That's what we're here for. I'll help you be the best user. Heaven has sent me some notes from the former Zenith Tempest wielders. This one only got it right with a smile. Several passed until Griselda passed by. If I remember correctly, your special ability is the manipulation of sacred energy, right? Griselda is right about that. What makes it more special is that I can shape it to my liking and how I want. It is in the palm of his hand, making a small cage of sacred energy to the surprise of many. That's good. Fufufu, this generation is definitely amazing. The last ones continued passing until it was Issei's turn. Seeing him up close, Wield is surprised by Issei himself. His eyes were very strange to his eye, and apart from that, his power was overflowing, but it was very different from what is usually seen in any person or supernatural being. So Issei, what is your skill or skills? Issei looked at the man and said, MNNN, from what they say I have a sacred gear. But I don't even know how to manifest it. MNNN, we will test that in these 2 years. And your other power? Issei approached Wield and whispered to him. I have the power to break the flow of time. I can stop it, slow it down, speed it up, and even reverse it. Though that prevents me from learning magic, that is the case. For the time being, I want to keep it a secret by order of Michael-sama. Wield's mouth fell open upon hearing Issei's whisper. That was an illogical power that Issei possessed. Now, everything he did in his fight against Dulio was using the power of time to his advantage, such as healing himself and stopping Dulio's attacks. A power like that handled at 100% could reach a divine level. So how is your control with that ability? MNNN, I would say average. I feel like I can do more things. But my mind doesn't have enough space, or I limit myself to just using the techniques I can use. Wield was left thinking. He will have the chance to increase the power of that great power like the most powerful second Longinus. Okay, we have 2 years to explosively increase all of your powers. Then let's begin. Yeah. Several hours later. Almost everyone had finished their training except Issei, and a small group was summoned. They were a group that specialized in swordsmanship and were arguably the most powerful. They were also skilled in martial arts skills. When they arrived at a large training room, an old man was waiting for him there. Good afternoon, I will be your fencing coach. Everyone was surprised to see who it was. It was the same Vasco Strada who stood before them. The person known as the Violence of Heaven must be their fencing coach. Hahaha, why are you so surprised? This old man is only good for training, and I want my successor from Durandal to be among you, or at least someone at my level. Then Vasco Strada increases his power. Even though he's still old, the pressure his body exerts is overwhelming. Everyone swallows hard when they feel his presence and see the sword he's holding. It was the real Durandal, and with that, they realize his training isn't going to be easy. Come all and use all your power. I will make you the most powerful swordsman of humanity. But even with a lot of fear, everyone was excited to have the privilege of training with Vasco Strada. When everyone took off, even Vasco Strada himself smiled quite happily. 1 year later. Tink. A clash of swords was heard furiously throughout the room. Just then, Issei and Vasco Strada were having a normal fight. The clash of their swords was tremendous. Although that didn't make Vasco Strada back down. But when it came to fencing and the art of using the sword, Issei was no slouch. According to Vasco himself, Issei is currently the best of this generation in fencing, and he achieved it in almost a year. Although his companions weren't far behind either. In that single year, Dulio, Issei, and Griselda had become the best of that generation. They had trained quite hard in that single year, even more than their own classmates, and because of that, they had made few friends among their entire generation. This made their friendship become almost like brothers between Dulio and Issei. Issei and Griselda had a better relationship, they even called each other by their own names without suffixes. Although they opened up more, Griselda also began to scold both boys even more. Even the Seraphim acclaimed Griselda as the only one who can stop them and scold them in such an easy way. Issei's power had increased considerably, both in his swordsmanship and in his time-based abilities. Together with Wield and Dulio, they had found several ways to use it, and to a greater extent. Although he still hadn't been able to manifest his supposed sacred gear. His physical abilities had increased considerably with the training Vasco Strada had in his youth, although not without exaggeration. He had also learned everything related to the skills of exorcists. His relationship with Gabriel has also progressed quite a bit. They usually go out to have fun during the week. Although there are times when Gabriel can't because of his work and Issei sometimes because of his training. So much so that even for them, going out on the weekends is almost a routine. Sometimes he's accompanied by Dulio and Griselda, but most of the time they go alone. Dulio for his part had greatly increased his skills with the sacred gear, magic and even physical abilities. To the point that even now he can defeat Issei, although of their 748 fights, Issei is winning with 375. But in general terms, Dulio has greatly increased his skills. That even for heaven his skills with the sacred gear were high to several of the ancient carriers. Griselda, for her part, had greatly increased her sacred energy control skills, even performing several special techniques. After a year, they had to form groups of 3 or 4 to continue in the classes. They didn't waste any time forming their own group. Sometimes they had to compete against other groups, testing their skills together. These groups had such varied abilities that even Wield had trouble handling them. Right now, after the battle was over, Vasostrata says. Tomorrow there will be tests regarding the sacred swords. I hope several of you can be bearers of them. Then Issei, who was lying on the ground, says. MNNN, for me with normal swords it's fine. Haha, yes, but there will be times when you have to fight with even stronger beings like supreme class demons or fallen angels. At that time, those swords don't have a good effect. Although well, with your skills it's another thing. Issei among all the exorcists is called the exorcist without attack power. Aside from his skills that only serve to restrict, his attack power only relies on his hand-to-hand combat or his sword. Although he is also called the exorcist with the perfect defense. That's why the group of Issei, Dulio, and Griselda is called the most balanced team. Since Issei has abysmal defense, Dulio has tremendous attack power, and Griselda is somewhere in between. Well, if I have the chance, maybe I'll use it. But anyway. Hahaha. We'll continue tomorrow. There's still 1 year of exorcist training left. Actually, there's more, but with the progress this generation is making, 2 years will be enough. Several minutes later. Issei was walking to the house where he was staying. Normally he had already arrived using his great speed. But now, he was quite thoughtful as he continued walking. He looked at a figure a little closer to him. It's good that you're here at this time. Issei had said that to the person in front of him. I haven't seen you for several days. Can't I? It was a sweet voice. I owe you my life and everything. And just seeing you is something I can't describe. I feel privileged just to talk to you. Issei had said that with a cute, somewhat childish smile. But Gabriel got angry when he heard that. You talk about me as if I were a goddess. I'm just an angel. But Issei turns around and says. You are Gabriel-sama. One of the 4 great seraphim and one of the angels closest to God. But Gabriel, remember this. I am only human, I am just a simple exorcist. I may be somewhat different from humans because of my powers, but I am still human. To be frank, I feel very happy just talking to you. Gabriel considered saying something else. But in the end, he just remained silent. If there was anyone Seraph Gabriel couldn't return a thought to, it was Issei himself. Fufu, it seems I'm Gabriel-sama's weakness. But hearing what Gabriel said to her, she slowly approached as she said it. Gabriel. Remember that name perfectly. I told you a year ago. Don't call me by Sama. Puhahaha, I feel like we've had that kind of conversation before. Gabriel. Do you want to have dinner? Or are you going back to heaven? She was thrilled to hear this. Normally, Issei cooks when Mavis leaves the house or when she wants to taste Issei's cooking. After half a year, it's only Issei who cooks. For Dulio, Issei's cooking is the best. Griselda, for her part, also cooks, although she loves Issei cooking more. As they walked toward the house, Gabriel looked at Issei's face. Over the past year, his personality had changed slightly. You could say he'd become a bit more serious, although he'd also become a bit more playful than usual. Although the two had grown quite close, if you could say so, Gabriel had grown very fond of Issei, just like the other seraphim. Gabriel, looking closely at Issei's expression, more or less understood his concern. So you'll go tomorrow? Gabriel said this somewhat sadly. Yes, I do owe them after all. Although I see Mavis as my mother now. They are my real parents after all, I'll go for a while. Tomorrow there will be tests for holy swords, and I want to see who can take such swords. Can I accompany you? Issei is a little surprised. The last time he went to that place it was alone. Not because no one wanted to go with him alone, but because he wanted to go to that area alone. But this one puts on a cute smile and says. Don't worry, I'll go alone. In the end, it's better that way. You have your job in heaven. No, I'll go. I want to accompany you. Fufu, it seems like you don't want to give up, right? Not at all. After that, Issei and Gabriel arrived at Mavis's house, where Issei prepared Gabriel's favorite dinner. The next day. Italy. Heavens. Issei and Gabriel were on a beautiful plain. Now there was only a large valley full of flowers and lots of vegetation. This area was where Issei once lived with his parents for almost 12 years. After the destruction caused by the demons and being the only survivor being Issei. He had returned some time ago and put a grave for all who died in that area. Right now he had left a bouquet of roses and had been praying for a while. A little further back was Gabriel while he looked at everything. She normally seldom sees Issei sad, but now she looked closely at his face, and he was crying. She had a somewhat strange feeling inside her. Aside from grief, sadness, and hatred towards Rizavum. For her, hatred was strange. Never in her life had she hated anything because of how her father created her. At one time that feeling of hate had arrived in her. Which was the case with Trihixa and why her father is dead. It was an uncomfortable feeling in her despite the few times she had felt it. She thought about hugging Issei, even inching closer. But a few words stopped her. It's okay. Even though they're gone. I'll continue with the dream my father had given me. Gabriel was listening to what Issei was saying while he was praying. I also met several angels, even seraphim. I feel like the happiest person in the world to have met all the angels created by God. I even became friends with Gabriel-sama. Gabriel. She gets mad at me if I call her that. Now I have an older brother named Dulio and a good friend named Griselda. She is very selfless, saying that we are her little siblings. Although it is clear that she loves us very much, as the oldest among us. So wherever you are, don't worry. I am fine for the moment. I can even say that I am one of the strongest of our generation of exorcists. Although Dulio and Griselda do not want to be left behind by me either. Phew, I feel that speaking this way frees me from a great weight. Just wait, I will make my name reach where you are. Those were Issei's words. Gabriel simply shed tears upon hearing Issei's words. After all, they were just the words of a 13-year-old boy who was taken from his parents and is now in a world beyond humanity. But the last words Issei said were something gratifying to her. I swear that I will become the strongest exorcist and I will do everything possible so that the same thing as me doesn't happen to another person. This life, without you all, isn't pretty. But I must move on. There are new people who are now with me, and I appreciate them very much, like Dulio, Griselda, Mavis, and even Gabriel-sama herself. In the end. Issei was about to say something but remained silent. He wiped his tears and stood up. But without facing Gabriel he says. Gabriel-sama shouldn't cry. This is just one boy's thought. But there may be thousands in my own situation. But Issei-kun. I already told you not to cry. After all, that beautiful face wasn't made to hold tears. Issei-kun, please. There's no need to apologize. These are things that happen by fate. It's true that fate can be changed or bent. But I didn't have that power a year ago. Now I'm stronger unlike before. Now I can better control the power of time. My physical abilities increased a lot, as well as my mastery with the sword and the skills of an exorcist. But that's no use to me anymore because that's in the past. And even for me it's something that I can't even change. I can only change the future. Gabriel-sama. But why are you like this? Why? It's simple. Why must I move on? Staying here crying won't change anything. Nor will they come back. I simply must move forward with the dream my father wished for me. To become the strongest exorcist. It's a long road. In front of me is Vasco Strata-sama and even Dulio himself and the other boys. But Issei feels a soft fluffy hug. Gabriel had approached him and given him a big hug. Issei blushed a little at first. Gabriel's body was one of the best in the world. But at the very end, he just shook his head a little and said a few soft words. I will treasure that hug for the rest of my life, Gabriel-sama. From the woman who saved me and to whom I owe my life. I only live for you. Don't say those words. Gabriel was still crying as he continued to hug Issei. I saved you because that's what any person should do. You shouldn't live just for me, you should live for all those who are now your family. Heaven expects many things from you, Issei-kun. I expect a lot from you. Remember those words. You are special among all the exorcists today. I am close to you because of your company and your way of being. I want you to live with that idea and not think that being with me is sacred. Just talking to an angel is enough. Talking to a seraph is something that doesn't happen to everyone. It happens to you and it will continue to happen to you. Because I will be close to you from now on. You will be someone who stands out too much. Those words bring me so much happiness. At that moment it is as if reality itself were breaking. Crash. A broken sound was heard throughout the area. Something like a portal opened through the cracked area. It was a way that Issei was able to learn to use portals. As he can't use magic, as he can't fly or open magic circles without the help of Dulio or Griselda. He tried to create a way, but to this day that he created it. He still doesn't know why it works because his time power doesn't give him that power. Issei has the theory that it is his other eye that equally. He doesn't know about his power or what it really does. 4. When they cross that portal-like thing, it appears in Issei's room in Mavis's house. I suppose he's going back to heaven. Yes, I need to go do some things. See you later, Issei. See you. Gabriel-sama. But she is surprised at how she was called and makes an angry face. But she was just teleported. Issei just gave a weak laugh. The next day afternoon. There were many swordsmen in that hall. Even outside of that generation of exorcists. This was due to the trials to become one of the wielders of the holy swords. In front of them were several swords. 4 of the 7 pieces of Excalibur. Durandal, Ascalon, Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, Hauteclair, and Excalibur Gelatine. There were other swords, but these were the most notable, as they were the most powerful sacred swords. Although none were in those swords. Being a bearer of the 4 parts of Excalibur was a great challenge. But many could carry it, but after that they must be trained hard to bring out the maximum potential. Several of those here, except for Issei, have undergone a blessing ceremony to inherit the light. All that remains is for the sword itself to accept or reject them as a wielder. But Durandal, Ascalon, Excalibur Gelatine and Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi are very demanding swords. Durandal has not had a wielder since Vasco Strada, Ascalon since even before Vasco Strada, Excalibur Gelatine had not been wielded for 3 years, but Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi has not been wielded for almost 100 years. Because it was broken and was forged recently. These swords are so demanding that it even compares to the probability of having a sacred gear when being the wielder of Durandal, just like other swords. Right now, many were testing. But only 2 of the Excalibur had been claimed. Along with other swords. Issei was currently eating ramen in the area where several of the high command such as Vasco Strada, Wield and others were located. Honestly, Issei had no interest in having a sacred sword. Not because he would possibly reject it. It's just that someone with special abilities wants someone else to have power, not just him. How can Italian ramen be as good as Japanese? Issei asked while eating. Just now he was levitating while eating violently. I think the new chef is Japanese. But they're definitely good. Even Vasco Strada himself was eating ramen. While they were eating, many exorcists were testing the sacred swords. But without success. At that, Issei says. It's surprising that no one has yet tried to go test Durandal, Ascalon and Excalibur Gelatine. Only in Aim have some gone and failed. They're afraid. It's not easy to fail again. So you say that. 70% of those here have already tried Durandal or the other swords, but they've been completely rejected. They're afraid of failing again, and that's why they don't even try. I see. Several minutes had passed. Most of them had already gone to try it out, and almost no one had taken one of the swords. Except for the 2 Excaliburs. Seeing how this is going. It seems like it will be similar to the last one. Yeah. I'm sleepy. I think it's time to go. Issei had said that and just started to walk down calmly. But Vasco Strada stops him. Why don't you try it? Just knowing you can use them is a relief. I guess I should try it. Just to try. Issei jumped and landed near Excalibur Gelatine. I'll try this one first. Issei, who was near Excalibur Gelatine, just straightened his body and stared at the sword fixedly. Even some people just came to see how Issei tested the holy swords. One of the methods to know if the sword chooses you was quite easy. You just have to wield it, and if it shines brightly, it tells its wielders that it has chosen you. At first, Issei had been told about an operation to become a wielder of sacred swords more easily, but he quickly refused. He always had the idea of leaving the sword to someone who needed it more and trying to create a way to fight only with martial arts or a normal exorcist sword. He takes the handle of the sword and passes his energy to it. But for Issei's peace of mind, the sword didn't even glimmer in his eyes. He dropped it and just looked up calmly. So he went through every Excalibur left, and each time he failed. Some of those watching Issei were more at ease. I thought he was going to be the typical guy who possesses great powers and could even wield any holy sword. 1. Until he came to the most interesting among the holy swords. Among all of them, it is currently considered the most powerful. Durandal. Its last wielder, Vasco Strada, known as the Violence of Heaven, was wielded against thousands of supernatural beings in his time. Currently, Heaven and the Church are searching for a wielder with greater skill. Vasco watched closely what could happen in a few seconds. Taking it by the handle and sending energy into it, the sword shone like an equal. Filling the entire hall with sacred energy as Issei raised it. Everyone was amazed to see how the sword shone and how easily Issei handled it when he lifted it. Durandal was not a light sword in itself. Almost all of the bearers have always had to use it with both arms, while few like Vasco Strada have been able to lift it with only one hand. Although most of them knew the monstrous physical strength that Issei possesses, seeing that he has no affinity with magic, he has always focused on his physical strength. The only thing unlike most of the exorcists who focus on magic, use of exorcist weapons and tools. Apart from extreme physical training, Issei has only had to learn the use of a few tools. Like Dulio and Griselda along with several others have been star exorcists of that generation have been able to use the light by extracting it from his cross. So Issei, by using the light to exercise in his hand without the need for great training, has only focused on training his physical strength with exercises that Vasco Strada used in his youth, his fencing and his power of time. Although he had a fairly light body, his physical strength was another world. Issei first raised it as a golden glow covered the sword, he spun it around for a few moments to say, "It's quite light." Saying that, Issei sighed, looking around. Some were excited, others a bit jealous. The high-ranking men were open-mouthed. After all, another Durandal wielder had appeared in that era, and he was someone with a very high fighting level. But Issei leaves the sword without saying anything. Vasco Strada approaches, somewhat bewildered, "What's wrong? Why did you leave her?" "I'll keep trying the other swords. There's still Ascalon and Aim no Murakumo left." He had understood what Issei was referring to, so he gave him way to the other swords. Although he thought that being the bearer of Durandal was more than enough. Vasco Strada felt excited, the bearer of his old sword was going to be someone monstrously strong in the future. Although he had thought that he would refuse. He was going to force him to choose one of the holy swords. If in the end he would only be the bearer of Durandal, he was going to try to force him to use it. When he passed through Ascalon and performed the same procedure, it failed just like the old ones. But as he approached the last sword, he caught a glimpse of the sword itself. It was the only sword not forged by God and was a gift from the Japanese gods to the biblical god. It was a long-bladed katana with a black handle. From what I've heard from Vasco Strada's tales, this sword isn't as special as the other swords. It only possesses one thing in general apart from sacred energy, and that is its powerful edge. Issei simply sighed and took the sword. This one was quite different from the usual ones. The sword became super heavy when it negated the wielder. But seeing how easily he took the sword, the high-ranking officers were already realizing the reality. When Issei took it, he felt it was even lighter than Durandal. When he unsheathed the sword he saw how its aura was between a golden glow and a bit of darkness. He waved the sword around a bit, testing the edge against the ground. And it was sharp enough to touch the ground without even touching it. Issei was somewhat surprised by the sword. Its sharpness was superior to any sword that had been described to him. They felt the holy power within it was not even a little on the level of Durandal. But Issei sighed and left Aim no Murakumo in place. He was about to retreat but was stopped by Vasco Strada. "You must choose one of the two swords. Wouldn't it be better if someone else carried it?" "That may be the case. However, it's not every day that someone appears who can naturally wield two of the holy swords. So, you must choose one as a gift to all of this." Vasco Strada had a smile as he looked at Issei. He simply sighed in the end, after all Vasco was right in several parts. "Then, I'll take Aim no Murakumo. Until then, I'll leave Durandal if a wielder appears. I guess it's not a bad idea to have something more powerful in my position as well." The higher-ups were surprised and overjoyed. A natural wielder of a holy sword wasn't something that appeared overnight, and even more so when you could wield two of them. So a few hours passed. Several preparations were made so that Issei could carry Aim no Murakumo from now on, and always have it with him. Upon arriving home, he was helped by all the members of the household until he went to bed. He had left the sword on a part of his desk. Right now he was lying down while staring at the ceiling of his house. His mind was elsewhere as he thought about some things. But a knock on his door pulls him out of that world. "Who is it?" Issei asked. The voice he used was soft and calm. "It's me, Griselda. Can I talk to you?" "Oh yeah. You can come in." Upon entering the room, she had entered in pajamas that didn't show much skin. But it didn't hide the beautiful body that Griselda has. Even though she was only a few years older than Issei. Griselda had the body of a young woman. Issei blushed slightly when he saw Griselda like that. He wouldn't lie, Griselda is one of the most beautiful young women in that institution. Griselda, for her part, also blushed slightly. Whenever Issei stares at her so intently, it makes her heart skip a beat with joy. But it was something that only happened with him. Dulio simply looked at him as a brother. But Issei has always been quite different. Is something wrong? Issei asked that. There was a somewhat awkward silence between them, which Issei decided to break. They didn't get along badly with each other, but there were some awkward moments between them. She approaches Issei and sits next to him on the bed. For a few seconds there was silence until Griselda simply sighed. "I understand that today was the day your parents died. But, you seemed a little strange even before that. May I know why?" Issei was slightly surprised to hear Griselda's words, but he simply smiled. She had noticed his concern just by looking at him. "Oh, it's nothing serious. I was just thinking about my future if my parents hadn't. Well, you know." Griselda looked into Issei's eyes. Issei. Your concern is something that many of us have wondered about. Something that both Dulio and we never met our parents. Although we reached the age of 6, it was simply that we went from institution to institution of the church until we awakened our powers and it was seen by the seraphim. Issei had remembered that Dulio had told him something similar. Mostly the future that some who are linked to special powers lead is not gratifying. Most of us who are in this institution have lost something in our lives due to these powers, but we continue forward because of the teachings we have. I fight for Gabriel-sama. She saved me after all, and my life is only for her. In the end, why do you fight? What is the dream you want to achieve? My dream, huh? And who do I fight for? I've always had my parents' dream in mind. To become the strongest exorcist in history. However, that dream is not the only one I have to wish for. Gabriel-sama, Michael-sama along with the other seraphim expect results from us by possessing special powers. Live for Gabriel-sama and them. For once in a while you become someone with deep thoughts, Issei. However, you are the one the seraphim want to depend on Earth after all. You possess the power to control time, possess a sacred gear, and one of the holy swords chose you. It looks like I'll have something heavy to carry on my shoulders in the coming years. But Griselda takes Issei's hand and squeezes it tightly while looking at him. Remember that you are not alone. Both Dulio and I are by your side. Even if it's me, I'll try to always be by your side. Issei blushed a little upon hearing Griselda, even this same one due to the penetrating look that Issei gave him and his slightly blushed look. Thank you. Issei just answered that while turning his face a little. Oya oya. Kiss each other now. The voice echoed in the room, and when I saw the source of the voice it was Dulio, and behind him was Gabriel. Dulio had said that in a mocking tone, seeing them so close together. That kind of mockery had already started about 3 months ago. Since then, he had seen their reactions when they got close to each other. Although Gabriel's reaction was a little different than usual. For a moment she felt a little angry. But she simply sighed to come back to herself. Issei, Griselda and Dulio. The seraphim were gathered and discussed something different than usual. Gabriel said that suddenly. He hadn't even said his usual greeting. His serious face was something out of the ordinary. It seems the seraphim are putting emphasis on exorcists of this generation for the future of heaven and the church. That's why the most qualified from all the institutions in the world will be sent to various different places to further improve what their skill excels at. Wait. Are we going to split up? It seems so. It will be for 1 year. All the exorcist institutions have declared that each of the best qualified have already learned everything about exorcism, the church, history, and how to use the accessories that you will commonly see in their hands. Each of you have already learned what the church teaches you. Issei is now continuing to improve his time ability and trying to awaken his sacred gear, how to improve his swordsmanship. Dulio is still improving his sacred gear and Griselda her ability to use light. All of you have already learned everything that this church can give you. So you know where we'll be sent? Dulio asked. Many will be sent to the same place. For now, it hasn't been decided where that will be. Tomorrow you'll have the answer. However, when you finish that training, you'll be exorcists and will be sent on missions. In the end, the three sighed with some sadness. They had no idea that they were going to be separated for 1 year. The next day, Dulio and Griselda had already left for base. Issei had stayed behind due to a visitor he had in his room. Gabriel arrived quite early to Issei's room while he was packing his suitcase. Later that night, they had shared everything Gabriel had said with each of the exorcists. Issei stared at the beautiful angel in front of him. But he just walked up to Issei and hugged him tightly. Seeing that, Issei simply hugged him back tightly. She knew well how sad Gabriel was, she knew how to read her just by looking into her eyes. All the time they'd spent together, he'd come to understand her quite well. My brother Michael denied me the information where you will be sent. He says I will be a distraction for you in training. I will miss you very much, Issei-kun. It's okay, Gabriel-sama. It will only be 1 year. Besides, when I return I will spend as much time as I can with you to restore the time I was gone. I'll miss you, Griselda, and Dulio. That Michael won't give me the address where you are. I'll be pretty sad seeing that I can't have fun with you. After all, you're the only humans I can get along with. Why do you say that? You can get along with anyone. You don't understand at the end of the day. You are one of the few humans who don't stay there worshipping our presence. After all, we are angels, you should only worship our Father. As he separates from Issei's embrace, Gabriel looks at him and says, when you get back from your training, I'll give you 2 presents. I couldn't get you anything for your birthday, after all. Is that okay? To have privileges among everyone? I'm not giving you anything as Seraphim, but as a friend. It's everyone's birthday present, which I haven't been able to celebrate because of my job. Issei just smiled in the end. Several minutes later when Gabriel returned to heaven, She was in her office and when she sat down and saw the mountain of papers she simply snorted somewhat angrily. But he looked at a picture he had in his office. It was a drawing he had of his father, it had been done by Michael. He looked at his father and asked. I hope that to reincarnate people into angels it will be soon. I want to have Issei, Dulio and Griselda in heaven. They are my little company to talk to in more than 1,000 years. The most highly qualified were at the bottom of that institution and in the end there were only 12 of them. This was the second highest qualified institution, the first being the Vatican itself. By heaven's command, all of you will be transferred to other institutions or different locations. Among them, some of you will go to the Vatican, while others will be sent to retired exorcists. All this because heaven must place emphasis on the generation of exorcists of this era. They have seen great potential in each of you and have made the effort to help you dedicate more time to your special abilities. Several people were excited by all of this. It was a direct order from heaven, and even more so when they saw that they took quite a bit of interest in it. So, each one was sent to a different institution where their special abilities would enter. Dulio was sent to the Vatican to be trained alongside Wield and another sacred gear teacher. Griselda was sent to Italy to an institution where Teodoro Lagrenzi, a pure medium angel, is. They were all dispatched until finally only Issei remained. Seeing that he was the last one, he was somewhat disconcerted and seeing that the high commands were talking to each other. Am I missing? Or will I have to stay here? You're wrong, Issei-kun. A golden glow suddenly appeared in the room where only Issei and the high command remained. 12 golden wings appeared as a body began to form in the light. Someone quite familiar to Issei appeared. The high command's eyes widened at the sight of who appeared. It was a 1 million chance to see what was happening in front of them. A beautiful angel appears among those people and stands before Issei. Michael-sama. Issei bows lightly in front of the angel. The higher-ups alike quickly do so. Okay. That's enough. He said to the high command and then looked at Issei. Please call Vasco Strada. A few minutes passed until an old man arrived at the room. This because Michael was heavily guarded by many exorcists so that no one could pass. Michael-sama. Vasco Strada greeted him as well upon arrival. But she, too, thought it was unnecessary. Vasco Strada. I have a question about Issei's training. I understand. From what Yule told me before he left, his sacred gear hasn't awakened yet. But it must have been something natural. Since there's an aura around it, it seems to be a sacred gear. The time ability itself has improved quite a bit, as has the time it can store. His sword art is the best in this organization, and I can even call him the best of this generation of exorcists. Correct, from the reports I've been given, among most of the Issei exorcists, he's the most complete of all. He possesses great talent and commitment, and he strives as hard as he can to achieve his goal. But he's missing something. Issei stared at what Michael was about to say, but Vasco Strada said it when he saw Michael's look. It's clear what he's trying to say. Since Issei doesn't use magic and doesn't even have magic in his body. What Issei should have always focused on is his physical strength. And it's clear that he has done so this year. Physically, he is a monster, although his muscles prove otherwise. Seeing Issei's body, it was quite strong, it was no big deal. It was a body that many had in that generation due to training. However, for the physical strength that body possesses, it is a huge lie. He still couldn't figure out the reason for his physical strength. Although he was strong at first, some adults were stronger than him. But after Vasco Strada gave him enhanced training, similar to the one he uses for strength training, he improved by leaps and bounds. Even so, his muscle mass barely increased during training. That's why I had spoken to Yuld and sent him to his own devices for this year. 1. Issei was somewhat surprised to hear this, he thought they might send him to some church institution. It's clear that you yourself know what you're missing. Right, Issei-kun. You didn't tell Vasco Strada for a while, right? Ah. You mean martial arts. Vasco Strada said. Right, both Yuld and you noticed it, right? Yes, from what I can see the young man has an incredible talent for martial arts. He is even better at martial arts than his sword use, and with that you can see that he can learn. Are you sure, Vasco Strada-sama? I can even wield one of the holy swords. That's right, kid, however using your fists is something you can do. You possess a strange enormous physical strength. If you compensate it with physical skills you will be able to exploit that potential you possess. You can continue using your sword. There will be times when even with your martial arts, you will not be able to win against higher range enemies like spear or magic users. That's what your sword mastery is for. Go and learn and exploit that potential. With your talent a year is enough to learn the basics of any martial art. Issei thought for several seconds. Until he finally accepted. If that's your recommendation. Then I'll choose that path. I'll use these fists for the sky after all. Michael smiled upon hearing Issei, but he puts on a serious face upon seeing the eye that is still sleeping in Issei. Issei-kun, before you go, there is something I must tell you. Issei was quite interested in Michael's words. As he looks at him, Michael simply sighs. The fact that the heavens have hidden both your power and Dulio's sacred gear and other special powers has been a miracle. However, that is our thought. You must be very careful, you are the only one who will leave the church premises and even outside its territories. Your power is very strange, and the fact that you carry that kind of power along with a sacred gear makes it seem even stranger. We cannot prevent anything from happening to you in other areas outside the jurisdiction of the church. I understand, Michael-sama. I'll do my best not to be too conspicuous or stand out too much. Fufufu, it will be difficult for you. Besides, we have tried many things to hide your eyes, however it is a difficult mission. Contact lenses, magic and even gadgets, and the color of your eyes stands out above all of that. The special beings that the church handles, the carriers of sacred gear and half-angels. They are all highly coveted beings, after all they are humans who have surpassed humanity to be able to fight on par with supernatural beings, and even more so now with the demons who created that form to reincarnate humans and other beings. It's normal to be cautious these days. But now that I think about it, where are you going to go and what martial arts are you going to practice? I don't know exactly, but I'm going today. I'll probably go to Okinawa. It's said that the oldest karate school in the world is located there. It's one of the martial arts I'd like to train. I'll see what else I'll try. But I'd like to go for a martial art that focuses equally on kicks. It's a good idea to go back to the beginning of martial arts. That's where karate originated after all. So a few hours passed. Dulio was the first to leave. After saying goodbye to everyone, he went to the Vatican with wield and several exorcists with sacred gear. Griselda was sent to another institution in Italy. Issei, for his part, was the only one who would be given free training, so he could choose what to do during the free year they'd all be given. Issei was the last to leave. Right now he was standing near Mavis, sorting everything into his suitcase. The clothes he was wearing were from exorcists, however, for him and Dulio, like the others, their clothes were quite different from normal ones. He takes a deep breath and looks at Mavis. For the past year, she's been the one who's taken charge of his motherhood, like Dulio and Griselda's when they need something. He approaches and hugs her tightly. It will only be for 1 year, and when I come back I will take over the kitchen for the next year. Hearing this, Mavis's eyes lit up. She loves Issei's cooking, and after all, he cooks better than her. Although she was sad, the 3 boys she'd been babysitting for a while would be going on a year-long trip, leaving her alone for a long time. Issei took a card the church had given him, along with a considerable amount of money. Wasting no time, he was escorted by the church to the nearest airport. He had prepared a bit because it was a nearly 17-hour trip. Although he had had a problem at the airport because of his sword, they took many photos of him. Issei was wearing rather uncasual clothes, he was carrying a katana, and his eye color was very unusual. Aside from that, although Issei is quite young, he has a rather handsome face and soft silver hair. You could say he was a boy who took good care of his body and practiced kendo. Their problem was solved when they realized that the airport was controlled by the heavens, and upon realizing it was Issei, they quickly let him go. These were direct orders from Michael himself. A few hours later, Griselda was in one of the facilities in Italy. It was the only one where there were only 2 of the best-ranked exorcists of that generation. She sighed heavily, having been widely noticed by the exorcists of that same generation upon arrival. Several of the top-ranked exorcists were already being transferred to other facilities. The most frequently mentioned by the higher-ups were Dulio, Marana Shadorova, Jessica Lagerkvist, Issei Vermilion, Dulio Gesualdo, and Kiyotaro Shinra. While walking down one of the institution's hallways he saw something. It was a girl with long blue hair waving a sword. Although I was surprised to see the girl, she wasn't even 9 or 10 years old. Furthermore, the sword she was carrying was large. It was almost the size of her body, which showed the physical strength the girl must possess. 5. Zenobia. A war orphan with a strong connection to the sacred swords. In a few days she will be tested with the Durandal sword left behind by your friend Issei Vermilion. A soft voice echoed in the hallway. Griselda, seeing who it was slightly surprised. It was a boy the same age as Zenobia. But his rank in the church is only 2 places below the Pope. A miracle child, the son of an angel and a human. He's the one who runs that institution at such a young age, holding the rank of cardinal. Teodoro Legrenzi-sama. Griselda speaks with quite a bit of respect towards him. Because of his rank and his title of miracle child, which is shared with Issei. It's a pleasure to meet you, Griselda Quarta. One of the top performers in this great era of exorcists. I would have liked to meet the other miracle child who has captured the attention of the higher-ups like the sky itself. Sorry, you've been sent to solitary training. Yes, I heard that from the Pope. Having another miracle child among us has brought peace to the high command. Even the one who was born before me, to this day they continue to talk about him more due to his unreal power. However, he is not the only protagonist in this era of exorcists. Giulio Gesualdo, Marana Shadorova. They are children who are taking center stage and are not far behind that child they consider a miracle. Griselda knows that perfectly well, even she herself isn't far behind those two boys. Even with great powers, Issei also has problems with magic. All exorcists handle low-level magic apart from their exorcism methods. Even so, those guys have never been far behind him. They've improved in just 1 year. Even Giulio, who lost nearly 100 fights in a row to Issei in the beginning, can still fight on par with him today. Although Griselda had that name engraved in her mind. Marana Shadorova. One of the highest ranked in the Orthodox Church in Russia. It is said that she is another with the same ability to shape light. Griselda had heard that her light was quite dense and potentially destructive. Few the exorcists of this generation have far surpassed the old ones. Although Vasco Stratasama and other exorcists still remain the strongest. His special powers and longinus are undoubtedly on another level. By the way, that girl said she'll be tested for Durandal. Doesn't she belong to Issei? Issei Vermilion Dono refused to take Durandal for a year to see if a carrier would appear. So far, some possible carriers have been found because of that. But what if no one can take it? It will be left in reserve until the wielder appears or until Issei Vermilion takes it. But seeing Vasco Stratasama, he will undoubtedly force him to possess the two holy swords. That is if Zenobia or another of the four boys takes it. Even so, she. I understand. Yes, she is already someone special. She is the wielder of Excalibur Destruction, although a new wielder of Durandal would be much more useful to us in the future. At that moment another member of the church appears. He had arrived for a visit to leave the same day to the other institution. Hey. The new generations must surely overcome these old fogies and defend the church. An old man who looked like a war tank suddenly appeared. Griselda. Vasco Stratasama. Both boys said that suddenly. Michael Sama ordered me to tell you something. She was surprised. Normally Michael didn't order her to do anything other than take care of Issei and Giulio and be something like her older sister. His words were these: if Zenobia is to be the wielder of Durandal, I would like Griselda to train her for a while she trains with Teodoro-san. She is surprised to hear that and stares at the girl who was still training. She was just swinging her sword. About 13 hours later. Issei had arrived in Okinawa. But he had to go to Okinawa Prefecture, which was still a few hours away from the airport. At first, he sighed deeply, noticing how exhausting traveling by plane was, and even more so with the problem of his sword and everyone staring at him. But someone dressed as a priest approaches him. Nice to meet you, brother Issei. My name is Kiyoshi. I'm the priest the Vatican sent to come get you. Nice to meet you, Kiyoshi Dono. Let's go. Our stay will be brief. The Vatican asked me to take you quickly to the Keikan dojo. Issei simply accepted and got into the vehicle. 2 hours walk. Oh, one question, aren't there any problems between the mythological gods and the churches in this area? Issei asked. No, not at all. In all of Okinawa and its prefecture, there are only 4 of us who know about the supernatural because we were once exorcists. However, the gods don't pay much attention. There are very few who are on our side in the entire area. I understand. The karate school here is. It's full contact karate. It's the school you're looking for. They just told me to take you to the oldest one. Although very few people go to that dojo anymore for various reasons. Like which ones? Issei asked. I heard that the master is the current descendant of Kyakushin Keikin. However, he is quite intense when it comes to teaching. Aside from that, near this same place there is a taekwondo school that they have been fighting over for years due to stealing students. So it's a fight between both dojos for territories and students. Something similar. The exorcists who come to this area to practice martial arts have left within a week due to the inconvenience and terror. Furthermore, their constant fighting over an outstanding student causes that student to withdraw out of fear. Anyway, that's what I've heard from people when I ask about them. Issei thought about that and simply closed his eyes. He wanted to rest as much as he could before arriving. 1 hour walk later. Issei Dono. Upon waking up to the sound of his driver's voice, he is surprised to see a huge rock in his path. But even more so when he sees 2 people fighting over it. One tried to hit one of them with a powerful punch, but the other deflected it with incredible kicks. The pressure exerted by both of them was incredible. The mere collision of their bodies made everything shake. They didn't look like 2 humans fighting. Issei was shocked to see the clash between those 2 humans. A simple punch from one of them shook the air. How the other's kick deflected that punch. That's it. The full contact karate masters and the renewed taekwondo master. Wow. I'm amazed by your martial arts. Your strength is superhuman. From what I heard, they both belong to a Japanese military force that fought against supernatural beings. Something similar to the exorcists. Really? I've never heard anything like that before. Normally, these forces have become increasingly secretive. Many of them work alongside demons, fallen angels, and angels to stop supernatural problems. However, they don't tell even beginner exorcists about it. Although, as one of the most qualified, they should have told you about it by now. You will, at times, fight alongside them to stop problems. But the problem they both had was the huge rock in front of them. The two masters had jumped to the right side of the street to fight in a valley. If a normal person saw this, they would go completely crazy. This area is very free of humans. It's like saying the zone for supernatural beings. That's why both of them fight at full strength or without any importance. Although it's quite unpleasant to see them fight every week once or twice. Issei simply sighed and got out of his car. When he looked to his right, he saw the two of them still fighting with no intention of stopping. He approached a huge rock in the road that was blocking everything. Kiyoshi got out of his car and watched with interest what Issei was about to do. He approached the enormous rock and grabbed it with both hands. Climb. The enormous rock was slowly lifted. Until seconds later the enormous rock was lifted with both arms. Issei looked at the valley beside him and using his great physical strength, he threw it aside. Knock. When the rock reaches the valley, its heavy weight causes a slight movement of the ground. Both teachers who were fighting lost their balance due to the struggle, but when they saw where the earthquake had come from and where it had fallen, they were surprised to see a teenager standing in that same direction. They looked at all the possible avenues and couldn't believe their initial idea. But everything pointed to the same thing. The boy had thrown the stone. But it was almost impossible to imagine that. You have to have supernatural physical strength to lift that stone, and for a child of that age to be able to do that is clearly impossible. You too. Kiyoshi shouted that from the street quite angry. Look at the mess you've made. What would happen if a human came to this area and you started fighting like animals again? Will you ever resolve your differences? But both people just ignored it by looking away. God. Give me the strength to endure them. Kiyoshi said silently before taking the words back. This boy here is Issei Vermilion. The church sent him to this area to learn martial arts. As you can see, he is someone who has monstrous physical strength and is one of the top ranked in all the branches. Due to one of his powers, he cannot use magic, so he chooses to use a sword in martial arts. Both martial arts masters are surprised to hear that. What they have been looking for a long time. A student with great potential. However, they both realized each other's interest in the boy. Hey, Oyama, that kid is perfect for full contact karate. His powerful muscles will make him hit so hard he'll be like air cannons. Shut up, damn Park. If he has that enormous strength in his arms, imagine his legs. It's clear that he should learn renewed taekwondo and the one without recoil. Karate. Taekwondo. They both looked at each other reluctantly at the same time. Neither of them was going to give up on the new guy who had appeared. 2. Wait. Both of you don't fight again. Brother Issei only has 1 year to learn everything he can about martial arts. They both look at Kiyoshi with surprise and laziness. Hey. Just 1 year. That's a short time. At most, he can learn the basics. Although if we're talking about someone with a lot of talent, maybe he can learn a lot of karate. You talk as if he were going to learn karate. The boy is going to learn taekwondo. If he has a lot of talent, just 1 year is enough to turn him into a monster. Although the path of martial arts is almost eternal. 1 year will not give much seriousness. Although that depends on how seriously he takes this path. Issei was left pondering. What martial art should he choose? It was a somewhat uncomfortable decision for him in itself. Both martial arts were good. But very different in several ways. While taekwondo has its punches. It focuses on its powerful kicks. Karate has its kicks, but it focuses on its powerful punches. Both can be said to be polar opposites in both aspects. Even more so, apart from karate and taekwondo, both schools at the center specialize in variants of both schools. But Issei looks at both masters. Why not learn both? He said with a smile as he looked at both teachers. But both seeing Issei well, they noticed his eyes. They were weird. Very weird. They've never seen anything like this in their entire lives, even after working with many sacred gear wielders. After thinking carefully and seeing what the Vatican had done with the boy, it became clear how special he was. Removing a boy from his exorcist training was very unusual. 8 hours a day with each of them, making a total of 16 hours with both teachers. 1 hour of physical training with other special teachers, and 1 hour of fencing. The other hours are for sleeping and eating. 8 hours a day with each of us. He's crazy. Normally someone who practices martial arts only lasts 2 hours at most. And it takes almost 3 to 4 years to get a black belt. The brat won't last 2 weeks training with both of us. You want to learn both martial arts, right? However, you won't be able to learn the basics of both if you don't focus on one of them. Don't worry. I'll learn. I just ask that you don't take pity on me. The two martial artists stared at each other. The fire inside them ignited. They both thought the boy wouldn't last a week. But they wanted to test him. 6 months later. To both masters' surprise. Issei hadn't just endured the monstrous training he was being given. He wasn't even learning at an accelerated pace. Even learning 2 martial arts at the same time. Both masters gave up their fights to train all their students together. First, it was a training in philosophy and training in discipline. In both martial arts, I had a different philosophy and I had to listen to and read different aspects of each mythology. Some time later, he began training in both martial arts. Learning techniques and fighting against his masters. Not a day went by that Issei's bones weren't broken. Not a day went by that he didn't stop bleeding. But even so, he kept up his training. He knew the destiny that awaited him. He would be the sword of heaven on earth. The one who would purge evil in the order of Gabriel and Michael. He didn't neglect his physical training, his special training for his eyes, or his sword training. Even with his bloody hands and destroyed body. He swung his sword Aim no Murakumo no Tsuguri atop a mountain with force. Issei, who had become passionate about reading after entering the institution, became fascinated with the heroes of yesteryear. Even those who had defeated evil dragons or faced deities. But among all those heroes, Issei remained reading over and over again the history of the 3 kingdoms. He was fascinated by Lupu. With his dream of cutting the heavens with his spear. Issei, when he was training, would look up at the sky. For the past 6 months, he's always been staring up at the skies. Always staring at his sword and the skies. Always thinking about being able to cut them. It was a basic and difficult dream to achieve. But he who believes that with his sword and his strength it can be possible. That's why he never stops training. Right now he was on a mountain. He was slowly healing himself by consuming his own time and then stealing it from one of his masters. While breathing heavily after the healing process, he stands up and sits on one of the stones. He was already thinking of going to sleep. But a flash of light blinded his entire vision. From that glow a young man suddenly appeared. But Issei's senses went on high alert. That man possessed a terrifying divinity. It was the first divine being he'd ever seen. He tried to get into a fighting stance. But when he saw the deity raise his hand as a sign for him to calm down. Although that's not what I want, the fact of being on guard in front of that god. I am Kashima no Kami. But you will mostly know me as Take Mikazuchi. Issei became more alert upon hearing that. The god of the sword and thunder. One of the best swordsmen in the supernatural world. I've been watching you practice your swordsmanship on this mountain for a while now. Even more so seeing the sword you carry. It's been a long time since I've seen a wielder of Aim no Murakumo with this much potential. I've seen how for almost 6 months you've been trying to cut the heavens with enthusiasm, young exorcist. Do you know who? I know, Amaterasu-sama told me that Miguel Dono had spoken with her about a young exorcist who was coming to Okinawa to train. With the agreement of the church in Japanese mythology, you were allowed entry and your stay. I understand. However, Take Mikazuchi Dono. May I know the reason for your visit? To come and speak with this mortal. But the god stares at Issei. In the end he just smiled. Whim. Young exorcist. Issei was surprised by that answer. However, the god approaches Issei and gives him a small bundle of papers. As the bearer of Aim no Murakumo, I will leave that to you. Use it well, young exorcist. Remember that not all swords are handled the same way. Even if your swordsmanship is the best in the world. You do not handle a Menno no Murakumo the same way you can use Excalibur. They are 2 different weapons. 2 different souls. 2 different worlds. Saying that, he simply disappeared from the area. Issei became more and more surprised. Seeing the papers that he had given him, there were only a total of 5 of them. When he looked closely, they were combat poses. Like some meditation poses. He was puzzled by all of this. But he simply began to study it more closely. 2 months later. Crash. With a powerful upward thrust kick. A huge rock was completely destroyed into mere pieces. Another huge rock was thrown, but this one just turned around. Crash. The other rock was likewise smashed into pieces with a powerful punch. Both teachers were left watching with ease when breaking both rocks. The change of martial arts was quite fast. Going from a beak rock to a basaltic fist. Even still maintaining the abysmal strength he possesses. He learned too well and too fast. Still, going from that powerful kick to the dance of the 4 gods. The method of learning and using it is incredible. He learned the basics of karate and taekwondo and is already in an advanced course in our own branches. Talent and a great effort on his part. What some people do in months. He does it in 1 or 2 weeks. Issei simply cracked his neck. Lately in his training he was already somewhat stressed. Healing his wounds did not remove the stress from his body. All the fatigue from nearly 8 months of forced training slowly began to bloom in his body. With little sleep and a very balanced diet, he has been tired lately. A few hours later. He was on the mountain where he trains his time ability and tries to release his sacred gear without success. Although I came more to train his swordsmanship. After receiving that from the god of the sword. He had studied quite well everything that had been given to him. It was a sword technique. But more focused on the use of the katana than other swords. In itself, it had been quite easy to start using it. However, it was difficult for him to perfect it. It took him almost 2 months to fully learn it. Although for others, it may have taken many years. It only took Issei almost 2 months to use it, having a foundation of techniques taught by Vasco Strada and other teachers. Although he doesn't call himself a master of that sword art. He can use it quite freely. He takes aim no Murakumo in his hands and holds it tightly. He concentrated for a few seconds. Then the sword's glow began to shine quite brightly. Fush. A simple cut. He just split a falling leaf. It won't be long before I see her again. Gabriel-sama. Japanese skies. Take Mikazuchi looked calmly towards the human world. At that moment a beautiful woman approached him. Amaterasu-sama. Take Mikazuchi. What do you see? It's strange that you're interested in seeing the human world. 2 months. It took him 2 months to learn one of the sword techniques that descended from the sword technique created by the gods. The Ima no Kami style is the most basic of the 12 original styles. However, it depends a lot on the user. Looking at the young exorcist, it seems like he will be someone who will go very far in the future. But will he be able to cut through the heavens? Pufufufu, it's interesting to see the new generation of young people. However, the angels fell with the fortune of having in their hands the second, more powerful Longinus. And that child whose power is unknown like that of other participants. It's strange of you to worry about that, my lady. I don't care about anything outside of Japan. However, it's interesting to see how all the young people of this generation are slowly coming together. At that moment the goddess looked towards the direction where the sword god was looking. The boy who looked like he was meditating with his sword in hand suddenly opened his eyes. Even Amaterasu was ecstatic when she saw her eyes. They were beautiful. One golden eye seemed to represent the infinity of the world, and her other red eye had a mark where her pupil should have been. How strange but beautiful at the same time. 4 months later. Issei stood at the door of both masters' dojo. Little by little, after training Issei, the two had become somewhat friendly. Although they had their differences, as always. Both men looked at the boy who had just said goodbye and turned his back on them. I think we went too far, don't we? God that we have created. Both teachers looked to their right and see a large hole in one of the mountains. One of Issei's powerful punches using what he called his full strength. He had created a large hole in one of the mountains. That year, the boy only grew slightly, like his muscle mass. However, there was no change in his physique. However, his martial arts training was on a whole other level. Learning full contact karate and taekwondo renewal. Surpassing their masters in physical strength. A simple dance of the 4 gods of full contact karate could even make a fissure in the sea like an air pipe and even a brief earthquake. His martial arts could be said to surpass that of the average person. But the change comes when Issei began to combine all that with his timing ability that was able to create some techniques. His sword art can be said to have taken a 180-degree turn. Although he is stronger than he was. Although his sacred gear ability hadn't awakened. He didn't feel dissuaded. He had gained great power. Great power that he wanted to test out on Dulio and the other top-ranked players who could give him a run for his money. True Vatican. In the location unknown to the world lies the real Vatican, which is connected to the supernatural world. It was the organization that had to answer to heaven, after all. But today many exceptional young people were arriving. The next generation of exorcists looked on in surprise every time a young person entered the great training hall. This was the current generation of exorcists who were about to graduate, and the higher-ups called them the Generation X, due to the great powers found among them. Each of them possessed power that even surpassed other great generations of exorcists. In total, there were a total of 40 grand-level exorcists among the top-ranked. But the top 5 of this generation were ranked among the most powerful of all time. Among them were the second most powerful Longinus of all, the wielder of Excalibur Gelatine, the wielder of Aim no Murakumo, and 2 girls who can use light without even being angels or exorcists, among other sacred gears and incredible special powers. Griselda, who was accompanied by a girl, simply sighs. It seems that her 2 friends have not arrived yet. It seems that Issei and Dulio haven't arrived. I heard that Dulio had to go out with Edward Sama for certain things last month. Zenovia, if you want you can move to where the new recruits are. Sister Griselda. Thank you for everything. Don't even mention it, Zenovia. It was just a brief help, you have talent for using the sword. Maybe I wasn't the most powerful to teach you, but you learned well in these 1 years that we were together. All thanks to your patience in teaching this idiot. At that moment, Zenovia begins to move and approaches the other young people her age. Although they were surprised to see who had arrived. Isn't it the current wielder of Durandal? Yes. It's that. Zenobia Quarta. It looks like we'll be in the same generation. Zenobia. A cry was heard in the new generation. When Zenobia turns around she sees a little boy the same age as Zenobia. Seeing him she gives a bored sigh to the boy. What do you want, Nero? I'm just going to tell you that it doesn't matter that you're the bearer of Durandal. I'm going to surpass you. If what you say. I didn't come here today to listen to you screaming all over the place. I'm waiting to see. You too. At that moment Nero approaches Zenobia. Of course. I want to meet that person who rejected Durandal and is called by Vasco Strada-sama as the person who will surpass him. Don't you want to meet Dulio Gesualdo? I heard he's near that person. Dulio is another very powerful person I want to meet. At that moment Griselda had met a beautiful girl. She was a beautiful young woman wearing a black nun's outfit. She had ash blonde hair and fascinating grey eyes with a blue tint. Marana Shadorova. Saying that name, the girl realizes Griselda's presence. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet Sister Griselda Quarta. I've been so eager to meet her. Sister Marana, I've heard a lot about you here at the Vatican. Even in Russia, the feats of your strength reach. It seems that the church has managed to have a tremendously powerful woman like you. Maybe here in the Vatican, the power comes after you. At that moment, Zenobia saw how Griselda, although she wasn't angry, had something against Marana. Then, Griselda. A little girl could be seen coming and clinging to Griselda's body. Although they were almost the same size before, in recent years she's the only one who hasn't grown. Mavis. It's been a long time since I saw you. You've grown so much in 2 years. Oh my god, look how big those 3 kids have grown. Come on, calm down, you're embarrassing me. By the way, have Issei and Dulio arrived? Dulio is already here. He's coming with Edward. Issei, for his part, was at the airport when I called. It seems he was arrested again for the sword, but Heaven and the Vatican have already sent help. Again? I heard from Vasco Strada-sama that he got caught last time anyway. Well, that's what happens when you see a guy in exorcist clothes and a katana in a normal airport. Several minutes passed like this. Several of the top candidates arrived at the Vatican. Griselda and Mavis were sitting there, and Mavis remembered a topic. By the way, did you hear what happened to one of the organization members? I heard it from Vasco Strada. I didn't think that some of our generation were infiltrators of demons. There seems to be a lot of internal trouble lately. Although this is something secret, it seems Vasco Strada-sama will form a group to put an end to something. Several organizations that are working for the church are being dismantled. I also heard that the Pope knew all this and still accepted it. I just want to think that this is all a misunderstanding. But what have Gabriel Sama and Michael Sama said to all this? I haven't seen him in these years. It seems that something is happening on the side of the devils that has them restless. I even heard from an angel that Michael Sama met with the fallen angel Azazel for a brief moment. But at that moment, cutting short all conversation, a young boy with golden hair, whose cheeks were so short he couldn't even breathe from eating so much, arrived. Griselda, seeing that he couldn't breathe, quickly approached him and hit him several times on the back. But, breaking with nature, he ate the candy instead of throwing it up. Whoa. That was tough. Idiot. Did you want to die? Griselda asked angrily. I would die doing what I wanted. Anyway. How are you, Griselda? But she hugs Dulio in a loving way. He was, so to speak, her younger brother, and she hadn't seen him in a year. Mavis, too, approaches and hugs Dulio tightly. Looks like we're meeting again. I heard Issei arrived a few minutes ago. But he was intercepted by Vasco Strada-sama. I'm really here. I hope to see you again. Mavis said. At that moment, a boy could be seen standing next to Vasco Strada. He was a fairly young boy with a very handsome face. His muscles were, so to speak, perfect, defined but not overpowering. His tight-fitting exorcist clothes with a hood made him look even more handsome. With the sword at his side. Short silver hair and his alluring gaze. Those eyes were like magnets for everyone instantly. Although this is not the organization of the church, it is best to be on the side of heaven. I was scared when that god came down to see me. Ha ha ha. I'm surprised you had contact with that god. I remember meeting him once when I was still young. In my 50s, I think. Wasn't that your best time? I heard from Kiyoshi that you were as strong as a Mayu. Not so much. I'm still human. As they walked toward the group of top-ranked exorcists, Issei got in line, as all the top brass had arrived behind him and Vasco Strada. They were the 30 best young people of that generation, while behind them was the new generation. The high-ranking officials who had arrived were Vasco Strada and Edward, along with other high-ranking officials from other churches around the world. Issei, Dulio and Griselda could only see each other's faces, but they couldn't even hug each other due to happiness. It's a pleasure to see them again. Although some continue to be trained by mere wield. Most went to other organizations to continue training their special skills. We called you here to the Vatican primarily to deliver this to you. Other retired exorcists carry a cross that is somewhat different from the usual. These are the crosses given to high-level exorcists. The amount of light as well as the speed at which they can use it will be faster than normal. Mostly, heaven sends these crosses to give them to high-level fighting exorcists. So each of them was given a cross. Issei carried 2 crosses on his body, just like Dulio. One belonged to his mother, and the other belonged to someone who had cared for him. They talked about many things regarding the jobs and assignments they would have from now on. After almost 30 minutes of just talking, Vasco Strada sighed and looked at Issei. Come on Issei. I want to try your new power. Issei was a little surprised and pointed at himself. If you come, I want to see your new power like Dulio's. But I myself want to test your new abilities so the new generation can't see an interesting fight or until I get tired. This step to the center of the arena. Well, I'll go with all my power. It's okay, don't limit yourself with me. At that moment, a girl approaches both Issei and Vasco Strada, looking at the latter. After chanting a few incantations, she pulls out a beautiful, but powerful, sword from a magic circle to give to Vasco Strada. Oh young Zenobia, you shouldn't have bothered. But thank you. It would be a bad idea to take a normal sword to fight that holy sword. It's been a long time since I've had my hands on you, Durandal. At that the girl now known as Zenobia turns around while looking at Issei. Good luck. Issei was slightly surprised to see the current wielder of Durandal. It seems it was a good idea to let her free for a while. He beckons Zenobia to approach him. Zenobia right? Issei asked. She stated with a face full of surprise and quite happy. My name is Issei. In case you didn't know. But I'm glad a new wielder is my successor. I may not carry the sword for fighting, but if you want to learn something or ask me something, don't hesitate to approach this boy. She was surprised and finally smiled. Yes, thanks. As he withdraws, he leaves both people looking at each other face to face. As the two looked at each other, Vasco maintained a calm smile, while Issei simply took a simple stance. Those around him were waiting to see the power of one of the 5 most talked about exorcists among the high command. Hahaha, I remember my youth. Those clothes were uncomfortable because of my body. Issei wore a tight black one-piece suit with a cape-like tail and a hood. A cross was engraved on the suit's chest. It's a comfortable outfit. It makes me feel comfortable using my moves. It's either fighting naked. Vasco just gave a chuckle. At that moment an indescribable pressure came out of Issei's body and Vasco Strada at the same time. Issei simply touched the handle of his sword and everyone felt as if they had been cut. Griselda had approached Zenobia and said to her. Issei's sword style seems to have changed a bit, but it's still the same. Issei focuses on attack while keeping his speed high to a point where he can handle it with his special powers. Look closely, Zenobia. Issei is currently the best swordsman of our generation. At that moment, both move at an imperceptible speed. The only sound you could hear was the sound of swords clashing in the air. Almost no one could see them, but they could follow the impacts of both. Then the waves began to rise higher. They rose to the sky. While they fought, they were almost level with the clouds, but even at such a high level, the clashes could be felt down below. All the buildings around them were shaking and cracking from the intensity of the blows. Even small earthquakes were being triggered due to the intensity of the fighting. Incredible. Zenobia said. They're in their own world, said Nero, who just approached. Zenobia and Nero made those exclamations. They were watching the fight between the best swordsman of the current generation and the best swordsman of heaven and the most powerful wielder of Durandal. It's then that they both descend. Issei has some scratches on his clothes and his hair is messy. Vasco, meanwhile, has some small cuts on his chest. They both exchange challenging glances. Vasco throws a slash at Issei. That slash ripped through everything and headed towards Issei. But Issei easily dodges it by jumping and colliding with a barrier. But at the same time, Vasco throws another attack while he's in the air. He couldn't dodge that slash. Issei makes his sword begin to emit an aura. In a quick manner, he performs a cut fast enough that he was only seen sheathing the sword. But at that moment he launches himself directly towards Vasco with his bare hands. Vasco also released Durandal and approached Issei. Thump. Vasco had unleashed a powerful blow in front of Issei, but he stopped it with the palm of his hand. And it seems that your swordsmanship wasn't the only thing that improved. I wonder, how physically strong are you currently? But Issei simply smiled and launched a powerful punch towards Vasco, which he equally stopped with his hand. A fistfight ensued, with powerful blows colliding and shaking the entire area due to their incredible physical strength. But at one point, Issei could be seen slightly gaining the upper hand against Vasco and striking him hard in the stomach. Vasco smiled as he felt that powerful blow to his stomach. He prepared his fist and it shone intensely. Issei and everyone were surprised to see what he was about to use. This was his legendary attack that made a cadre retreat from combat after receiving it. Holy fist. Issei said. Vasco moved at an incredible speed towards Issei. Seeing that, Issei had no choice but to counter him. But at the last moment he simply smiled. Thump. Crash. Everything around them shattered due to the incredible impact of the fist clash. But Vasco was the one surprised to see that Issei had used. In the end, he simply gave a defiant smile. Who taught you? Vasco asked. I saw it once and stole it. No doubt this is an incredible skill, right? But like any other. Ha 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 ha, that's what I expected from you after all. Use it well. Saying that, Vasco simply moved to take Durandal and pass it to Zenobia. Oh my god, I'm too old for this. Anyway, you didn't use your skills to the fullest. Just as you didn't use all your power. Ha ha ha, even so. You increased your power a lot, now you can't just keep up with me, but you can fight at a good level. Dulio, I hope you haven't fallen behind, right? Dulio approached him with a smile. I will never let him go ahead of me. I'm sure I can defeat him. Ho hoo. Issei said that and showed a somewhat evil attitude. But in the end he just sighed to put his sword tied to his waist. Everyone was excited to see the brief fight between Issei and Vasco. This confirmed Issei's great strength in keeping up with Vasco, even if only for a short time. While some felt a little inferior, others were excited to have a fight with Issei. Although for them, elite exorcists, behaving like that was a bit strange. Wield watches Vasco approach with a smile. Looks like his timing skill was high enough to keep up with you. No. I didn't use it in the end. Wield is surprised to hear that and looks at Vasco. He only uses his physical abilities to keep up with me. Issei possesses incredible physical strength and his timing abilities. Now his sword style has improved considerably. It is noticeable that he received other types of help while training and now his martial arts. With that, his power level is considerably high. Although from what his sacred gear told me, he is still sleeping. How do you see the others in front of Issei? If what you're telling me is true. MNNN Dulio may be almost at Issei's level, or I'd even say Issei surpasses him. Although Dulio hasn't released his balance breaker yet, he worked hard to increase his sacred gear abilities and learned magic. Griselda may be at a neutral point, but she greatly increased her light abilities, although she is not at the same level as both of them, she can keep up with them. However, for a short time Kyoto Shinra, Caesar Villiers, Ryu Heiken and Marana Shadorova may be at the same level or a little below. In short, Dulio and Issei can be called the strongest of this generation. But those who are at the same level of elite exorcist quickly follow their path. It's a good generation. I'm a little old for this. That fight with Issei shook my whole body. In short, can both of them keep up with you now? Even if it means using half of your powers? I guess so. A few brief minutes passed like this. At that moment Issei, Dulio and Griselda met. Issei greeted Dulio with a strong hug. After a handshake. But when Issei smiled while looking at Griselda, she approaches and hugs him tightly equally. Although this one lasted much longer than Dulio and Issei's. As she separated from the hug, Griselda looked at Issei with a cute smile. I see you haven't changed much. You're still the same as before. Ah. I'm always like this. I haven't changed at all since I was 12 or so, I think. Nice to meet you, brother Issei. At that moment, a beautiful girl approached a group of 3 boys. When everyone's gaze fell on her. She was a very beautiful Russian girl whom Griselda had met before. Oh, I think I remember you. I heard about you a while back. You're Marana, right? I heard you're one of the 3 strongest women of this generation. Issei finally broke away from the hug he had with Griselda to look at the girl his age. Although he was still embarrassed because of the hug. It's good to hear you know me. It will be easier to talk. I've heard a lot about you, you even joined the Russian Orthodox Church. One of the 5 exorcists with special powers. Issei smiled in an embarrassed manner. Oh god, I'm embarrassed when people tell me those things. I'm simply following a short path that I wish to become stronger. She approaches Issei and gets too close. Even Dulio and Griselda were surprised. Their lips were about to connect, although Issei was not embarrassed by that, nor was Marana herself. Your eyes are certainly very beautiful, brother Issei. I had heard that your eyes were special, but not that they were that beautiful. Marana said as she looked at Issei in a gentle way. Your eyes are beautiful too, Sister Marana. I would have liked to have normal beautiful eyes like yours. She smiled, quite blushing as she spoke to Issei in a shy and tender manner. Her voice was soft and tender. With that, Issei confirmed that Marana had mustered up the courage to approach him directly. Seeing her better, among the female exorcists. Marana was the most beautiful of all, although she was only 14 years old like him, Marana already had an impressive bust and a body to be desired just like Griselda. But at that moment, Issei felt a tremendous grip on his hand, as if it were almost about to break. Turning to see who it was, he looked at Griselda, who was pouting, although tender, it was obvious she was angry. Dulio was about to burst out laughing at his side. But Marana looked at Issei. It seems that she was already losing the courage to talk to him. She could be seen a little nervous in front of Issei, who kept his gaze on her currently, although Griselda squeezed his hand tightly. From what Vasco Strata-sama said. For a while in the facility where you are. Although many. I can't. The one who was speaking seemed to have lost her courage and ran away embarrassed due to Issei's gaze. Issei gave a brief chuckle when he saw how shy Marana was. Come on. I guess we should leave this institution, right? Yes. We are quite a few hours away from our institution. If we leave now, we will arrive in a few hours. In addition, a group has already left after becoming exorcists. It seems that the girl Marana was embarrassed, but it seems that she will accompany us for a while. Some of them even have missions that should start tomorrow. Nothing to us. I want to test my full strength. If I do it with Dulio, I'll defeat him in 1 second. Ha, who said that? Do you want to fight? Come on, glutton. If you want to vomit what you ate. Dulio took flight and a brief storm began to appear in the sky. The youngest ones were getting scared because for the first time they were going to witness the power of a Longinus. But Issei simply draws his sword and looks at Dulio with an overly murderous look. But at that moment, thump. Both were beaten by a person who looked at both boys with murderous eyes. I forbade them to fight. Or do you want to contradict me? Hearing those words, Issei simply sheathed his sword in fear and retreated alongside Mavis. Dulio just followed behind him. A few hours later, they had left in a vehicle for their institution. Previously, there had been quite a few elite exorcists at that institution, but several of them were sent to other organizations to pursue their missions. Only Issei, Dulio, Griselda, Jessica Lagerqvist and Marana remained in that organization. Issei rode alongside Marana as they traveled in the vehicle, something that Griselda didn't take too kindly to. At first, it was clear Marana was very embarrassed to talk to Issei, but after several minutes of Issei trying to start a conversation, they finally became more formal. Dulio, who was next to Griselda and seeing her angry, simply laughed to attract Griselda's attention. What's with that face, Griselda? Does it bother you to see Issei with your rival Marana? Griselda gives a slight sigh as she touches her heart. Dulio, tell me. Do you think that by upsetting me like this I'm breaking my vows as a nun? Well, no. In the end we broke our vows to join the church. Even though we have the rank that the church has given us. We have broken several of the vows because in the end we chose the vows to get married in the future and start a family. Although we must respect the 10 commandments as other rules. It is not against the rules to get angry because of an uncomfortable feeling we have. I feel. That envy is too great a sin. We have our vows, Griselda. We did it before we became exorcists, and today. For us, members of the church in heaven, a happy life is simply praying to our Lord for one more day of life. Griselda, seeing Issei, simply smiled. Maybe I was the crazy one from the beginning. Dulio, have you thought about what to do after you retire? Me? No idea, really. I haven't thought of anything like that yet. Maybe I'll just travel the world eating or something. In the end, our lives are very limited and I should use them to save as many people as possible. But at that moment a girl approaches Griselda. Dulio, can you give me some time with Griselda? Hearing Mavis, Dulio simply stands up from his seat to go where Mavis was before. As she sat down she smiled at him. It's the first time I've seen you think so much about something. Are you angry that Issei and the new girl are talking? Envy. The great sin and the one for which the archangel Penemu fell from heaven. Just purify your mind, Griselda. But why does it bother you? She touched her heart gently. Well. It's because you see Issei in a romantic way, right? She blushed and smiled at Mavis. Maybe I don't see it that way. But I see Dulio as a brother but not Issei. It has always been like that, I feel happy by his side and with his company. Mavis smiled upon hearing that and just stroked Griselda's head. Time will tell you the right answer, Griselda. But for now just stay with Issei and Dulio. A few hours passed until they arrived at their organization. They had returned to their old house as usual. Issei was in the kitchen preparing dinner as he normally does, but when he felt a presence, it led him to the living room. Inside were two people very familiar to them. Michael Sama and Gabriel Sama. Mavis said that looking at the two people. I heard you all came back and did my best to come and greet you. I'm glad you made it through this test. From now on, you're exorcists. Thank you. The three boys said that and lowered their heads a little in respect. Congratulations to the three of you. I expect a lot from you. Gabriel said with a beautiful smile. But Issei noticed. He couldn't hold it in any longer. So he smiled and looked into Gabriel's eyes for a few brief seconds, which only confirmed this. Michael notices this and smiles when he sees them. By the way, Issei, Dulio and Griselda. I want you to accompany Vasco on a mission. They are surprised to see Michael's serious face. Among the current exorcists, I can trust you. Since, after all, you know many of the church's dark secrets. Michael just walks over to touch the children's heads. In the end, the church has done some shady things over time, and one of them has been discovered by heaven. Many high-ranking church officials will fall with this. I want you guys along with Vasco Strada and some of the higher-ranking exorcists to go and seal off that area. Can you do it? It's Michael Sama's order. Of course we will. If it's for heaven's sake. It will always be a better idea. Michael smiled but put on a slightly sad smile. Maybe this is the first time for Dulio, but they're going to have to kill if Vasco gives them the order. After all, they're just traitors doing macabre experiments in the name of the church. But Issei sighed. As long as I am a sinner, I have no remorse. Tell me, Michael-sama. Do you want dinner? I just prepared dinner and made enough for you too. In the end, Issei gives a cute smile. If it's Issei's food, I'll definitely appreciate it. Finally, after a year, I'll be able to eat Issei's delicious food again. After dinner, Issei was in his room changing his clothes. When suddenly Gabriel comes in, surprised and embarrassed to see Issei. Gabriel-sama. Issei said softly. But she couldn't hold it in any longer and ran out and threw herself at Issei's body. In the end, Issei greeted her with a smile and a big hug. Due to the force, they both fell on Issei's bed where Gabriel simply hugged Issei very tightly. He equally returned Issei's hug, although he was very blushing when he felt Gabriel's body. But he just shook his head and forgot about that. He can't think of his wife like that. I missed you so much. The more he clung to Issei's body, the more he felt her affection for him. He had even summoned his 12 beautiful wings and hugged Issei with them, making a cocoon where they both came closer to the point of touching their foreheads and smiling while doing so. I missed you. I missed you so much. But finally I have you in my arms. So alone. So discouraged. Issei releases his hug and caresses Gabriel's cheek with a gentle motion. I'm here now, Gabriel. I missed you so much. Even being in your arms. Well, I was training and my bones were breaking and my hands were just bleeding. All I could think about was feeling that welcoming hug to heal completely. Gabriel had a very slight blush upon hearing Issei and simply bumped his cheek with Issei and stayed like that for several seconds until Issei says, Gabriel-sa. Gabriel. Remember that when we are alone I forbid you to call me Sama or my lady. When we are alone I am not Gabriel the Seraph. Nor are you Issei the Exorcist. Simply Issei and Gabriel. Gabriel whispered those words to Issei in a cheerful manner. In the end, she didn't stand up but placed her hands like a pillar, using Issei's body as a base. Due to the little thought she had of Gabriel's body and the great physical training Issei had, it was as if Gabriel had his hands on a soft doll. Tell me, Issei. Will you stay with me forever? Gabriel asked. I can live forever. So my mission is to be an exorcist for a long time and serve heaven forever. But Gabriel denied that. Not that. I mean to stay by my side forever. I want to have you as company forever. To be there when I want to talk. To have you as a support for me. Issei gave a beautiful smile as he looked at Gabriel. I will always be there to support you in what you need. Not just to tell you something nice that makes you feel momentarily good. You can be with me whenever you need it, and I want you to convince yourself that after so much loneliness, I am sure that a little light will shine on your path, and if it doesn't come by itself, I will light it for you, Gabriel. Hearing those soft words, Gabriel only clings even more to Issei's body with a smile and lies on his chest to say a few words that surprise Issei. Tonight I'm going to sleep with you. I want to stay here. That's impossible, Gabriel-sama. Issei said seriously. Remember, I slept here once. She said with a smile. That was when I was still a child. Although I still am since I'm only 14. But Gabriel-sama lives perfectly in heaven and wants to be uncomfortable next to me. If I'm next to you, it doesn't matter if I'm uncomfortable. Besides, sleeping on top of you is soft and soothing. You're like a big teddy bear. Besides, you told me that when I got back you were going to do whatever. I want to sleep on top of you. Issei sighed as he looked at his mistress. In the end he took her by her waist and left her on the bed. This one stops to stretch his body a little. Where are you going? Gabriel asked. I'll go take a bath. I'll be back in a few minutes. After several minutes Issei walked through the house wearing only his pajamas to come across a Griselda carrying a glass of water. Is something wrong? Issei asked. She gives a brief sigh. Nothing. I was just thinking about tomorrow's mission. Don't worry about it. Exorcist mission. Kill or be killed. We might run into fallen angels. But if you don't want to fight, leave everything to me. You must trust me. Griselda simply smiles and approaches Issei, kissing his cheek. I do. Much more than you think. As he retreated, leaving a rather blushing Issei. The next day. Issei, who had just woken up, finds Gabriel's face a few centimeters from his own. He had fallen asleep hugging Issei very tightly. But he was blushing, Gabriel's beautiful sleeping face and her body pressing against his, plus the hug she had against him. It left him fuming for several seconds. For him there was no person more beautiful than Gabriel in that world. The person who had saved him and the person for whom he would give his life without asking twice. Right now he had in his arms the most coveted person in the world and a person who rivals in beauty the most beautiful goddesses in the world. But in the end he just sighed. He doesn't want to think of her that way. Although he did want to get married in the future, he always wondered if he would find the person he would love in church life. 9. While thinking about that, a sweet Gabriel woke up from her sleep to give a big yawn, falling on Issei's chest. Tired. Good morning, Issei said in a sweet voice. But Gabriel approaches Issei and kisses his forehead. Good morning, Issei. I slept well. I'm glad to hear that. Won't he get into trouble for staying here all night? Issei asked. Possibly. But if I can be with Issei, I certainly don't mind listening to Oni-sama's nagging. That's it. MNNN. Good. But still. Gabriel just lays on Issei's chest as he continued to rest. Knock knock. Issei. Griselda had knocked on Issei's room door. What's wrong, Griselda? Issei asked. Vasco Strata-sama is already sending for us. The mission will be in half an hour. You must hurry. Issei was surprised at that. For being so calm while sleeping with Gabriel. He simply forgot about his duties as an exorcist. Okay. I'll be down in 10 minutes. At that moment you also remember something. Oh, that's right. I must give you your 2 birthday presents. Gabriel said as he got out of bed. At that moment, Issei saw Gabriel's beautiful body in his pajamas. A beautiful, voluptuous and very well-defined body. Although he was of average height, he made her look like her body was perfectly made. She stretched a little to look at Issei, who had just gotten out of bed. But she just approaches to hug him from behind with great affection. Issei is so soft. But he's still strong but so soft at the same time. It's weird, isn't it? I guess. As he breaks away from the embrace, Gabriel makes 2 magic circles and pulls out 2 boxes. One is quite large, while the other is quite small, fitting in Gabriel's palm. These are your birthday presents. I wanted to give you something better, but you wouldn't have accepted it. She first hands him the little one. When she opens it, she finds a small necklace. It looks something like a rosary, but it was a little different because it was decorated by Gabriel herself. This rosary was something I made a long time ago. But I want you to have it. So I feel like something of me is in you. Issei smiled upon hearing that and simply put it next to the one he was given when he became an exorcist. The other box was a bit large. Upon opening it, he could see some sort of combat clothing inside. I already gave one to both Griselda and Dulio. This one is yours. It was designed by Heaven for the exorcists, but was cancelled due to some issues. I spoke with Michael-sama and he gave me one for you. Though it was also given to a few others who are very close to the other seraphim. So the other seraphim have favorites. I wouldn't call them favorites. I'll tell you a secret. Heaven possibly wants to do the same thing as the demons. A reincarnation system for the angels. If that comes about soon, the seraphim will be the first to reincarnate humans into angels. Hearing that, Issei gets a little sad. But Gabriel instantly realizes what he's thinking. Wait. That's not what's happening between us. I do want to be with you and be close to you. He quickly approaches and hugs Issei. Do you think another seraph would do this? You are very precious to me, Issei. I want to reincarnate you to have you in heaven all to myself. For you to be by my side both in heaven and when I descend to earth. I want you to be the angel that is the knight of the seraph Gabriel and my company for eternity. Hearing those words from Gabriel that came from his heart, Issei just smiled and kissed his forehead. Maybe because of the emotion of those words or because he felt very happy to see that he is precious to Gabriel. Issei simply kissed his forehead. Feeling that brief kiss from Issei on his forehead. Gabriel is a little surprised and a very light blush covers his face and his heart feels a slight jump. At that moment, a magic circle appears near Gabriel. Gabriel. Where are you? We have an urgent meeting in heaven. You have 5 minutes to get there. Hearing his brother somewhat upset, Gabriel is surprised and quickly grabs his clothes. I was going to invite you to breakfast. But it seems you're too fast. Yeah. Sorry. I'll be back tonight. I heard about a pretty good book. If there is a light tea and a book, my presence will be there. Gabriel smiles and makes a magic circle to disappear from the room. 20 minutes later. Dulio and Griselda, along with several high-level exorcists, were in the courtyard, where several new exorcists were also gathered. Many of the new ones were surprised to see several high-level exorcists gathered in the same area. Even Dulio and Griselda thought it was a high-level mission for several of them to be there. Griselda, watching, even ran into Marana, who was in the group. It seems I arrived on time. Recognizing the voice, Griselda and Dulio watched as Issei joined the group. Just like them, he was wearing the clothes Gabriel had given him for his birthday. So you put on your combat clothes anyway. The church gave free rein to what our combat attire is. So this isn't bad, aside from the fact that it's like we're coated in light energy to stop dark attacks. Everyone is ready. Upon hearing that voice, everyone turned to the entrance of the organization. Vasco Strada could be seen standing next to one of the Vatican messengers. The Vatican gave us this mission to complete. It's a high-level mission in which we'll encounter even high-level fallen angels. Which is why it's quite dangerous. It's time to go. They all left the organization in special vehicles from heaven. There were a total of 40 high-level exorcists, along with Vasco Strada. After 2 hours of walking, they had arrived at a large forest. It was still heavenly territory, so there were no problems with humans in that area. At the entrance to the Basque forest, they stopped briefly with the messenger. Within this forest lies one of the Vatican's organizations carrying out one of the most important projects for heaven. The Holy Sword Project. It is one of the Catholic Church's secret projects that aims to create a natural bearer of holy swords. Issei, Giulio, and Griselda were somewhat surprised by that. A natural wielder was very rare in many ways. That was why Issei had been highly praised for being a natural wielder of 2 sacred swords. The project was going well. But the person in charge of this organization and project, Valper Galilei, allied himself with the fallen angels and is carrying out very sinister projects involving the children within this organization. Our mission is to defeat the fallen angels and bring Valper Galilei to God's justice. Yeah. But even with that initiative, some were very uncomfortable. Although everyone there knows the secret history of the church, that's why Vasco had chosen that group of young people. After all, everyone knows how dark the church is in some institutions. I'm sorry you're all confused and terrified. But heaven is shutting down every organization that's doing inhuman things and trespassing on the God's territory. We'll see the dark side of the church as we defeat those who break their vow to heaven. Hearing those words from the heart of that man, who, even knowing all this, continues to serve God. A new feeling enters his heart. Great justice for those who betray heaven. So let's go. Everyone begins to enter the forest. And the moment they enter they feel an uncomfortable sensation. Issei and others instantly realize this. Although they all notice how everything changed to a beautiful night full of stars and at the entrance it began to snow. A long-range barrier. That's not something any fallen angel or person from the church can do. Issei said, who was in front with Vasco. Someone very high level was here. A cadre? Issei asks. Vasco just kept silent. At that moment, a loud sound was heard throughout the area. It was something similar to a high-frequency alarm. Nothing to kill, just to alarm. It seems they've realized. Everyone move as you wish. I just want Valper Galilei alive. Vasco shot forward. In the distance, among the trees, several fallen angels could be seen, like rogue exorcists, coming straight for the group. Issei just sighed. Giulio and Griselda took flight. Both Giulio made several magic circles. Griselda summoned an arc of light. Several spears of light went straight to the group. But Issei just raised his hand and stopped all the attacks with ease. See you in a bit. Boom. Issei shot out and just like Vasco, he went straight towards the enemies. He hit a fallen angel with enough force to knock it out in one hit. In the end, it was a low-level fallen angel. An intense fight had begun between the fallen angels and stray exorcists and the exorcists. As Issei and the group looked ahead, it seemed that the enemies would not end no matter how much they killed, they came out in large groups. Issei, who was ahead after Vasco, got lost somewhere. Some approached him in the fight. At that moment, a large number of light spears were shot into the air and others came from the sky. It was as if the sky had lit up due to the large number of light spears. Hup. But they were all stopped by Issei. Using his time ability. After having trained my skill I have expanded his tango to be stopped. A certain amount of commotion arose among the group of fallen angels and exorcists. They probably didn't expect that such a large number of attacks would be stopped with a simple movement. While using his ability stopping all the attacks, Issei snapped his fingers. The bubbles took on a different color while the attacks were wrapped by some letters. They're yours. Issei aimed at the enemies and the hundreds of attacks moved with great speed towards them again. All those fallen angels were hit by his attacks together. As they fell, the exorcists looked on in surprise at the large number that fell in an instant. Looking at Issei they saw how his golden eye shone quite brightly, it even seemed like his essence was coming out of his own eye while he used it. Bomb. A huge fireball hits the group of exorcists who were watching in surprise. Bomb. Bomb. Several explosions began to happen as the high-level exorcists began their attack. Fush. Several spears of light struck some of the remaining fallen angels. It had been a double attack by Marana and Griselda, and they both looked at each other in surprise. Their attacks were different parts than the others. while Griselda's were incredibly fast. Mirana's did incredible damage. Issei-kun. We should have fully advanced now. There are still several enemies left. Julio said this while attacking the enemies with several elemental attacks. He looked into the distance to see that there were still many enemies left and saw another rather intense fight in the distance. Yes. I'm going to advance forward. I suppose you'll go to the sides. Further ahead I saw enemies with more than 4 wings. Be careful. Issei's feet took on a bright hue and he disappeared from the area where he was. But Julio could see the silhouette of this one moving at a speed beyond what he imagined. Did he accelerate his own time? Julio wondered. But as he shot out, Issei used his sword and glided through the air, brandishing his sacred sword. He cut them down without any problem using his great strength and skill. Because of that, many of the exorcists were cornered by Issei's attacks and grouped together with others. At that moment it was Julio. He was making the enemies bathe with one of his flames. This one covered several exorcists with several walls of flames. Flames appeared in all directions and stopped the exorcists, completely surrounding him. There, sealing their movement, they slowly fell. Burning the oxygen, those exorcists gradually suffocated inside that cage. Did you hesitate to kill them? Griselda asked. I'm still not entirely sure about this. Killing those people. Doesn't that make me the very thing we want to destroy? It's justice, Brother Julio. Mirana approaches this one who was hesitating and says. They do many cruel things. They destroy and steal lives. They never doubt what they do. You must not doubt, Brother Julio. In the end, doubting causes others to be defeated. With those words, Mirana followed the advancing group. Julio and Griselda looked into each other's eyes, then sighed and continued on their mission. A few minutes before. I want to live. A brief thought came to a young man's mind. His life had been a simple torture. As a test subject and as one of the children gathered for the church's project. They gathered a group of children like him, without family and with a special ability useful for their project, in order to create people capable of wielding the holy sword. Day after day, they were experimented on, even though it was full of harsh experiences, when they were told that they would be able to become special beings chosen by God, his comrades, and he never had the slightest bit of fear. But today, everything suddenly changed. Suddenly they were all discarded. All after having felt several explosions outside. They were taken to a room and filled with gas. Their hands became paralyzed, their legs stopped moving, and they began to feel intense pain throughout their body, as if their nervous system had been cut off. Many fluids including tears and blood came out of his body, and pain dominated him. Then, his consciousness weakened. He was already on the verge of death. Many of his comrades died before his eyes. He didn't know what was happening at first. He even thought it was an experiment. I had never imagined that those researchers were trying to do something special with them and believed in the same God as them. In the end they showed their fangs at them. The first died, then the second. His friends died one after another. He finally understood the situation he was in, as his turn to die drew ever closer. Finally, his turn came. He was taken to the center of the room, and a group of researchers in protective clothing filled the room with the gas, while the bodies trembled in fear. More earthquakes were occurring. You could even see the researchers getting nervous about something. After all, something was happening in the lab, that was their thought. But even if he held his breath, there was a limit to that. He began to inhale the gas slowly and accept it into his body with each breath. His body was attacked by intense pain and cramps. His vision blurred. He fell to his knees and tried to ease the pain that was running through his body by caressing some parts of his body until one of his comrades pushed one of the researchers who was nervous because the last tremor had been felt even in the building. After forcing the door open, his comrades shouted to him that he was in a less critical condition than them. Go. At least you should survive. Hearing that, he immediately got up and escaped from the room. I didn't want to die. With only that in mind, he managed to escape from the investigators after finding a way out. As he came out, he saw how everything was turning into pure destruction. He could see how other exorcists were fighting with fallen angels and other exorcists. He couldn't differentiate who were the good ones or the bad ones. But he didn't think about that and managed to escape. Hi. Don't let him get away. However, a group of men began to chase him. Inside the forest, as the snow fell, he just kept running away. He began to remember his days in the lab while he was escaping. He and his comrades had made a promise to become special beings. They ate, sang, and laughed together. However, they all died. He managed to escape. The opportunity that was given to him. I was going to survive and his consciousness began to fade. With all the pain running through his body. A desire for revenge began to be born. Against them. The creators of the project. Excalibur. I wasn't going to forgive them. At that moment. It fell apart. The people behind him almost caught up with him. In the end he couldn't even escape. Wow. Shit. Slash. Brief gasps could be heard. When he turned around, he realized the men following him had been killed by someone. It was a teenager who looked a year or two older than him. His combat gear made him look like an exorcist. But his eyes were drawn completely to him. He began to approach little by little. Will he kill him? Seeing his sword that was so sharp that not even blood could stay on the edge, he was filled with fear and acceptance. But he touched her head, and a great tranquility flooded her body when she felt that warm hand and some soft words that she barely understood. Issei. Good. Worry. Save. They will try. Good. It looked like an encrypted message. But he didn't decide to look at it anymore and looked in front of him. He was unable to move his fingers now. His death from the poison was evident. Would he be able to move forward even a little further? He didn't want their deaths to be in vain. He just wanted to stay alive. As his consciousness faded, a crimson color appeared before his eyes. When he raised his head, a crimson-haired woman was standing in front of him. He was able to see her smile even though his vision was blurred. What do you want most? Those were the last words I heard. Issei now had two new people in front of him. One was a crimson-haired girl his own age, and the other was a man who looked to be in his 30s. From the girl's body he didn't feel a great power, but rather a feeling that was difficult for him to describe. But the man felt a great pressure coming out of his body. But he wasn't going to turn back. But what a girl like him had her strange eyes. The beautiful crimson-haired girl had beautiful eyes the color of her hair, but these had a flower pupil. Very similar to Issei's golden eye, these had a very incandescent color. Until in the end he simply sighs. You're Ria's Gremory, right? Issei said that while looking at the girl. Correct. Said the girl. Issei sheathed his sword and began to approach the girl. The man, who also had a sword at his side, was trying to unsheath it. That boy wasn't ordinary after all. Seeing the speed with which he approached them before killing the enemies, it wasn't ordinary. He was a first-class fighter. Also, seeing his eyes, I knew he wasn't ordinary after all. The holy power emanating from his sword made it clear that it was a high-level holy sword. But Rias puts her arm stopping him. She is equally approaching the boy. He felt something inside him like a feeling difficult to describe. When they were standing in front of each other. Rias puts her hand out expecting something from Issei. He approaches her and kisses her hand formally. Ria's Gremory. At your service. Issei Vermilion. At your service Ria's Gremory. The man next to her was surprised by their formality. He didn't understand why the situation had changed so much. May I ask why you are in these parts? Were you the one who gave the information to the church? Issei asked. Rias just smiled upon hearing Issei. Who knows? I don't like it when people treat others that way. My Oni-chan just sent a message and I just came to see how everything develops. Issei smiled upon hearing it. But he saw Ria's gaze fixed on the boy. Are you going to take him, Issei? Rias asked. That's the idea. But. Issei gave a short sigh. I'll take care of him now. It's okay. It's better that he's with the demons. Than with the real demons who treated him that way. I'll take good care of him. Even though he died. Rias said looking at the boy's body. Issei gives a brief sad look at the boy. Using his cross he injected a lot of sacred energy into his body, cleansing all the toxic fumes from his body. I'll leave it in your hands, Ria's Gremory. Our conversation will be short, but it was a pleasure meeting you. It was the same from me. Issei Vermilion. Can I call you Issei? Sure, if it's not too much trouble. Okay. Can I call you Miss Rias or Rias, is that okay? It's fine with Rias. Another day when we meet, invite me a cup of tea. I accepted it politely. Is it a date? Issei said with a smile. It's a date. Rias said with a beautiful smile. Issei turned his back on Rias and simply continued walking into the distance, raising his hand and waving from afar. Miss Rias. The man beside her took the child in his arms. Akita. That boy was quite powerful. Yes. He was. He must be a high-level exorcist. Although he looked to be the same age as you. Yes. He was still very polite to me. What would you do with this young lady? Will we bury him? Rias stares at the boy's body. There was a lot of blood, it touched his forehead. Although I didn't come looking for anyone around here. I'll believe in fate this time. Maybe this meeting with Issei and him was something fate intended. Akita, let's go to Oni-sama. It's time to use the pieces. Issei, who was walking through the forest, looked around and saw that although the fights had subsided, the number of fallen angels was still high. However, a very intense fight caught his attention. Tink. Vasco Strada laid his sword on the ground and gasped for air. The enemy in front of him was equally hurt, but the difference was noticeable. You're not as young as you used to be, are you? You've lost your old touch. You're the one causing all of this. Gabriel. Gabriel, one of the highest level fallen angels in Grigori. Man, you're already too old to face me. If it had been, I don't know, 40 or 30 years earlier, maybe you would have put up a better fight like that time. If it had been my younger self I would have definitely killed you already. But you're not, old man. How interesting that you made an attack of this magnitude. You killed almost all of my followers. So you were the one who caused Valp Galilei to take this course. Come on. I just told him I wanted someone who could use the holy swords, and Valper Galilei followed me. But wasn't it the church that started this cruel thing? You who call yourselves followers of God doing such cruel things. Playing with human genetics and pretending to be gods, and all of it behind heaven's back. I'm not going to lie. The church has done some very cruel things in these times. But none of them compare to what you did to these children. Project Sigurd. Project Holy Sword. Those are some of the few projects you guys have had to have powerful exorcists. Clone people. Do you want to reach God's territory by being cruel? But at that moment, several magical attacks went at an unreal speed towards Gabriel. They were fast, even for him it was difficult to dodge them. He put one of his wings to stop the attack. But he was surprised to see the power behind those attacks. Boom. 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 Several explosions occurred in that area. At that moment, Gabriel could be seen emerging from the smoke with part of his clothing torn and one wing charred and part frozen. At that moment he saw someone come down from the heavens carrying great magical power. Zenith Tempest. The second most powerful Longinus and its wielder Dulio. If he's here, that means the top rankers of the old generation are here as well. But an immense thirst for blood invaded his body. He felt like a monster had stopped behind him, showing its most poisonous fangs. There wasn't even time to turn around. He only felt and saw a great flash of light. For a small sound of someone unsheathing a sword. Flash. Swing. Swing. Fush. He moved as fast as he could to avoid the attack or his death at its hands. But it was quite difficult to dodge. The attack suddenly became much faster. Thump. Two of his wings had been cut off, just as his arm had a rather deep wound due to a subsequent cut from Vasco. This attack rendered it useless. When he was in the air, an attack of light had momentarily blinded him, and he felt several attacks penetrate one of his wings and another arm. As he fell to the ground, when he began to see momentarily, someone was by his side instantly. Using his open palm he attacks Gabriel. Reverse Ryu. Thump. He'd felt as if his entire body had shaken as he received that powerful blow. Even everything behind him shook like the forest and the ground itself. It had been a powerful human martial arts blow. It had suddenly knocked all the wind out of him, nearly breaking a rib. That powerful combination of attacks, besides being powerful, had been swift. It all happened in a few seconds. He managed to get as far away as he could when he was given a short time. In the distance, close to Vasco, he could see 4 boys. One of them had been the one who had cut off 2 of her wings and dealt her that powerful blow. One of the ones flying had been the one who had hit her with elemental attacks, and the other 2 girls had combined their light attacks to make one of her wings stop working. Gabriel wasn't lying, that combination of hits was quite terrifying. He was lucky to have dodged some of those attacks. I understand now. According to my informant at the church, they must be the top ranked of the old generation. Dulio Gesualdo, the wielder of Zenith Tempest, Griselda and Marana, who can use light without being an angel, and last one must be the wielder of Aim no Marakumo. Issei Vermilion. Even so, his eyes look strange. That shows that they must be special eyes. They didn't tell me about that. Are you okay, Sensei Vasco? Issei asked. Yeah. I'm just too old for this stuff. What happened on the other side? We saved several of the children just now. Brother Dethelm is currently healing them. They were all poisoned to erase the evidence. Although some died because we didn't arrive in time, said Griselda, who was coming with Marana. We have already stopped the advance of the fallen angels. I captured Valper Galilei while he was trying to escape. I left him in the hands of the other exorcists, Issei said. But he got into position to continue fighting like the other boys. Can he keep fighting? Dulio asked Vasco. I can't take it anymore. I'm so tired, Vasco said. Looks like I'll have to get back in shape again, ha 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 ha. But Vasco looked closely at Gabriel. He knew he felt between a rock and a hard place. Can you defeat him? He asked. Well, let's try it. But at that moment, a huge earthquake shook the entire area. Everyone was shocked by the magnitude of the earthquake. Gabriel, seeing this situation, made a magic circle and escaped at great speed. The moment Gabriel retreated, the entire barrier began to disappear. The earthquake was felt for several seconds, and luckily the base had withstood the quake. What was that? Issei asked. An earthquake. But that wasn't done on purpose. A natural one. But this is weird. At that moment, everyone went back and put away their weapons, and Issei gave Vasco his shoulder so he could walk normally. But once they reached the main area, they could see the several children who had survived the poison gas asleep while the exorcists cared for them, not yet curing everyone. A little further away, they could see the exorcists and the captured Valper Galilei. In the end, there was a cadre intervening in everything. Vasco said. The fallen angel Cacabiel. If I remember correctly, the parents are at the level of a Satan-class demon, right? Dulio asked. Yes. Satan-class demons are truly powerful, given that in the end they are the most powerful demons at the level of a Mau. Although in the underworld from what I heard there are few and those don't even get involved in politics or anything. Issei said, who was on a branch reading a very normal book. But at that moment a rather agitated exorcist arrives at a safe zone. Vasco Stratasama. An urgent message from the Vatican. All the exorcists were surprised to hear that and looked at the messenger, who arrived quite agitated. The message comes directly from heaven. All high-level exorcists must return to their organizations quickly. A terrible chaos is approaching the three factions currently. Something that surprised the group. A message straight from heaven. Several minutes ago. Underworld. Lucifid. This was arguably the most peaceful city in the underworld. It was the city guarded by the current demon king Lucifer, one of the most powerful demons of all time and a hero of the ancient war. It's like saying it would be a dream city to live in. But today. Boom. Boom. Explosions on one side and on the other. People running and two large forces colliding. The city had become a veritable pandemonium. The exchange of demonic auras could be seen flying across the countryside from a distance. The urban district had erupted in panic and residents were running, screaming and crying, desperately pleading for help. The deeper into the city, the more destruction was seen. There were fallen troops lying on the road from left to right. The capital had already become a battlefield. In the streets, troops from the current and former governments exchanged attacks, engaged in furious combat. Isn't it a good show, Euclid? A demon asked calmly. Yes. Lord Rizavam. Rizavam live and Lucifer looked around. There were corpses of Lucifid residents who couldn't escape the tragedy everywhere. 3 minutes. That's the time we have before the other Mau arrive at Lucifid. Will that be the time needed to escape? Yes. Even less. I don't want to face Urziches at any cost. If he comes and sees all this, his fury will increase and well. Ooh. He walked through the city as if nothing had happened. Further ahead was the old Lucifer castle. It had once been his home, along with his mother Lilith and his father Lucifer. But at that moment, several great works began to arrive in the underworld. In the distance, a fire giant could be seen. It seems the Mau servants are arriving. Let's go. He quickened his pace. Upon entering the castle, he quickly entered the basement, and through the basement, he used another secret passage. But he could already feel it. Two large auras had reached the city. Even Euclid's skin crawled at the sensation. But Rizavam was surprised. They instantly quickened their pace. He went down as fast as he could to the deepest basement there was. He reached a room that looked simple but had a large chest in the center. This is the seal imposed by my mother Lilith. The seal of the eternal chest. It is so powerful that I would even say it can seal the entire Dragon Kings. Crash. Two people had arrived at the basement instantly. Rizavam. The Mau Lucifer and Beelzebub. Surziches Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub. What a nice reunion, Surziches. We haven't seen each other in about 300 years. How's your wife doing? But he instantly launched himself towards this one. But someone intervened between him and Rizavam. Thump. He tried to hit him, but Surziches dodged it easily. Long time no see. Surziches is surprised to see the person in front of him. Euclid. Late. Release the seal. The blood-soaked sword that Rizavam was holding in his hand was thrust into the chest quite forcefully. Trump. Boom. A huge explosion occurred in Lucifid. The burst of power was so great that it shook the earth itself. Both Issei and Grigori instantly realized what had happened. They weren't hundreds. They were thousands of demons, no. Even millions were coming out of Lucifer's castle. It was such a large number that the skies themselves were darkening. But they weren't ordinary demons after all. They were demons who were in the Great War of the three factions. They were highly trained soldiers. The number was absurdly high. Even among them there were demons with high power levels. Rizavam Sama. A demon appeared before him. He could feel the incredible aura surrounding it. It was clearly a demon very different from the others. Oh Abdusius, long time no see. Tell me, how was your time on the seal? Nothing out of the ordinary. Although I'm not at my best. I lost a lot of power within the seal. It'll take me a while to regain it. Sorry. Okay. Tell me where the other 10 are. Rizavam asked. They are on another seal. They were divided from the beginning by Our Lady. I see. It seems like it will take us a while. It's time to go to the old base. Can you take us all? Rizavam asked. I understand. My lord. He snapped his fingers. In front of Surziches and Ajuka. The great army disappeared in an instant. Everyone was shocked to see how that great army disappeared in an instant. Even those who were fighting with the current government disappeared instantly. Space-time powers. He must be a demon who handles space very well to disappear everyone instantly. Surziches. In the end we lost. He just remained silent when he heard his partner Ajuka. True Vatican. A few days after the incident at the former Holy Swords organization, several high-level exorcists with great potential were summoned for a meeting. Among them were Issei, Giulio, Griselda, and Marana, who was staying at the same organization as the group. After all the problems and the saving of several young people, the church has found itself in a cycle of destruction. The different organizations that were playing God to create different soldiers or ancient heroes were damaging the principles that God had instilled in them. Because of this, the church has split into several parts due to all these internal problems, although the Pope, the highest authority under heaven, has begun to move his pieces together with the high commands of the church. 1. Because of this, a large portion of the exorcists have been excluded to prevent further internal problems from spreading. The entire group, being exorcists of great potential, was aware of all this due to their connections to the high command, some even to angels. It was a large number of high-level exorcists. There were more than 200 of them. In front of them were several cardinals and the Pope himself. We'll make the explanation simple. Vasco Strada said while putting on a serious face. A few days ago, an event occurred on the part of the demons. Everyone here surely already knows the only son of Lucifer. Rizavum Livan Lucifer. 1. Hearing that name, everyone is shocked. He wasn't an ordinary demon after all. Even being enemies of their own faction. Rizavum Livan Lucifer was the Liban son of Lilith and the original Lucifer. Being the successor to the title and the prince of the underworld, he was an extremely important figure in all of supernatural Christianity. The mention of that name makes them understand that the situation is more serious than it is. Rizavum Livan Lucifer attacked the capital of the underworld a few days ago, and with it, he released an immense amount of demons from the First Great War. Hearing that, everyone in the room became scared as several murmurs began to be heard. Everyone wondered if another war could start or even who the real enemies were. This news came straight from heaven and was sent by the demon kings. It is not clear who Rizavum sees as an enemy, but the three great factions are in a crisis without a doubt. The amount of demons was insane, and it is unknown what plans he has behind it and what that demon wants to do. We the church could be a very normal target for it. The fact of it all is that there is a great threat that can destroy the church, and we as children of God must avoid all of that. Because of that, the number of missions for high-level exorcists will be greatly reduced. We need the greatest number in several important facilities of the church, the Pope said. At that, a rather elderly exorcist stands up and, bowing his head, asks to speak. Without hesitation, the Pope gives him the floor. If we reduce the number of missions for high-level exorcists, we should send several rookie exorcists on those kinds of missions. Considering that those kinds of missions are clearly about fighting high-class demons, powerful vampires, or evil spirits. Aren't we going to lose a lot of young people in all this? Yes. Edward replied. Heaven has given us a clear order of things since just like us, they are tied hand and foot. But we must not doubt, many young people have great potential. But, even so, it is not that the veteran exorcists do not continue receiving missions. They will continue to be given them, but to a lesser extent and not so far away. An attack by those demons can occur at any time. We must avoid that. The church is the highest authority in heaven here on earth. If that is destroyed, many problems can happen. What he said was correct. But even so, there was a bad taste in my mouth. The amount of land the church in the name of heaven controls was immense. Of the three factions, it was the most numerous. Because of that, all the veteran exorcists with great powers were divided into various places. Even the true Vatican, which is somewhat hidden, is being protected quite a bit, even by angels. Since several important archives are located there. For now, we'll list the many who will have to split up to much more remote locations. Some will remain in their usual areas. But, even if you don't have it in mind, the problem is more serious than it is. It just seems a bit troublesome for now. But it's something that even the three factions wouldn't expect. After that, many began to retreat. Issei and the group had to stay due to Vasco Strada's request. For several minutes until they were finally called by Vasco, they were taken to a fairly safe room. Within this area, apart from Vasco Strada, there were other high-ranking church officials. Aside from Issei, there were other groups, but it seems that after speaking, they began to withdraw from the scene. Issei, Giulio, Marana and Griselda. I have something for you. The four boys kneel in front of the man waiting for orders. Well, Giulio, I'd like you to go to America. Something is happening in the mountainous areas. When you arrive there, you'll be given the details. I'd like to send everyone to the same place, but a lot of trouble started suddenly. Yes, I understand. Marana. Griselda. I want you both to go straight to Russia. To Marana's hometown. Marana is surprised when she hears this and looks at Vasco Strata. Excuse me Vasco Strata-sama. Did something happen to my people? Too. Ha. You better go to Russia today. Vasco Strata said. And lastly. Issei, I want you to go to Japan. Especially to Kuo, strange things are happening in that place. According to reports, it is an area controlled by demons. The church in the area was demolished due to the demons in the area. Everyone, this is a reconnaissance and investigation mission. These 3 missions are of unknown origin, but we must investigate. Excuse me, Mr. Vasco Strata. But since it's an area controlled by demons, wouldn't it be better for them to control their things? Issei asked. That would be the normal thing to do. One of the high command said. But it seems to be in reference to a rogue exorcist who may be causing chaos in the area. If the story is correct, we would like you to bring him before God's judgment. I understand. Issei said. These are your first missions, it is clear that you have the power to complete them easily. But I only tell you, never doubt, never despair. Doing so causes us to have problems with ourselves. Passing judgment on ourselves. That is something we must ask ourselves. But in the long run of our lives you will understand. This life is not easy. Following God is our only consolation. After several minutes, all the resources for the mission of the 4 were delivered to him. Once outside the room, the 2 were gathered in the Vatican dining room, having a bite to eat due to the length of the 2 meetings. They've already started dividing us. Even so, it seems they are somewhat simple missions. Issei said to the boys. These were quite striking, even though they were new to being exorcists. Each one stood out because of how special they were. Well, I heard there are good dishes in the United States. Maybe I'll stay there a few more days. Dulio said. That's your thing, Dulio. Typical of Dulio. Marana and Griselda said. Now seeing what's happening, do you think the earthquake that happened in that fight was due to the demons? An earthquake in that type of place seems strange to me, and even more so with the type of response the High Command is giving us. Issei said. That's a possibility. Dulio said. It's a possibility that all the events that are happening start to happen after that seal is opened. Ha, this is boring. Because we have to solve some problems of the demons. Marana-san. Do you want us to leave now? Griselda asked. Everyone had noticed the worried face the girl had on her. Having been told that her family's village was in danger, an intense concern is in her heart. Marana-san. Hey. Please, when you're ready we can take the plane. The girl said with a slightly downcast face. I'd like to go with you. But my trip to Japan leaves in 3 hours. Gabriel-sama will definitely get angry. Dulio said as he looked at Issei. I'll take him a souvenir. I'll try to finish this as soon as possible. I'll see if I can come back in a week. I wish you luck. We're going to separate again. Dulio said a little sadly. We are great forces. Keeping us together is certainly a waste of time, as long as we face powerful enemies we can gather together perhaps. Even so, perhaps we can do something as a group in the future. Griselda said. For now, let's complete our missions. They just need to be completed quickly. To avoid future problems. The higher-ups are afraid of an attack from the demons. Upon hearing Issei. Everyone just accepted that. In the end, they returned to their respective areas where they lived to leave a few hours later for the airport. Right there they split up. Issei, who had left for Japan, gave a brief sigh. He didn't say it openly. But he hated flying on planes. Every time he arrived it was very strange to always be the center of attention because of his eyes and his clothing. Luckily this time he was able to get more normal clothes and he stored his sword in a different place. Although it was a little difficult for him to hide it, he couldn't hide his eyes that attract attention. Apart from the fact that by his physique he looks like a young man of about 17 years old and he is still a child. While he was on the plane he was able to notice something. How big the world is and how closed off he'd been. He lived for almost 12 years locked away in a village out of fear for his parents, given how special he is. Maybe in the future, he'll be able to take a vacation to enjoy that world a bit. But in the end he only gave a slight smile to get some sleep. The journey was long. Japan airport. Issei sighed a little, now he had to make a long trip to Kuo. Luckily some members of the nearby churches would give him the chance to get closer to the city. A few hours later. Kuo. Night. At the city entrance, Issei sighed even more, just like at the airport. Almost a day's journey. The church members brought him to the city entrance and they went to the nearest town. Because it's a city controlled by demons, the few nearby church members stay in apartments in the city center. He began to walk lightly towards the city while looking around at the beautiful city that was Kuo. In the distance. A bat watched Issei's arrival with great interest. Another area. I see. Silver hair and strange eyes. I think I know who it is. Ria's Gremory looked at the enormous paperwork in front of her, and while she was in her apartment and taking classes at the demonic school, she also controlled the city that had been recently handed over to her. It was a bit tedious, but she had to show good results to her older brother Surzich's. "Is something wrong, Rias?" asked Akeno Himejima, the current queen of Rias. "It seems that someone strange has arrived in the city. It seems to be an exorcist due to the strong stench of holy powers." Exorcists? So, the church finally sent someone to solve the problem of the ex-exorcists in the area? Possibly. I've told you, the church always likes to silence those who step out of line. From what I see, the exorcist who arrived is a first-class one. We must keep an eye on him. Closely watched. According to Oni-sama's report, several low-class and even high-class demons have been killed in this area. Luckily, this apartment is being watched so that the slightest attempt to enter or force the door will activate a magic circle to the underworld. Then this problem will fix itself. Possibly. Although the exorcist will surely come to ask permission from the leaders of this area. Well, I'll see him tomorrow. By the way, what's going on in the underworld? Akeno asked. Rias makes a complicated face in front of that. Ani-sama and everyone are very nervous. My mother and father have the idea of going out to the human world to a place a little far from the world until the problem is over. It seems that new enemies appeared for the leaders. I see. Back with Issei. This one had reached the apartment area. Seeing it, it was something second-rate, but something like that was a castle to the church members. Many of the exorcists were people who had lost a lot in life or were there to redeem themselves from various sins they had committed. Some could live in poverty while others have simply been orphans. For Issei, everything, whether low or high class, was the same. If he didn't eat one day or ate one day, it was the same to him. He prays to God when there is something to eat and when there isn't. He prays to God to be alive. He was the kind of person he was and who has formed that kind of character, a bit silent and satisfied with everything. Hello. This must be Issei's brother, right? The person appeared behind him, you could see he was carrying something in bags. Yes, I'm from the Vatican. They sent me to these areas for a few days. The person who appeared was a girl with a very Japanese appearance. Apparently, she was originally from Cow City. She was quite beautiful in Issei's eyes, and he could see a slight hint of another country in her. She made a euphoric face when she saw Issei. They told me that brother Issei was so beautiful. I wouldn't have stayed on the side of the church. It's a pleasure to meet you, brother Issei. My name is Shira and I'm 23 years old. My older brother is the one who controls this thing about the exorcist's condos, but due to an urgent mission to the United States, he left me in charge. I hope we get along. Issei gave a beautiful smile as he looked at the girl. It will be a pleasure. My name is Issei Vermilion, I belong to the branch of the Catholic Church. But I come on behalf of the Vatican to this mission. I see. Please let me take you to your room. A few minutes later, Issei was taken to the third floor. But something he could notice was that the building was very empty. There were only a few exorcists and it was because they lived in the area. Door. This will be your room. It's next to my room. Breakfast is served at 7, lunch at noon, and dinner at 9. If you need anything, let me know. I'll go prepare dinner. You're probably tired. Why don't you go to bed? I'll call you when dinner is ready. Thank you so much. Could you do me a favor before you go? Could you hand me the report? I remember being told the details were in here. I understand. I'll give it to you after dinner. I see. Thanks. I'll take a shower in the meantime. Several minutes later, Shira was walking toward Issei's room, holding a tray with his dinner. But the moment she opened the door, she got a big surprise. Issei was simply tied with a towel around his waist, while his body was still a little wet due to the bath. The moment she sees him, a slight blush appears on the girl. Ah. Excuse me. She got nervous instantly. Issei for his part just smiled. It had happened to him so many times with his stepmother Mavis that it seemed normal. Sorry, it's my fault. I'm a bit lazy to lock the door. Please, just leave the dinner there. He said a little embarrassed. But she was stunned for several seconds. Shira? Issei asked. Ah, excuse me, brother Issei. She said, a little embarrassed to leave her plate on one of the tables in the room. Little by little, she was going to leave, but the moment Issei turned his back, she left. After a while, Shira sat while watching Issei read some documents. They hadn't told me that several exorcists have already died. Issei said. Strange. Shira said. Several of the exorcists in the area must have already sent some messages. 2 people have died trying to capture that exorcist. It is a very serious problem. We are a little afraid since we are an easy target for him. But we are a little safer. The exorcists who live in this complex are those who only exorcise evil spirits and have a low fighting level. But we are a little safer. We did not expect the Vatican to send one of its high-level exorcists. As she said that, she glanced at the holy sword to the side. She was not very expert in the subject of swords, but she knew that this was one of the most powerful holy swords in the hands of the church. Issei was very little known, due to Heaven's wishes to prevent Issei from being taken to other factions. Very few people outside of the High Command and the exorcists of that generation knew about him. So, do you have any information on that exorcist? We only know that he has a wound on his cheek, a large scar that was made by one of the exorcists who came to this area earlier. I see. I'll try to finish this quickly. Tomorrow I'll try to catch him. I see. Then, I'll take my leave. I'm not very close to the exorcists. Since it's my brother who controls all this, I don't know the protocols very well. Don't worry, Shira-san. I'll take care of everything. I see. A few hours later. A high-level exorcist. Said a person on a throne. Yes, boss. It seems the Vatican sent someone to erase this permanently. I don't know if I'll have time to kill the daughter of the Grimoires. Please, give me the opportunity to become one of yours. Someone said on their knees. Not until you prove your worth. But change of plans, you said the boy carries a holy sword, right? Yes, Japanese sword, boy with strange eyes and silver hair. That's his description. The man said. The person on the throne was left wondering. Could it be that brat who was with Vasco Strada? If it's him, the Vatican sent a monstrously powerful piece to eliminate this at its roots. But are they idiots? With a possible attack due to the madness that Rizavim did. Why would they take one of their powerful pieces out of the Vatican? It won't be. Boss. Excuse me. Look. Kill that exorcist and you won't just be part of my group. You'll be the head of the ancient exorcists. But you must bring me his head and the sword. Do your best to do it. He was surprised to hear that. Yes, Chief Kakabiel. The man said euphorically. The now recognized as one of the fallen angel cadres, Kakabiel smiled. If he uses the same kind of trap, it will be easy to kill him. The next day. Issei had left the building wearing civilian clothes. For several hours he had been investigating the surroundings of the area. Although he had found traces of fallen angels and even some fights that had happened at night. A little in the afternoon. Issei was in a restaurant drinking some tea. While looking at a book of evidence he had written down. He looked at the group of people looking at him, although they were eyes given by God, from time to time he would like to have a slightly more normal look. Just like when we first met, always standing out. A person sits in front of him to surprise him a little. Riaz. A girl her age sat down next to her to call the waiter. In the end, she simply put on a slight smile. You said you were going to buy me a cup of tea. I hope it's today. Riaz said. Issei smiled and gave a light chuckle. Phew. Okay, this one's on me. After a few minutes of both of you just enjoying yourself, he said to you. So? What are you doing here, Riaz? I'm the one who controls Kuo. A few days ago I gained control of the city along with my entourage and a piece of Ani-sama. I see. So, you just want to come enjoy a cup of tea with me? Miss Riaz. No. I wanted to talk to you about some things. I thought you were going to pick me up for the permit. I stayed waiting or just stopped by to say hello. She said while looking at Issei. But Issei hit his head as if to remember something. Now I remember that I was supposed to go find the leader of the area, my apologies. Now, will you give me permission? Issei asked at the end with a smile. Puff. Ha. It seems you are that type. But it's okay, that exorcist is already bothering me a bit and my pieces still don't have the necessary power to kill him. I leave that in your hands. High-level exorcist, sir. Ho. Miss Riaz. For now let's enjoy this light tea. While completely attracting attention. It's clear that seeing a crimson-haired young woman with eyes resembling an incandescent flower. Isn't it strange? I guess, seeing someone with a glowing golden eye while having a red eye and silver hair is a normal thing. I guess. Puff. Ha. At night. Riaz and Akeno were walking through a lonely park. They had felt the sign of a stray demon in the area. Is it okay not to wait for Surzicha-sama's reinforcements? Akeno asked. We have to do this quickly. It's just a stray demon, I'm enough to kill them like the ones the other day. As the two of them walked, they arrived at the area. To their surprise, seeing the renegade demon dead. Not only that, but there were even humans around him in several pieces. I thought you were smarter, Riaz Grimoire. A person came out of the bush. It was someone wearing somewhat tight clothes, but seeing the mark on his cheek. You are the former exorcist who was in this area. Yes. My name is Marco. But to be honest, I thought this would be harder. 3. What are you looking for in this area? I don't understand your logic of coming here and starting to kill members of the 3 factions like it's nothing. At that, the exorcist vein was marked on his body. Apparently that question from Riaz had made him angry. No logic. No sense. You're kidding me, right? You devils. Damn bitch. The latter let out an angry shout. The power he expelled was great. giving Rias a clue that this person in the past had been a high-level exorcist. The devil stole my sister, reincarnating her as if she had no vote in her life. The fallen angels killed my family. And God didn't even answer my prayers. You three factions are the biggest scum in existence. Blame everyone for something. Excuse my response. But what someone else did is none of my business. A long time ago my boss asked me, what are the three factions to me? My answer is simple. They are the worst shit that exists. They make you believe in false beliefs. Believing in a god who doesn't listen to your pleas, a race that doesn't care about your wishes being the most selfish of all. And another that is clearly evil personified. I became an exorcist looking for a way to redeem myself and see heaven in a better way. Maybe they would help me get my sister back. Because of having a sacred gear she was sold as a slave and turned into a demon. She never chose to have a sacred gear. But they still call them special children. I asked the higher ups if they could help me, and what do you answer? There's nothing to do. The man puts on a face full of anger and hatred. Not that God could do everything. Why did I have to lose everything? But who were the culprits? The three factions. That's why I've gone to all possible areas killing high-class devils. Rias Gremory. You're next on my list. It's time to kill you. He pulls out a holy sword, and you could see that it was one of the mass-produced swords of the church. I won't lose anything else. I've already lost everything in this life. At that moment several fallen angels began to appear. They began to come out from all sides, and in seconds more than 30 of them appeared. Rias and Akeno are surprised to see everything that was happening, but seeing the exorcist's face, it is understood that she is not with him. What does this mean? Marco asked. You've been the one hunting our friends these past few months, said one of the fallen angels. So what if that was it? But when he saw them he could notice something. You, just like me, are fallen angels without a home. We're not affiliated with anyone. But the fact that you're killing our comrades. Damn human. Don't you understand that the fallen angels are the strongest race of the three factions? All the fallen angels began to summon spears of light. But Rias sighed a little tired of everything. The other two sides saw the girl put on a bored face in front of everyone. Burmayu, just for that you come and kill. Look, exorcist. We demons are selfish beings and eager for more. We always want the best for ourselves. Maybe what you say is true, but I'll only tell you two things. First, that's not my problem. Second, I don't care about your personal quarrels. Do all that out of my territory and my domains. Hearing that, the fallen angels were simply fed up, filled with rage and eager for revenge for their former comrades. They unleashed a massive barrage in front of the enemy. They didn't care about their act, but the fact that it caused a war with the death of the Gremory daughter. When the spears were about to touch Rias. Fush. The spears were simply destroyed. They fired again, but they simply evaporated. At the point of attacking him, everything became nothing. They just noticed Ria's eyes. They were shining brightly. Do you think I'd just come here like nothing happened? It was normal for me to expect a trap. Anyway, that's it. Fush. The fallen angels all fell at the same time. One attack was enough, and they all fell, split in half. As blood trickled from his sword due to its incredible sharpness. Well, that person gave a long sigh. He stood next to Rias. Looking at the exorcist, who, upon seeing him, was filled with quite a bit of fear. Sorry for using you as bait. Issei said. Don't worry, as the boss of this area I should take some responsibility. Rias said, simply looking at Issei. Now that I see it. Eyes with the power of destruction. Interesting. Now I see why heaven has you as an SSS class demon. Those eyes are dangerous. Issei said with a smile. Who? So you're going to take me in front of the Vatican? Oh please, dear exorcist. Don't do anything bad to me. If I become a good girl. You won't do anything to me, right? That depends. If you keep misbehaving, I'll definitely have to punish you. Oh, so what's the punishment? Rias asked. I don't know yet, but it will be very embarrassing. Akeno looked at both boys with a slightly surprised and strange face. They had never met apart from when they picked up Issei. But the chemistry between them and the way they speak to each other are of people with very good relationships. I see. So you're the dog the church sent to exterminate me. Exactly. But I'm not here to kill you. But to take you in front of the higher ups. I'm not here to hurt you, let's do this the easy way. I understand the pain you've been through, we've all been through bad things in our lives. Some of us have suffered more than others, and some people enjoy a life full of luxuries while others work for the minimum. You once followed the God I worship. In your heart there may still be something to save, brother. Surrender and guide those people who like you have lost things at the hands of demons or other races. Issei said in an attempt to convince him. But he denied it as his anger increased. What do you know about losing? He shouted angrily. Someone who was born with talent and power. With a last name. My name was given by the Father. The one who took me in when the demons destroyed my village. Rias and Akeno. They sighed, not in boredom, but in sadness. Many people suffer from the clashes between factions, those who still suffer to this day from the actions of other demons or other races. It was something that many knew, but it was impossible to avoid. Even for the Demon King himself. My parents and all my friends were killed by demons. From my village I was the only survivor. I don't even have a last name, I took this from the woman who took my custody. Issei said to surprise the three people in front of him. Even so, I don't hate all demons or fallen angels. The person I adore always says that in the end we can all understand each other if we talk. Don't you think there can be peace between factions? I want to live with that thought. That demon who murdered my parents killed them with his own hands. But the emptiness of revenge remained in me for the demon who killed my friends, my family. But I will not hate Rias for what another member of her race does. The latter said to look at the girl, and she is equally looking at him. Rias looked at Issei and sighed. I heard everything they did to Isaiah in the Sacred Sword Project. The church is disgusting, but not everyone there is like that. Issei is my enemy, that's what everyone would think. But I would never do anything to him. I know Issei isn't like that. I know he wouldn't support such barbarism. Look, Exorcist, every faction has done bad things in its long existence. Crying for it or killing for them will lead to nothing. Issei can kill you. But what will that lead to? One more death for a war that neither you nor I nor he started. The Exorcist remained silent. For several seconds after what Rias and Issei said. But that person sighed. You too. You have great desires, but you haven't lived long enough. You haven't seen enough of this world. Rias Gremory. Issei Vermilion. I'll end your lives or you end mine. You'll understand things a little. He took out his sword and got into a fighting stance. It's a shame. Rias said to raise her arm towards him. But someone stops her. Stop. I'll take care of it. I see your eyes and you don't come with the need to kill. I will do it. Maybe it's that way, I've killed more people than you think, Rias. But let me take care of this. You let me. Akeno, who was behind it, simply denied. Rias is very stubborn. She will kill the person in front of her without hesitation. Not even her brother Surziches can stop the stubborn and proud Rai. Okay. But you have to treat me to ice cream when this is all over. Yeah. Akeno was surprised by that. She looked at her friend in surprise, and her friend had the same face as always. Why did she listen to that person? Why did Aria she knew give in to that person? Marco, I will fight you. As a member of the church, I am the one who must end this. Issei draws his sword while looking at Marco with indescribable pressure. He looked at the boy to simply think. So young and having that aura. So he was the one who hurt the boss. They both rushed forward with great fury. Tink. Both clashed their swords face to face. Marco tried to push Issei back with pure force. But he didn't even move. Issei's tremendous physical strength was one of the greatest of all the exorcists. What enormous strength. I thought he was just an agility swordsman, but what's with all that strength? Marco thought. There's no doubt, the Vatican and the Catholic Church have sent a monster to settle things in Reyes. This guy will definitely be one of the church's great trump cards. Tink. Issei using his strength threw Marco to the side simply by brute force. He spun several times to fall perfectly. Incredible physical strength and incredible speed. Not to mention that his eyes are undoubtedly special. Marco ran towards Issei at an incredible speed. As an exorcist and swordsman, he was one of the biggest factors for everyone. Akeno and Rias wanted to read his movements with their eyes, but he had left their sight, fainting a little. Tink. Without even turning to look at him, Issei had blocked his attack. He was undoubtedly an expert in the use of the sword. Issei took a step back after he pushed Marco back. Fush. His sword began to move at an unreal speed as he swung it. It seemed to move randomly, and several attacks were directed towards Marco with intense speed. Those attacks were intended to precisely pierce and cut each of Marco's limbs, but to Issei's brief surprise, he blocked each attack. Your intention to dismember my arms is easy to read. This one launched itself at a greater speed towards Issei. Apparently he was hiding his strength. Tink. 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 The mass-created sword and Issei's sword sparked at a high speed. Issei blocked all of their attacks with great ease. Yes, hold it there. Fush. Another person unexpectedly interfered. She was holding a holy sword in her hand while cloaked, attacking Issei at incredible speed, but… Tick. Issei had caught the sacred sword with just one hand. With his bare hand he had caught one of the mass-created sacred swords, surprising the person who had just appeared. Marco has a refined sword style, apparently he's not an ordinary exorcist after all. And the new person might be interesting. But I don't fall for surprise attacks. I've never fallen for one since I was 6. Attack prevention. Controlling the flow of time at will, the hundreds of ways he's tried to create to maximize his power. Issei from a very young age liked to accelerate the flow around him, even the fastest magic in the world, or an attack that surpassed his sense. Accelerating the power around him, he was able to read the luxury of time and even surprise attacks. It was a very brief glimpse into the future. But he could read almost all attacks. Rias could see it around her. Aside from the natural power of things, Rias could see a strange aura around her. Strange, those kinds of swords would break like branches when colliding with a holy sword of that magnitude. What's going on? Rias wondered as she watched the fight. Why do you ask? They are mass-produced swords. Facing a holy sword that is on par with Durandal and is hailed as the sword with the sharpest edge among holy swords. I find it hard to believe that those swords would still be intact when they clash. But in the next move, Ria's question was answered. Fush. Overcoming everyone's senses. Issei just sheathed his sword. Fush. Crash. Slash. Both swords cut like butter, and even one of Marcos's arms was cut off on the spot. Shit, ah. He gave a scream of pain. His right arm had been severed from above his elbow. It was an agonizing pain. Although the cut was completely clean, not even the blood stuck to Issei's sword. Rias sighed. The difference is monstrously clear. Someone who carries a natural holy sword and is an elite exorcist would have no problem defeating an ex-exorcist who, although he has the maximum experience outside of the church, is not that great. Although I wonder. How fast was the attack? Marco. The other person's voice was a little slurred and the person's gender couldn't be distinguished. Shit yeah. They both ran off at an incredible speed. They entered the park's forest. Don't let them escape. Rias said with a Keno who came out behind them. Issei also ran away, but quickly got to almost the same place. For several minutes, Marco and the stranger ran through the forest, dodging everything. But when they turned around, they could see Issei staying behind them at a moderate speed. It seemed like a simple game, as if he was having fun while hunting them. They both knew he could catch up to them in an instant. But it was obvious that by keeping Rias in sight, he kept running normally. But neither she nor Marco had a plan regarding losing. They ran in that direction with a clear purpose. Intruder. Marco shouted with a loud voice. Well, he did his best to stop the bleeding from his arm. Both Issei, Rias, and Akeno could see something inside the forest. It was something like a base, a large house that was being guarded by many flying beings. Fallen angels. Akeno said as she ran near Rias. This isn't easy. Issei, I'll go to the left, break their formation through the center. I understand. I will kill them all. Several fallen angels nearby were alerted by Marco's shout. They were able to spot Issei among all the trees along with Rias and Akeno. Fush. Hundreds of fallen angel spears headed towards the group in the forest. Grigora. Puff. All the attacks were stopped in spheres without even hitting, surprising the fallen angels. In front of my power. Magic and everything is stopped. The attacks evaporated like water in a hot pot. But they didn't stop, they continued to throw all their spears in Issei's direction. He was the most dangerous of all those on the way. Marco. Your work is finished. I'm sorry. Fush. In a zigzag, Issei stood in front of Marco. His speed increased in seconds, disappearing. Slash. It was an attack that had hardly missed. An attack on his neck to cut it and thus atone for his sins as a heretic. But the person next to him had warned him. He had pushed Marco away a few seconds before. But that didn't mean Issei's attack hadn't hit. My eye. He let out a scream of intense pain. It wasn't his head, but his eyes that had been cut out by Issei's sword. But it didn't stop there. Fush. I instantly attacked Marco on the ground. Tink. But someone appeared in front of him, equally headed. His face was not visible, but unlike Marco and the stranger. The sword he was carrying was not very common. Tink. Issei pushed him with his strength to make space between them. A sacred Japanese sword. You belong to a distinguished family, said Issei. Plaque. He remained silent as he got into a fighting stance in front of Issei. Bomb. Fush. Trump. But at that moment Rias and Akeno launched an attack in front of several of the low-level fallen angels, enough to not even the light particles. It had been an overly prepared and covert attack. Hey Rias, it's okay to show yourself like this. There are a lot of enemies you know. Issei said while looking at the girl. Don't worry, they're all low-level fallen angels. I'm powerful enough to kill them all by myself. Although I'm worried about the aura coming out of that building. Take cover and don't be reckless, young princess. Yes, said Rias. The person in front of Issei who was watching as Issei got into a fighting stance was staring very directly at his enemy. Even the remaining fallen angels stepped back a little. It wasn't a large number of them, but it was enough to control that large secret base. What is your name? Issei asked. Just tell me, Levi. It seemed to be a male voice that had answered. But due to the heavy cover, it was not entirely clear who it was. Issei could see Marco and the other stranger entering the base to hide. Issei instantly charged at Levo, swinging his sword downward. His sword swinging might have looked ordinary to the uninitiated, but this was a powerful and precise attack. However, an attack was just an attack. Levi raised his sword to meet it. An instant later, he realized that mission and took a step back. An instant later, Issei's sword, only the smallest part of the tip, hit the ground in the area and swung violently open. Good decision. My sword possesses the highest edge among the holy swords. You must take into account. With a determined face, Issei immediately began the chase, and Levi took another step back to widen the distance between them. If he tried to stop an attack like that head-on, not only would his body wouldn't be stuck. Issei's weapon was a rather long sword, so in terms of weight and speed, he should be superior, but Levi was similar. But it is not always like that. Thump. In just a blink of an eye, Issei had struck Levi in the stomach with the handle of his sword, causing him to exhale quite a bit of air instantly. In terms of speed, I'm too fast even for the higher-ups in the church. Know your enemy. Levi instantly recovered from that attack, it had been strong enough to turn his face blue. Use your true power, hiding it from me is useless, boy. Issei said as he watched him distance himself. I didn't kill you because I want to know how strong you are. That way I can also enjoy a good fight before killing you all. You sound very confident in yourself. Do you think you can defeat us all? Levi asked. If they were high-class fallen angels and supreme I would have some doubts. But they are low-class angels. They don't stand a chance against me maybe if you can stop me, but I could have killed you a while ago. But come and prove those words. Fush. Both disappeared from the scene, leaving everyone surprised. Giant. Tink. Echoing metal clashing at high speeds could be heard all around. Their swords clashing at an insane speed. Crash. Fush. Slash. Several fallen angels were being struck, others were being cut down. It seemed like their battle was even taking place in the air. Jin. Both were still in states where they looked like just two bursts colliding at high speeds. What was visible were the cuts left by them and the sparks from the two weapons colliding. But at that moment, full contact karate. Through seismic step. Issei stopped for seconds in the battle, Levi took that opportunity and went to attack him at an incredible speed. But he raised his foot slightly. Thump. Crunk. Issei's footsteps were so powerful that they nearly caused a brief earthquake. The entire area, almost 100 meters across, began to crumble due to the earthquake, with trees falling and everything shaking. The area near Issei was completely destroyed, causing Levi to lose his balance due to the destruction of the area. I want to test my physical abilities. Fun. Issei approached Levi in an instant, surpassing his speed in an instant. Empty punch. Basic punch. 1. Thump. Crash. Hitting Levi's abdomen, Issei's blow penetrated his body strongly, it could be heard how even several of his ribs were broken in the act of the blow. But it didn't stop there, the shock wave of the blow that passed through Levi was destroying everything backwards. Even the fallen angels were hit by the wave. Thump. This one hit the building behind it hard, causing a lot of damage. Dua. The amount of blood Levi vomited was enormous. Several of his internal organs couldn't withstand the attack. He'd been hit with such tremendous force. He would describe it as like being hit by a mountain. He simply falls unconscious at Issei's feet, while he looks at his fist with boredom. I must be controlling my strength too much, but I hit him too hard. What tremendous physical strength, said Akeno in the air next to Rias. These two luckily escaped the earthquake just in time and took out their wings. Rias remained silent as she looked at Issei. Slap. Slap. Someone could be heard clapping. As the fallen angels who had been struck or were on the ground due to the earthquake stood up, someone appeared among them. What a majestic force. I envy Michael for having you on his side. A person appeared in the sky. Having 10 large wings of fallen angels, he looked at Issei, Rias and Akeno. Huo, I thought we weren't going to see each other anymore. One of the leaders of the fallen angels, Rango Cadre Kakabiel. One of the great cadres of the fallen angels and one of the characters who has fought with Issei before. I thought the same, wasn't it a few days ago that we met? It seems we are destined to fight each other. Said this one in the sky while looking at Issei. I guess so, but don't get too confident. This will be the last night we see each other. I'm surprised. I don't know. At most 12 to 14 years old, right? But why are you so strong? Are you even human? I've been wondering about that since I was 6. Always. Ever since I can remember, I've entered this body to serve God in the future. Even if it's someone at the level of a cadre. I won't be afraid against you, fallen angel Kakabiel. Issei put away his sword, seeing Kakabiel come down and get into attack stance. It seemed he was going to fight simply using his physical strength. Issei's golden eye became incandescent as he looked at Kakabiel in front of him. Rias, who was quite far away from the arrival of the fallen angel, looked closely at Issei. Finally she was going to see what the abilities of his eyes were that were similar to hers. Now that I'm wondering. How did you get your wings back? Didn't I cut off 2 of them a few days ago? But Gabriel smiled and stood in front of him. Are you really going to fight me? Even if you're 10. Not 20-30 times stronger than me. That doesn't mean I can't defeat you. Even if I'm young, I have enough power to kill you. Blush. The aura of both came out, and as Issei himself had predicted, Gabriel's aura was several times higher than his. But the murderous aura coming out of Issei was monstrous. For those who are followers of God, they have always been the ones with the greatest murderous aura of all. That was what was going through Gabriel's mind, from the exorcists to the angels. Calling them beings of light was wrong. There were no one more murderous than the followers of God. 1. Fush. Issei closed the distance in the blink of an eye. While taking his sword, Issei attacked Gabriel with his sword in the blink of an eye, although he dodged his attack and stepped back trying to get away from his sword. Fush. He quickly took Gabriel's sword, seeing Issei's sudden increase in speed. Slash. He couldn't do anything. Not only his speed had increased, but even the speed of his attack, and his arm was cut off. He never expected that instant increase in speed. Gabriel quickly tried to attack, but Issei quickly sheathed his sword and corrected his posture, and hit him at high speed again. Gabriel tried to deflect Issei's fists, but Issei's fist hit his hands and made him lose his balance. He showed no mercy, quickly approached him and punched him in the face. Boom. The sound echoed throughout the place. Issei's fist landed directly on his face. Gabriel launched a kick towards Issei. He stopped it with his left hand. Although it had been powerful, it wasn't powerful enough to affect Issei. Now he wondered if he was so weak in physical abilities. Why did he decide to go in front of Issei like that? Pump. Issei punched his stomach in an instant, pushing Gabriel away due to the blow. At the moment of falling, he simply sighed, while a thread of blood came out of his mouth. In the end, he simply smiled. Incredible. I'm surprised that your blows affect my body. Gabriel said, but his mind was on another thought. Why is his speed increase so drastic? It's as if it were an acceleration of several seconds. It's almost as if it were the boosted gear. No. Was there the stench of the dragon smell? I told you I was going to kill you, right? Since we're done warming up. Why don't you come at me with all your power? You're cadre, right? Aren't you supposed to be on par with a demon king? Issei said as he put his sword away in a different space. I suppose. Don't get too confident because you connected with a small blow. I'm a cadre. The fallen angel Gabriel, the angel of stars. New forces are born to confront the legends. Do you think that in the future someone stronger than you won't appear? Even as a human, I am stronger than a supernatural being. Just like Vasco Strada in the past. I will defeat you. Although this time it will be a little different. Right now, I will kill you. Thump. The aura around Issei suddenly increased. As he put on a human fighting style. The murderous aura coming out of his body made Riaz and Akeno tremble. That's enough talk. I must finish this. I'll get serious. I never thought it would come so quickly. The day I use all the physical strength within me. Issei's killing aura kept growing and growing. It was stupid to think that someone like him could follow the god of hope. Gabriel gave a sign of discomfort at that. Thump. His aura skyrocketed. It was as if the fight that had just begun was going to end in the next 10 seconds. Gabriel wasn't going to trust this person any further. He was dangerous. For a person his age, it was too dangerous for the heavens to have such a person on his side. That look. Yes, it's very similar to that of. I remember when I had my fight with Vasco Strada. That murderous aura around him, and that's what the children of God call themselves. But Issei didn't even respond. His mind was in a neutral point. Using everything in him. The power of time and his monstrous physical strength. Dance of the four gods. Saying those words. Thump. Issei shot out towards Gabriel. He was surprised at that monster momentum he had. Not only did he get close to him in less than a blink of an eye. He had entered his attack zone. Gabriel knew he didn't have enough time to attack him, so he put everything in his defense instantly. First pose. Gamb. But before sealing all of his defense. Issei launches a powerful attack, interrupting everything instantly. Releasing and breaking Gabriel's defense. Second stance. Phoenix kick. Issei kicks the ground monstrously, offsetting Gabriel's balance, sending a powerful shockwave from him again. Third posture. White tiger dance. Gabriel, due to losing his balance, couldn't even see him well. He simply saw hundreds of attacks coming straight at him. Not 100 punches penetrated Gabriel's defense with great fury. Each blow had a power as if it was the first blow. Not even its power decreased. Thump. 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 The blows penetrated Gabriel's body, and he felt like his body was about to fall apart. He didn't understand why such monstrous physical strength. It all ended in the last attack. Normally it should have been the 4th stance Blue Dragon Storm, where the first 3 stances are used to set up the airflow of the Blue Dragon Storm and Issei taking control of that flow and directing it at his opponent in a powerful gust of air. It should be like this. That was the basic recipe of the dance of the 4 gods. But Issei knew that something like that wasn't enough to defeat Supreme Class Devils and even something beyond. His fists must reach the point of hurting anything under the heavens. That was what he was looking for. Not just his strength, he had to use that to do whatever it takes to make Gabriel proud. He's always kept a low profile in front of everyone. But he's been feeling too sad for not being able to unleash the other part of his powers. They may be useless powers, but that useless thing would forge him to take it further. He always looked up to Dulio and tried to copy everything about his sacred gear. Looking for a way to keep getting stronger. Looking for new ways to overcome the pride and desire that Gabriel left on his back. Keep at it. That's why. Issei just did what he could. With what he had. Searching for an answer to that which could even devour everything. Searching for the fist that would change everything. He came to only one conclusion. He had to change what he already had and unite everything into one thing. Thump. Issei's fist instantly filled with light as he completed the 3rd stance. All the light he could muster from his rosaries. It was an incredible mass of sacred energy. Seeking a fist that would even kill gods. Riaz looked at it from afar. It was one of the class movements of a person called Violence of Heaven. Holy Fist. A punch powerful enough to even hurt Gabriel in the past. But Issei was looking for something beyond that. Always searching for the limit and looking for thousands of ways to use the power of time. I arrive at a single movement. A simple attack that would purify not only heretics, but even the evil gods. Bringing it all together in one. I get that attack I want. It took me 1 year in secret to be able to use it at its maximum power. An attack that even broke the laws imposed by the gods. Something that goes beyond time and space. Using time to their advantage. An attack that devoured even time itself. An attack that surpassed time itself. Dance of the 10 Seraphim. The holy fist that devoured time. Using the power of the previous 3 stances, normally the air should be dispersed, but instead of dispersing it, Issei concentrates everything around his fist, forcing the wind to be absorbed around him to unleash all the energy including holy energy and time energy in a single attack. Impossible to dodge. Impossible to defend against. Boom. Riaz and Akeno, who were the only ones who saw it quite close, simply saw how Issei's fist that maintained a golden glow hit Gabriel. After that, everything just went white. Kuo City. Sona Citri, Riaz Gremory's friend and heiress of the Citri house, looked out the window of her apartment. She had been calling Riaz for a while now. She could feel the earth itself shake. In the distance she could see a huge glow. As if a very powerful firework had been launched in that area. But for her a supernatural being that was not something caused by humanity. Sister. Seraphol Leviathan, who was with her sister, flew out the window at full speed towards the area. It only took a few seconds to reach the area of the glow. To be amazed at what she was seeing. The forested area around it had become a desert. It was as if an artificial desert had been brought into the area. The entire area around it had died. But what left her with the greatest shock was seeing how the ground was suffering. In a straight line for almost 300 m everything had died and the starting point everything around for almost 100 mt as well. In that straight line a mountain had been completely destroyed. There was nothing and as if a calamity had happened, life ceased to exist. Ugh. He could hear a moan. When he looked down a little, he could see his friend covering 2 people. Riaz and Akeno, who had closed their eyes due to the attack, opened them. Only to be surprised to find someone protecting them. Ani-sama. Surziches-sama. Both girls said when they saw who was hugging them while turning their backs on the attack. Surziches-chan. Seraphol approaches the man to surprise him. Part of Surzich's back had been burned, even his Mao clothes had been consumed by the attack. Ani-sama. Riaz notices the burn on her brother's back and gets a little nervous when she sees it. Don't worry. It's just a burn from the holy light. Leaving aside my injury. What powerful attacks could he launch? No, not even he should have resisted that. Said Surziches looking at the origin of the attack. Amidst the fading dust, a person could be seen standing. But to his surprise, it was a boy no older than 6 years old. Wearing a rather shiny suit of armor. The boy was staring at his fist. To see the result of his attack. I need to keep polishing this attack. But Surziches looked everywhere in search of the person who had received him. He couldn't see his corpse anywhere. Had he escaped? That was everyone's question, even Issei's. But a little further on you could see other things. 7 fallen angel wings lying on the ground. 7 of Gabriel's 10 wings were lying down. Shall I evaporate it? Riaz asked. I even destroyed his body. What an enormous attack power. Said Surziches. Even for a supreme class devil. No, even for something beyond that. It will certainly be difficult to come out in one piece after receiving it. But he saw the consequence of its use equally. Serziches had seen it seconds before attacking. It was someone who was about 14 years old like his sister Ria's. But the person now was a child of about 6 years old. Issei, who gave Issei, looked at his body. It was the only consequence. He put everything into that attack, even his years of life. Therefore, after the attack he would return to a child age, being useless in battle. Even if he recovers time immediately, it will be impossible for him to launch it for a long time. Gabriel-sama didn't tell me the armor was suited to this size. Quite practical indeed. But he looked, and seeing that there was a possibility that Gabriel could have been killed by that attack gave him a glimmer of hope that his creation could defeat superior beings. The remaining fallen angels died in the attack. Ria said, looking around and no longer feeling their auras. What happened here? Serafel asked, looking at Serziches. That exorcist over there had a fight with Gabriel. It seems he managed to kill him with that attack. Serziches said, assessing the situation. Lie. He killed a cadre? She asked as she looked at him. It's a possibility. Said the same Issei, who was listening to them. But I don't think a cadre was killed that easily. But that he came out of that attack in one piece. It's impossible. I felt how I hit his body. I doubt he'll be able to move for a while. Probability that he died. 93%. Probability that he escaped. 7%. As long as it's never 0. That he came out alive from that is a probability. He started to stretch as he looked at the damage caused. He came to arrest a former exorcist and ended up fighting with a cadre. But he turned his gaze to Serziches and the group of demons. I guess you must be Serziches Lucifer and the other person Serafol Leviathan. Right. The boy Issei said. Yes. Serziches replied. I suppose you are the exorcist who helped my sister's night escape, right? Akita told me a little about you. I don't think we're your targets now. Issei stared at the group for several seconds. No way. I'm tired and exhausted. Besides, it's impossible for me to defeat a Mayu. I wouldn't even scratch them, let alone you Serziches Lucifer. I know you're transcendental. After all, the demon Rizavam doesn't attack the underworld out of fear of you. Hearing that name, Serziches and the group are surprised and look at Issei with a look of caution. You said Rizavam. Do you know him? Serafel asked. Well. I had a fight with him a few years ago. Also, he was the one who orchestrated the attack on my village that killed my family. I wouldn't be lying if I said I wanted to kill him with my own hands. But revenge is a dish that I don't handle, nor will I handle. My life has been focused on becoming stronger for the sake of the church in heaven. For the sake of Gabriel-sama. For the sake of God. Said the boy as he slightly approached the demons. But they were shocked to hear Issei's words. Rizavam had been the demon who took that person's parents away. Maybe that was what drove him to become the monster he is now. But in the midst of surprise, Issei touched Serafol's hand. Puff. Returning to his adulthood. In my heart there is no hatred towards demons. I don't dislike them. But I don't like them either. I will not seek revenge against Rizavam or anyone of his race, that is something superficial sincerely. Seeing the speed with which he recovered his natural form, Serafol could see that he had stolen some of her magic power. She didn't pay attention to his words. She thought about it for a bit. Many people have suffered for not having defeated Rizavam in the past, and the current problem in the underworld about it. Without a doubt Rizavam is a problem that is escalating little by little. You know. Exorcist boy. You're the kind of person I would have liked to have on my side. Serziches said while looking at Issei. Will he not do anything against me? I mean, in the future I will become stronger and I can cause problems for you guys. He said while looking at the two demon kings. No. I don't have the need to eliminate you now. I'll just do it when you cause such trouble. But for now, I don't see anything wrong with you. Even a follower of God and a devil can be friends, right? Serziches asked. Puff. Ha 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 ha. He laughed out loud upon hearing Serziches' words while putting on a smile. Michael-sama told me about you Serziches Lucifer. I was told of a benevolent demon king. But now you have confirmed it for yourself. Okay. Okay. If that is your answer I will take it into account. That means that I am still weak and am not a threat to you. That tells me that I must become stronger. Much stronger than I am currently. Hey. I don't want someone killing my people all the time. I will not kill demons for wishes. I only destroy what is against God. Issei began to walk and took a little distance from them. Serziches Lucifer, the benevolent demon king. I wish for a future where there is peace between the three factions. Hearing those last words. Not only Serziches was surprised, even Serafol. A world where the three factions are at peace. If there is peace. No one else will suffer from wars, and more children my age will be able to enjoy a normal life, and not a path full of violence and problems. That's the kind of life that exorcists live. Carrying out God's tasks in front of the hearers and the evil beings. Issei sighed and looked at the stars. Among all that sky. She must be a little worried about not seeing him for a few days. She was that kind of woman. Issei began to search for something in his armor. To take out something resembling a somewhat strange communicator. Vatican. Headquarters. Vasco Strada was in the briefing room. It was something like a service center where several former exorcists and exorcists ran a communication center with current exorcists and organizations. Exorcists usually use it to approve their mission, help other exorcists nearby, and see some things related to criminals against the church. This room was always full of life due to the large number of calls and messages that came in. Sir. Sir. One of the exorcists who understood the line quickly called his supervisor. What's going on? He asked. Urgent connection. One of the high-potential exorcists requests a direct connection with you. Direct connection. Yes. What do I say? Play it loud and ask for verification. Tick. Here. Salieri, I'm in charge of this service at this hour. Identification. Vasco Strada approached him to see what was happening next to a few curious people. ID number 2730. Issei Vermilion. Generation number X001. Hearing that, Vasco Strada was a little surprised to hear the voice of one of his direct pupils. Brother Issei, is something wrong? Mission report. I have been searching for the exorcist Marco for 1 day as the mission told me. At the end of this day I had an encounter with him and we had a clash. He was helped by another exorcist, and at the time of fleeing after an injury to the arm and losing his weapons, I decided to follow them everywhere. To get to their secret base and be surprised that the exorcist Marco was allied with the fallen angels. For now, the secret base was completely destroyed, along with about 30 fallen angels and some other cashier exorcist. There was a brief silence in the area where they were. More stray exorcists allying themselves with the fallen angels. You just called about that? Salieri asked. No, there's a little more to go. Report code number 002. Encounter with a faction leader. Number 006 Fallen Angel Cadre rank. Cacabial SSS plus rank. The surprise was all over the room. Not long ago the exorcists had a clash with Cacabial's forces, although many exorcists including Issei didn't know about it. It was recently heard that Azazel cut ties with Cacabial. What happened regarding the fallen angel Cacabial? Killed in battle. Died at my hands. Everyone in the room was shocked to hear that news. It could have been a joke in very bad taste, but everyone there knew Issei's seriousness and had all vowed to never lie. Did you kill Cacabial? Salieri asked. I'm 93% sure he's dead and another 7% that he was able to escape. But if he was able to escape, he didn't do so in one piece. I have 7 of his 10 wings on my feet. I can't find his body, so I'm a little doubtful. But like I said, if he survived my attack, he didn't do it completely. It'll take him a long time to recover his strength. I wish for some rank 5 cleanup units. Rank 5. He said nervously. Did you cause too much damage? Let's just say I used too much force in my attack. Well, I was fighting a cadre so I didn't hold back at all. I'm fine, so don't send anyone to heal me. For now I'll continue on my mission and check if Marco is still alive and catch him to return to the Vatican. Well, I hope we stay in touch, Brother Issei. I understand. When he hung up, there was a profound silence in the room. Almost 40 years have passed since the Vatican's last clash with a faction leader, which included Cacabial himself, against Vasco Strada. But unlike that time, when Cacabial had to flee. This time, it seems, his gamble paid off. It was a bit of a tough news to swallow. Issei wouldn't lie for anything in the world, but being told that he killed a cadre was a bit difficult. Issei was young, quite young. He is from the newest generations and one of the few exorcists who have graduated at a very young age. This one is only 14 years old, although his power is one of the highest among the current generation. In terms of experience he is somewhat green in the world. Basked Strada-sama. Salieri looked at Issei's master. He was equally surprised by the news. Hearing that Issei killed Cacabial was surprising news for him. Then he began to think of ways he could have done it, but seeing by the way of the news, the damage and what was left. It had to be a monstrously destructive attack. That he has a chance, he could have. Issei is the strongest both physically and in sword use. Without a doubt he had to have tried a new technique or something using his martial arts. Cacabial may not have been able to defend himself from that attack. It is a possibility. Report the result of the mission. Add that the status of the fallen angel Cacabial is uncertain. With a high possibility of death. Yes. Said Salieri to command his subordinates. The next day. The Seraphim were gathered as usual, although in recent days, with the whole problem surrounding Rizavim, they've been more alert than usual. The 10 great Seraphim looked at each other for a sigh of relief. Why so early? Gabriel asked. I'm still sleepy. It's true what Gabriel says. I just fell asleep. said Metatron, awake from watching ninja movies. It's about something we had in mind. We found the Holy Grail. The other 9 Seraphim were greatly surprised to hear that news. Wait. With that. Maybe we can. Said one of them hopefully. Wait. Now comes the bad news. It's in the hands of the vampires. Michael said to kill hopes in seconds. In the hands of vampires? Really? Is that at least a possibility? Raphael said. Ha. The news came from Azazel. Apparently he realized the possibility of the old man returning, or those were his words. Anyway. It's difficult. Why don't we just take it away? I mean, exterminating vampires isn't a bad idea. Raziel. Michael said a little angry. Brother. We have the slightest chance of bringing our father back to life. The slightest chance, but you refuse to accept the idea of exterminating a race that has only caused us problems for thousands of years. He said, a little angry. What Raziel says is right. Said Raphael. The vampires have caused us problems since ancient times. Since the first heaps. They have always shielded themselves with the idea that we will not completely eliminate them. Father said not to completely eliminate them. Michael said. Even. Michael. I'm on your side this time. Gabriel said in a somewhat serious state like everyone else. Father can be brought back to life. Having our father is our only goal right now, and I would sacrifice anything. For him to be with us in these times of trouble. With 2 of the 4 great Seraphim in favor. The tension in the room was a little uncomfortable. For the most part, the 4 great Seraphim have very similar thinking and have always been inclined to choose the least destructive ideas. But now for the first time the ideas were a little divided. Trump. An angel of supreme rank entered the meeting at one point. He was someone Michael trusted very much. What's wrong? Asked Michael. He knelt down instantly. My apologies, Seraphim, we have news from the Vatican with some urgency. We have just been informed that last night, the exorcist called Issei Vermilion ended the life of Cadre Cacabiel. The 10 Seraphim are quite surprised to hear this news. One of his former brothers. But they were shocked to hear at the hands of the person who had murdered him. They hadn't expected such news for at least 10 years, and they could assimilate such news coming from that person. Issei-chan did what? Uriel asked, looking at the angel. Excuse me, I'll say it in more detail. It seems that the mission that the exorcist Issei Vermilion was assigned to led him to meet the fallen angel Cacabiel in one way or another. The Vatican specialists arrived 1 hour later to clean up the mess. Rank 5 cleanup units were needed. Which is to clean up destruction range almost city level. At the scene was only the exorcist resting after his fight. At least 30 bodies of stray exorcists and some other low-rank fallen angel were found. From Cadre Cacabiel, 7 of his 10 wings were found. I went down to verify it myself, and it is 100% correct. They were the wings of Cadre Cacabiel. Nothing of his body was found almost within a 5-kilometer radius. The possibility that he was completely destroyed with Issei Vermilion's attack is quite high. When I spoke to him this morning, I asked him what kind of attack I used against him, and he only told me. I compressed all the lifetime in my fist, along with all the sacred powers similar to Vasco Stratasama's punch. Using martial arts techniques, I made an attack similar to a bomb. It was simply releasing everything at once. Human martial arts techniques give me an attack powerful enough to pierce a mountain. Using that together with a time-compressed attack to the minimum, along with the sacred power. It results in a bomb, or that's the theory in my head. Upon hearing the brief report from the angel, everyone was left with a great surprise on their faces. Right after Azazel cut ties with him. Wow, he's had bad luck in life. I told you that Issei was going to give great results. Said Gabriel with a face full of pride. He even shone. Hearing that leaves me somewhat surprised. I didn't think Issei was that strong. Michael Sama. Answering that, I asked him if he could face other leaders. But he denied completely. He simply said no, yesterday was just luck and carelessness. The cadres and demon kings are at a very high point for me right now. I see. That doesn't take away from the fact that I've achieved great things. Another part of the report. It's something that was only told to me and not the Vatican. Yesterday I met both the demon king Lucifer and the demon queen Leviathan. Hearing that, the Seraphim were a little surprised. They looked at each other with a little bewilderment regarding them. What's up with that? Uriel asked. Well. He said something like the demon king Lucifer is weird. But he's kind, a bit strange indeed. The demon queen Leviathan asked me to be one of her pieces and groped my body a little. So I told them he's leaving. Crash. A glass suddenly broke. Even the angel stopped as he felt a strange aura around him. What did you do? A harsh voice was heard in the background. All the Seraphim remained in absolute silence. Underworld. Azazel looked at the report to take a sip of alcohol. TCH. That fool. Beside him, a young man with silver hair looked surprised at the news, and little by little, his aura began to light up. Volley. Don't go looking for trouble. That kid is close to the Seraphim. Besides, I don't want to see you come in all beat up. 2. What's wrong, Azazel? Do you think I'll lose? Lose? I don't know, that person just killed a cadre. Come on Azazel. Gabriel was a weakling. Do you want me to go and try that exorcist? Don't do it. But well, telling you not to is a waste. I'm surprised someone at the level of an exorcist is powerful enough to kill a cadre. We should be more careful. I'll look for a report on the brat. I should know what kind of power he has. But seeing the photo after the disaster, it seems like his fists are bombs. Kuo City. Issei stretched his body a little, he was still a little tired from yesterday. He just hoped that this news would stay among the higher-ups. Issei-sama. Breakfast. Oh. Come in Shira. At that moment, the girl entered Issei's room. She was having her breakfast normally. But when she left it, she could notice something about Issei. Were you able to accomplish your mission? I saw a large number of exorcists around the area. Aside from the group of strange people who came. No, a lot of things happened, but I'm still on the mission. I'll try to accomplish it today at least. Oh. That's too bad. I wouldn't want Brother Issei to retreat so quickly. Puff ha ha ha. I must go, there are many things I still have to do. Several hours later. This one was in the same cafe as yesterday. While drinking some coffee this time and eating something light. 2 people approach him. I had seen one of them yesterday. But the other was a new character. Issei barely saw the other person, but was able to quickly identify him. Hello Issei. See you again. Hiyo. Riaz. Sorry about yesterday. Don't worry, it's understandable that we had to go. Ani-sama told me that later angels came to see things. You put on a great show yesterday. So it's you. I didn't expect to meet someone so. But Issei just looked into her eyes. She felt like she had been consumed by Issei's gaze. His golden eye seemed like an almost infinite eye, and his other eye that was not as striking had a beautiful design. You're Sona Citri, right? I remember reading about you a bit. Who? That means you read about me too, right? Riaz asked as she looked at Issei with a smile. No. I didn't read anything about you. Issei said with a smile. Hey, that's bad. Said Riaz, pouting. Just looking into your eyes is enough. Miss Riaz. This puts a smile on your face when you hear it. Ha. Changing the subject. How long will we have an exorcist as dangerous as you around these parts? I'm thinking of leaving tomorrow. Today I'll finish my mission. Really? That fast? Riaz asked. I'm a salaried exorcist. I have hundreds more missions in other parts of the world. According to my superiors. They want me to go hunt a somewhat dangerous teller demon. Both girls fell silent upon hearing that. But Issei just smiled as he looked at them. We're not enemies. Anyone who saw an exorcist on God's side with 2 young devils drinking tea on this lovely afternoon would go crazy. Anyway, I don't mind talking to devils. I don't think Sona Citri is bad. Riaz is a different story altogether. Is that what you think of me? Sona said. You just met me. I see what others don't see. Under the skies and above them. I can see everything. See the way people are. It's one of the many abilities I have, Sona Citri. My mother taught me to test before I speak. Anyway. You don't have to worry, and if you have any problems with stray exorcists, you can call me. I'm leaving. Several hours later. A little while into the night after dinner. Issei found himself resting from everything, and he was even thinking about leaving early. He didn't know why, but after dinner he was feeling really sleepy. Although he had the idea of going out to see if he could find Marco and finish his mission to get back to everyone. But between enduring or not, this one simply fell asleep. In another nearby area. He's already asleep. Someone asked very euphorically on the phone. Yes. It took almost an hour to take effect. Damn. What is it with these young people these days? Give me the chance quickly. I must go kill him. Marco, stop. Remember our deal. Now recognized as Marco, after having lost an eye and an arm to Issei, he held an incredible grudge against him. Being reduced to just that had filled him with immense fury. Damn it. Shira, just 1 hour. The medicine will keep him sleeping for 2 hours. Then let me kill him. I'll cut him piece by piece. He said with hatred. Calm down, Marco. I was really scared yesterday, we were lucky to get out of that slaughterhouse alive. But hey, it's time to enjoy another boy. But this boy will be a feast like no other. She said, giggling. TCH. You're definitely a rat. Sleeping with the exorcists and enjoying them. Hiya. She lightly lets out a moan. Marco could tell that she was definitely looking at that person. Being able to see everyone trying not to do it because of their vows, seeing how you take their virginity and then kill them. That turns me on so much. TCH. What a disgusting woman. Well. It's time for my feast. 1 hour. That's what I ask for to enjoy. Closing his phone, Marco sighed. Finally, he could get revenge on the person who had broken his pride and taken away his future leader. Although he wondered what he was going to do after this. Having lost Issei, the Vatican would undoubtedly send several more, making it impossible for him to remain in that city, as if nothing had happened. Well. It's definitely a stupid plan. Isn't it, Rias? Yes. Although it can work if Issei trusts that woman. Marco is surprised to see 2 people coming out of the bushes. Rias Gremory. Hello exorcist, Marco, I think that's your name, right? I'd like to ask you for some directions. No. A few minutes later. Marco, after being electrocuted by a keno several times, was on the ground fuming. Losing one of his eyes and one of his arms took its toll on him in front of the lightning priestess. A keno. Where is the exorcist zone? This. About 10 minutes from here. It's near Citri Enterprises. Good. I have to go help Issei. Hey, don't kill him. Can you seal his movements and then continue torturing him? Yes. She said while making a face that was a bit diabolical. Rias ran towards Issei. If what she had heard on the phone was correct, the woman was simply going to take advantage of Issei and then be killed by Marco. I see. It's a bit silly how they work. The girl gained their trust, and since she was in the exorcist zone, it was hard to distrust her. She then abused them, and the other exorcists killed them. What a silly thing to do. But it's kind of effective. After 10 minutes. She arrives at the apartment complex that the exorcists use and quickly follows the directions. On the day of Issei's arrival, she had sent her family to watch everything on her behalf. She even saw something that she shouldn't have seen that to this day is still on her mind. Arriving at one of the floors and without hesitation. Crash. Using his power of destruction, he turns the door to ashes. Kaya. But seeing what was behind them made him blush beyond belief. A few minutes before. Issei slightly began to wake up. He looked around and saw that he was on top of his bed. He didn't understand the reason for that sudden sleep. Oh wow. You woke up. I expected nothing less from an exorcist who came to kill a cadre. It's good that he took security. Clack. Issei tried to move, and seeing that all his movements were restricted, he looked for the origin of the voice. To be surprised to see Shira naked on top of him. Shira. What does this mean? Issei asked with a serious face. Huh? Can't you see it with the naked eye? Didn't your parents tell you? What happens when 2 people of the opposite sex are naked in bed? She said sarcastically. Humph. Issei tried to use physical force to break the shackles that bound his arms and legs, making it impossible for him to move. Don't try it. They're high-level fallen angel bindings, even for your great strength it should be difficult to break. They were given to us by Gabriel just in case, and boy did they come in handy. I see. You're allied with Marco, huh? I'm surprised to see such a dedicated and helpful attitude. I thought you were just a good girl. Oh. You had that opinion of me? Wow, that's great. So what was your plan? Issei asked. Is it okay to tell you? Well, anyway, you'll die. It's something simple. I was supposed to put you to sleep with some horse sedation pills I had stashed away. I slipped them in with your dinner and you fell flat on your face. In the end, I'm just going to enjoy you for a while. You're a virgin, right? I don't think someone so young and an exorcist has lost their virginity. So, after doing it to me, Marco would come to kill me, right? Is that what they did to those who came before me? Yes. You had to see his face filled with pleasure when he tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time. It was an ecstasy after seeing them killed by Marco. But enjoying and stealing the virginity of all of them was a joy. Well, you're a little crazy, I'd say. Didn't you make a vow to God to be chaste until marriage? Cast. You're crazy. Look, I ate the forbidden fruit when one night a friend I loved very much and I ended up in this. I thought it was right to give my first time to that person I loved. But what did he do next? He just left me aside. But that wasn't the important thing. When I took the forbidden future I wanted more. Much more. I don't care if it was 3 or 4 men at the same time. I wanted to continue being with a man. But that useless man could only last a round of barely 2 minutes. Then, I came up with the idea of simply continuing to take the fruit. But I wasn't going to do it with just anyone. I'm not a prostitute. Then I saw that opportunity. I saw how several exorcists arrived in these areas. Virgin men without taking the fruit. Then, I had made some plans with Marco. I gave him the lives of those exorcists he was looking for to give their value to Gabriel, while I enjoyed the virginity of those men for all the night. Isn't it fun? Watching a person who has been chaste for 20 or almost 30 years by following some nonsense that a useless god said. Watching them become completely dry, and that will happen to you today. Just for that you killed people. Ha, surely God's punishment will be very great for you. Puffahahaha. Come on, today is a special day, Issei-san. We can't kill you just like that. I'll ask Marco for a little more time. What are you planning to do? Are you planning to buy my silence? No. What nonsense are you talking about? I just want to enjoy you more. You are special. Not like the other useless ones who come here. We can't lose those great genes of yours. That beautiful face. Those beautiful eyes. Do you know how hard it was to control myself these days with you even half naked here? That's why I came up with the idea that I'm going to have your children. Isn't it great, right? It is great. Kids. Are you crazy? I'll never let you touch me. Issei said. Come on, don't be like that. I'll be the future mother of your children. I'll give you strong and healthy children. Who will definitely turn out like their father. Then, I'll talk to Azazel Samar the demons to give him those strong and powerful children. Isn't that great? Your genes will last forever, right? Issei fell silent upon hearing that. Shira, seeing that, knew that he wasn't even going to say anything else in the face of that. She turned around and showed Issei her intimate part while she looked at Issei. Look. This is where you will deposit all your white stuff. This is your first time, right? But it surprises me. Are you really 14 years old? I haven't seen one bigger than this. Well, what does it matter? I did Akamasu. Crash. Just as Riaz entered the room. To be able to see how naked Issei had Shira grabbed by one foot, taking her off of him. Kaya. She blushed as she watched Issei's body. But her mind couldn't help but shift its gaze to that part. It was big. Quite big. Riaz instantly looked away. It was the second time. Issei sighs a little and is a little embarrassed to see that Riaz also saw that part that only Mavis and his mother have seen. Several minutes later. Akeno had brought Marco back all burned up, while Shira had been sealed by Issei in a time bubble. He put Marco in it too. This could be changed after a few moments. But it didn't take away the embarrassment. Thanks, Riaz. Well, maybe I had captured Shira, but not Marco. You owe me one. I'll get it later. She said while looking at Issei. Hi Princess Gremory. Well. She's a little blushed, looks at Issei and asks. Did you do it? No, we didn't do anything. I'm tough on that and I'll only give that to my future wife. Issei said with a smile. Hi. So what will you do? Riaz asked. I'll go to the neighboring city or call for someone to come, they'll take you both to the Vatican. I've already been assigned a mission that's a bit close, but of utmost urgency. May I know? Riaz asked. I guess I have no problems. Issei showed her a picture on his phone with his next mission. It surprised Riaz quite a bit. Next mission. Slaying of the stray demon Kuroka Hellcat, SS rank demon. Riaz and Akeno who saw the image were surprised. Should I kill her? If that's the case. I'll do it without hesitation. The next day. Riaz watched from afar as Issei handed the two criminals over to the other exorcists in the nearby city, who left after a few minutes. Apparently, they were giving Issei more money and supplies for his next mission. This one came a little close to this one, although its mission was in Japan. It was a little far from Kuo. 1. So this is goodbye. Riaz said when she saw that Issei was already packing up his things and was ready to leave. Yes, it was 3 days of many things. If this is how my missions will be from now on. I'm definitely going to quit. I don't know when we'll see each other again. But when that happens, I want you to treat me to something to eat. But this time I'll treat. Riaz said with a smile. It's okay. It's okay. See you later, Miss Riaz. Issei began to walk away, slightly retreating from the scene as normal. The people who were going to take him on his next mission would be waiting for him on the outskirts of the city. 6th heaven. Another mission. An angry person shouted at Michael. Michael cowered like a child on his desk due to that scream full of anger. Gabriel, you know that Issei is a very strong exorcist. It is clear that he will send him on many missions. We try to keep his feet with Gabriel in the hands of the High Command, but it will be a little difficult to maintain that. The young exorcist who ended the life of a cadre is what they say in the Vatican. I don't care. It seems they gave Issei another mission. I haven't seen them for a week. Do you want me to run out of Issei energy? What is Issei energy? Michael asked, puzzled. 2. She got a little embarrassed and looked angry. That has nothing to do with it. Where will she go now? To a town near Kuo. It seems he was given the solo task of capturing or killing an SS-class demon. An SS-class devil. What is this attest? The power of Issei and the Generation X kids far surpasses the rank of a high-class devil and even slightly rivals other devils who love to fight. An SS-class devil is something simple. I hope so. I want them to become powerful enough. The evil that is approaching the 3 factions is certainly dangerous. I didn't think Lilith was going to do it, so many times I told her not to. Lucifer must have forced her to do that. But it will definitely be a threat. I never expected that Lilith's masterpiece, the 13 crowns, would be real. 13 powerful demon generals in service to the queen. Each of them having power superior to a supreme class demon. No, I would say that among them some rival the Satan class. Yes. Lilith created them specifically to defeat the faction leaders. In a 1vs1 it is impossible for us to lose. But it would get complicated when 3 or 4 fight against a leader. I don't want to drag humans into this war. But they would be key pieces for the next project of heaven. Gabriel. Your dream will soon come true. 1. My dream? Gabriel asked. We must have strong pieces. Issei, Dulio, Griselda, Vasco Strada, Edward, Marana and all the exorcists at the rank of Generation X on our side. If they increase their power before the calamity arrives. No, even Azazel already thought about it. We can win. There will be a slim chance without our father here. I can't fight. I must stay so the system keeps running. Brother. Gabriel. Go and tell all our brothers that heaven enters the creation phase of the brave saints. As he was leaving in the vehicle, a high-ranking exorcist was riding alongside Issei. He was able to recognize Issei at first sight. 2. Brother Issei. He said while looking at him. MNNN. Issei looked at him and couldn't recognize him. So he thought for a few seconds. That person realized Issei's ignorance. Sorry, I'm Harold. I was with you at the Holy Sword's trial. Even with that description, Issei simply shook his head. It wasn't that he had a bad memory, it was just that what happened that day was enough to erase the few people he had met. Realizing this, he simply smiled. I understand, anyway. It's nice to see you again, I guess you're off on another mission. Yes, I was assigned a mission right after finishing another one. Issei said, a little tired, not because of work. Simply because of the large amount of land they have to manage from mission to mission. It was something that all the exorcists realized when they saw each other. The work of an exorcist can be said to be quite interesting. You travel the world, learning and working. Doing what you love. Helping people. But the problematic part was the tasks you had to perform. Not only did you have to fight against evil spirits, werewolves, demons, and fallen angels. These being just the most problematic of the entire list of beings who had to control the sky. But also the investigation of the terrain and the situation. There were many factors that made the missions take quite a while and were quite tedious in many ways. We're on our way to the Kyoto train, right? Harold asked the conductor. Hearing his statement, he instantly deduced who Issei was going to face. I see, the demon Kuroka. She's been a pain in the ass for the exorcists of Japan for several years now. Although, you're quite strong. I suppose you can do it. Who? You know her? Issei asked. Yes. All the exorcists said in unison. Hearing that, Issei could deduce that everyone has had an encounter with her or something similar. Any recommendations? It's a big problem, it's a yakai with exaggerated control of its tauki and its senjutsu. I would say that among the Nekomata yakai that I have hunted. It is without a doubt the most powerful and talented. If it is not captured or eliminated, in a few years it will be very difficult to capture without some SS-class exorcist. Understanding the danger of the mission, Issei sighed and set out to end it in its tracks. By the way, did you hear the news? Harold asked, receiving a negative response from Issei. It seems that Sister Marana's village was destroyed by the demons. That surprised Issei quite a bit, he instantly worried about Marana and Griselda when he remembered that they were both going to that place. Don't worry brother Issei, Sister Griselda and Marana are fine. When they arrived everything had already happened. They had a fight with some strange demons. But the incident surprised many in the church. A large part of the churches in Russia have been destroyed and nearby towns were massacred. Still shocked, Issei was about to say a few words. But Harold simply shook his head. No one had survived the great massacre in Russia. Issei was a little worried about his mental health, possibly caused by the death of Marana's family members, but he sighed a little to calm himself down. Is it known who the perpetrators were? The demons of the ancient war. Harold said. Upon arriving at the area, we investigated and it was proven due to the demonic power left behind by the demons. It has certainly been something that shocked us, many talented exorcists were killed. Many of them young. For us olds, dying is simply something we would do without hesitation, but for someone young, it is certainly quite tragic. The survivors, and those who have not yet been attacked, were taken to the main church in Russia, Moscow. It is now being protected by angels and exorcists of the highest possible level. Other areas as well have been mobilized, and they are focusing all defense on the main churches. Has more information been said to come from the sky? Issei asked. Not yet. We only know that the situation is not entirely good. Possibly after completing these missions they will start calling them to the main headquarters. A few hours later, Issei arrived at a train station. He was headed to Kyoto, although it was an area controlled by the gods of Japanese mythology and the yokai. Both factions had a certain alliance with heaven, and the exorcists could travel to such places without any problems. Several hours later. Kyoto. Upon arriving and exiting the train, he was able to identify 3 auras very close to him. These auras came from some yokai. Issei simply saw them and they turned around. Without hesitation, he began to follow them to an alley in the near zone. "Are you the exorcist called Issei Vermilion?" asked one of the yokai with human form. "Correct, you are yokai belonging to the West faction." To see a confirmation from the yokai. "I understand, you belong to the Yasaka princess faction, right?" Aside from teaching them how to fight, exorcists have a fairly comprehensive knowledge of the supernatural world. Considering they carry God's name on their foreheads everywhere, they must have some information upon arrival, so as not to be presented as a fool. "I suppose you come at the request of our faction to eliminate the demon called Kuroka." "Correct, if you have any additional information you can lend me, I can finish the job as quickly as possible. I assume Princess Yasaka, like the sky, is growing tired of having that demon lurking around her area." "Indeed, although we have little information about her, we know that she is allied with a small group or so it is said. We do not know the exact number, but it must be less than 10 people. As you know, Kuroka is an extremely powerful and cautious yokai. She will not hesitate to withdraw from the scene without hesitation. To this day she has killed more than 100 of our guards who have gone to capture her." "I understand. I give you my word that I will finish all of this in the next few days." The yokai simply lowered his head. "Princess Yasaka would have liked to speak with you, but her work schedule is tight enough that she hasn't had time to hear you out. Heaven has said that you are an exorcist powerful enough to handle the danger." After finishing their words, the yokai gave Issei an address. It was a hotel controlled by them to give him lodging for the time he was going to settle in. Issei, without wasting any time, simply left and went to his lodging. The yokai had given him all the possible information collected from Kuroka. Without a doubt the mission that was simple now became a little complicated. According to the data, the demon Kuroka is undoubtedly a very formidable yokai in the magical aspect, and although those from the Vatican could conclude that his abilities against magic were the best, without a doubt, he has not yet fully tested his time capabilities against senjutsu, which was almost the essence of life itself. Although the power of time has been applied in many methods, senjutsu and other powers were very different from the conventional ones. In another area. Yokai interior. Passel. "So, the heaven-sent exorcist has arrived in our lands?" a beautiful woman asked. "Yeah, we hope this one doesn't fail like the others. Although, this one. It looked a little different," the kneeling guard said. "In what aspect?" "I suppose it must be someone experienced that they sent. He's young, quite young is what I think. However, he has unique qualities. It's most likely that he is." The woman sighed. "I suppose he must be a sacred gear user or a rare special ability. I suppose the exorcists finally sent someone capable of doing the task. I would like them to keep an eye on him and follow his steps. If they confirm the elimination of that Nekomata, I would like them to invite him to the castle so I can congratulate him personally." The guards are slightly surprised to hear such news. "Princess Yasaka, you don't have to. He's just doing his job. Don't worry, taking 2 minutes of my time to congratulate him shouldn't be a big deal." The next day. After waking up, Issei found himself having breakfast in the hotel dining room. The people around him looked at him a little strangely. Apart from being a foreigner who already attracts a lot of attention in Japan, Issei's eyes, as always, attracted too much attention. This, unlike other times, he felt a little embarrassed compared to his other embarrassing moments. It was because he was being stared at very closely by a certain person. A beautiful but large woman stood before him, with long, gorgeous blonde hair. She was rarely seen in such places, and to the ordinary world, she held a high political position to keep up appearances. Issei ate a little and looked at the woman in front of him, while his face was a little red. "Miss. It's embarrassing, you know. MNNN. I suppose you must have a special bond with the angels, right?" she said without much hesitation. Issei, hearing that, simply puts his serious face. Sighing, he looked at the woman a little better. Without a doubt her beauty was one of the greatest he had seen. Something rare in the thinking of the exorcists, mostly or a large part of the exorcists, do not have a thought outside of their work in serving God. Giving themselves body and soul to God. Only those who retire or have a thought similar to Issei's are the ones who get married. Issei was no stranger to the opposite sex. He had a desire to get married in the future and start a family, although Dulio was different in that aspect, and almost all the exorcists he knows. Although for other people, having in front of them the person that Issei had was something that many would call simply luck or things of destiny. Yasaka looked at Issei, waiting for his answer. Normally she wouldn't. She wasn't even interested in meeting exorcists, as long as their visit was not a seraph, and an envoy of these were simply one for her. But seeing Issei's face changed completely, sacred gear users implanted in the eyes were rare, even among sacred gear users, falling into the category with healing users, which is why she was a little interested in meeting him. Well, that's something you must have already confirmed, right? I find it strange that you, leader of the Yokai West, Yasaka, would personally come to greet just any exorcist. Yasaka remained for a few seconds in deep thought. Seeing the greatsword at her side, it was clear that it was not just anyone. I suppose so, natural sacred sword users are rare even among rare ones. Lately the three factions have been a bit disoriented due to the events in the underworld. That they have let a holy sword user go so far has us a bit bewildered. Well, it's just my thought. The life of the exorcist is a bit alien to heaven, however. The only thing that is me integrated are your eyes. She said, staring at Issei. Ha. That's confidential information. Time? The power you wield is time, right? Yasaka said, looking at Issei out of the corner of her eye. This surprised Issei quite a bit, and he looked at the woman a little more seriously. Do not be surprised, we Kyuubi handle the power of time. However, what is in you is not magic. It is complete control. Something incredible indeed, only those gods of time have a handling at such a level. Well, I guess you are missing to exploit such power. Hey, don't you want to be part of my faction? I will give you what you wish if you stay here in Kyoto protecting it. Yasaka said, suddenly flooding Issei's mind with information. But it took him a few seconds to assimilate the information given by Yasaka, only to sigh and deny it. I am in debt to heaven. But to a specific angel. So I can't lose my faith for any benefit. Yasaka looked at Issei's face. Huo, how interesting. I will focus on stealing you from Michael in the future. Time power users are highly coveted, you know. However, for now I will give up. She said as she stood up, and two other people suddenly appeared. They must have been her personal guards. As the woman left, Issei was left feeling very confused. It had been too strange a visit, especially considering it was from the leader of a faction. He tried to continue eating, but the situation simply didn't allow him to direct the meal. He simply grabbed his things and left the hotel for one of the nearby forests. As he was preparing to investigate, a yokai approached. The last sighting of Kuroka was in some forests near Inner Kyoto. Although rare, she has the ability to enter and leave Inner Kyoto at her leisure. We'll give you these. It was something similar to a small stamp, the yokai sticks it on Issei's back. This seal allows you to enter and exit the barrier whenever you want, it has a time limit of 1 day. Each day I will pass you a seal. I understand, thanks for the help. It will make the investigation much easier for me. Although without a doubt. Ha. The yokai understood Issei's sigh. Kuroka was a Nekomata, a yokai who was extremely stealthy, and considering she knew someone was after her, she was much more cautious. It was definitely going to be a difficult task to attempt. I wish you luck, if we have any sign of her. We will definitely let you know. The yokai said as he left. As he left, Issei simply sighed. Unlike the other exorcists, not having the ability to use magic makes the investigation a little more difficult for him. When it comes to following trails and collecting evidence, he simply has to focus on his pure instincts. He simply began to run throughout the forest, checking the surroundings to get to know the area and notice any abnormalities. He had some knowledge of the interior of the forests. Living in a wooded area, he understood the system very well. This will definitely be a time-consuming job. I would have liked to return quickly to Russia. Ha. I hope at least if I eliminate the demon I can have a mission close to our institution. I have a feeling something strange is going to happen. As he covered a large area with his incredible speed, he saw something in the distance. It was a large group of winged beings. At first, he thought they were Tengu protecting something. But by sharpening his senses he was able to realize the situation, and at an incredible speed. Slash. Issei made a clean cut to the heads of 9 of the 10 winged beings, looking closely they were demons of the ancient war. Meanwhile, some slightly wounded guard yokai could be seen. The yokai were shocked to see Issei's swift entrance and swift slaughter of the demons. Seeing his attire and the incredible amount of holy power, he was an exorcist. They had previously warned him that one was trying to eliminate the Nekomata Kuroka. The demon who had not killed froze when he realized how his companions had been killed. Spit it out. Issei's words were directed sharp, as he looked at the demon both supernatural eyes shone brightly. But the demon froze, perhaps out of fear or because he simply didn't want to say anything. His gaze focused on Issei, but for a brief second he looked away and shot off towards the yokai guards. Slash. But before the thought of pain reached his mind, he found himself on the ground being stepped on by Issei. He didn't understand the boy's speed. It was as if he anticipated it before he had even made a move. Will you not say a word? I don't mind killing you here and now. I just want to know, what are you planning to do here? Maybe if you talk, I'll spare your life and you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. The yakai guards then took action. Exorcist. Dono, please let us take you to a prison. We will do our best to get you out. But before all that was over. Boom. An incredible explosion occurred, even from a distance the tremor could be felt, surprising Issei and the guards. What was that? Issei asked in surprise. That's the direction of the gate. Shouted one of the guards. Door. This is the entrance to Inner Kyoto. We must hurry. The guards took the demon and he left at full speed. Issei hesitated for a few seconds to go. After all, they could be internal problems and for someone outside his faction he couldn't just go. After all, the north, west, east and south had their internal problems. But considering a demon from the ancient era was there, I imagine the worst. He shot off toward the area with the guards, all the while thinking too much. Are they attacking Inner Kyoto? What do they want from this place? Although with Rizavim's rotten thinking I can only expect the worst. Even so, I only hope that whatever is there can be stopped by them or by me. Kyoto interior. Castle. Yasaka looked out a window of her office at what had happened while she thought about what could be forcing its way in. A guard approaches. Yasaka, Sama. Do you know who the attack is about? Not yet. We're waiting for reports. I just received news that the exorcist and some guards wiped out some demons from the ancient era. Yasaka is slightly surprised to hear that. Demons of the ancient era. Could it be due to the event that happened in the underworld? What are you? But when an idea came to mind. Yasaka's surprised face gave the yakai an idea. He made a magic circle. Concentrate all forces on the castle and the castle vault. I repeat. Concentrate forces on the castle and the vault. In another area. A beautiful young woman watched from afar what was happening. Sitting on the branch of a tree she sighed, stood up, shook off some dust and began to jump between the branches. On Issei's side. He had arrived in the area only to see destruction and many dead yakai. There were few demons from the old era, he was implying that they had already entered the city. With simple movements, he killed the demons that had stayed behind. They weren't as strong as the Vatican had said. The problem lay in their numbers, which were said to be almost in the millions. According to Vatican data, there aren't even 20,000 active exorcists, and more than half of them were conventional, and facing a large number of demons was a problem. Although, according to the Pope himself, the problem of the demons should be left to the angels, it was clear that they could be used as cannon fodder in a war between both factions. As he went deeper into the city, he could see several explosions near the castle. Using his full capacity and using the power of time to his advantage, Issei made Dash almost invisible. Boom. The attacks from the demons and even the yakai defending the castle were reaching the suburbs. It was a fierce fight, but everything seemed very strange, not only in the aspect that those guys were attacking the yakai, but also that everything was happening too fast. They didn't believe that the barrier used by the yakai was so weak to be destroyed by those simple demons, aside from them reaching the castle too quickly. Thump. At that moment he felt a very strong tremor, even the houses began to fall. Kaya. At that moment, a large amount of debris began to fall from the watchtowers. The yakai had a fairly ancient lifestyle, quite similar to the Japanese of many centuries ago. They lived in small houses and still maintained watchtowers. Chronostasis. All the debris was suspended, they are surprised to see Issei. Quick, head to the evacuation zone. Hearing his words, they realized that he was on their side. Which without hesitation they began to run. A large amount of civilian yakai were still coming running, it was definitely a problem. Their powers were limited, they did not have infinite time, and rescuing civilians and then going to fight would undoubtedly be suicide. It was clear that the demons should not be alone, there must be a greater force that had to destroy the doors. After a few minutes, he could see the flow of yakai was diminishing. He quickly left for the area where the fight was taking place. To get a big surprise. A corpulent being could be seen, it must have been almost 3 meters tall, it looked like a minotaur, but this one had almost 6 horns instead of 2 and 6 arms. In each arm it had a different weapon. It was seen that it had many wounds from wars, typical of a frontline warrior, it also had some burn wounds and several cuts. In front of him you could see Yasaka somewhat tired and a little injured. He was surprised that this enemy was putting Yasaka in a difficult position. But without hesitation. Fush. Thump. Issei delivered an incredible kick to the Minotaur's head, sending it flying due to the incredible attack. He was a little surprised not to sense the enemy. He looked Issei up and down. An exorcist. His voice was thick and powerful. His gaze was sharp and dangerous. Princess Yasaka, are you okay? Issei said, ignoring the enemy. Yes. Ha. Yes, my apologies. I can't give it my all. Issei, upon hearing this, could understand a little of the meaning of those words. He looked around and could see that there were many injured yakai and several flames were treating them. Is he healing them? on a battlefield. But as if she had read his mind. Yasaka simply said. I can't let them die. Reinforcements will arrive in a few minutes. I'm ashamed to say it, but can you lend a hand here? Or right. What's your name? Issei Vermilion. Don't worry, I must help her. I suppose you're here for something, right? Issei asked. Yasaka smiled. She hadn't denied it. It was clear they must have come for an item from the Yakai vault. Many of those items were divine objects of immense power, given by the gods to the Yakai for their protection. The demon looked at Issei. Are you done? Warrior of heaven. Yes, I'm surprised you waited. I'm a warrior, and attacking enemies from behind is an incredible offense. You didn't do that, though. This one said, to stir-fry. Issei smiled equally. Excuse me, I had to make a good entrance. My name is Issei Vermilion. My name is Asterios Arobas, original demon belonging to the House of Arobas. Asterios is a true warrior of heaven. Issei is surprised by the introduction of the demon. One of the founders of the 72 demonic pillars. Although now the noble demons are nothing more than a group of weaklings in Vasco's words, the founders were monsters among monsters personally created to fight in the First Great War. Although their physical form changed over time, it was said that the first demons, with the exception of the demon kings and Lilith, were quite amorphous beings. Issei stood on guard, a blanket of energy instantly covering him. It was the power of time accelerating his body, and even though everything was against him, he couldn't turn back. Thinking about it carefully, he probably couldn't use his time abilities. One of the biggest problems with his abilities was the ability to have no advantage against people who fight with physical abilities, and if they use magic to strengthen their abilities. The only thing he could use to defend himself was to use the time around him and have the ability to read their blows. Asterios, seeing that Issei is not using his sword, put his own away anyway. But Issei hesitated a little. Asterios was undoubtedly a rare specimen among the demons. Almost none of them focused on their physical abilities because the demons boasted of their demonic powers. Fush. Issei shot towards Asterios with all his strength, attacking with a kick. But with a simple movement he dodged it. He was too agile for that monstrous body. At the moment of dodging, he quickly launched an attack, and Issei threw part of his body back, while Asterios quickly launched a kick being dodged by Issei, throwing a jump backwards. For having such a heavy body, he moves too fast. Issei thought as he quickly approached the ground. Thump. Unleashing a powerful season at high speed being defended by Asterios. Despite being human, his physical strength is ridiculously high. He must be an incredibly talented warrior. Asterios thought as he attacked Issei again with a punch. Thump. 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 Although for them things were happening more slowly than usual, for the Yakai it was a battle at an incredible speed. Powerful attacks were simply being dodged or defended. They could only watch the two clash at incredible speeds, their blows shaking the air. The buildings around them were being affected and avoiding such situations. Let's move. Issei, using martial arts, deflects the three arms that were going to hit them to the side. While with explosive speed and strength, Issei tackles Asterios to an area away from the castle. As his giant body flew through the air, Issei ran after him. In the air, he tried to hit him, but Asterios defended himself. Pump. Thump. The two started fighting within seconds of Asterios' body hitting the ground. Boom. At one point, both of them connected with blows to each other's faces simultaneously, and by a twist of fate, they both smiled as they looked at each other. As they separated, Issei put his right arm behind him, while defending himself from Asterios' barrage of blows. In a second, Asterios could notice how an incredible amount of holy power. Issei made a strong step, destroying the ground where he was, destabilizing Asterios. Holy fist. But Asterios, although in a bad position, unleashed a punch with demonic aura, the impact of both blows destroying everything around him. Cancel it. Issei is surprised to see how the enemy launched an attack as powerful as the holy fist. Thump. Asterios punches Issei hard in the face, throwing him to the side after the impact. Issei falls to the ground and stands up and sighs. One blow was enough to draw blood. Is our level so different? Issei stands up and simply looks at him with a serious face. They get into a fighting stance as he looked at him, and understanding Issei's gaze, Asterios takes a strange look. Both of them clashed their fists with brutal fury. The area not only began to shake rapidly, both of them clashed fists and kicks. But in a moment, Asterios felt he was losing ground. With his two arms of different spaces he took out two enormous axes. This one attacked Issei in a wild way. Issei barely dodged them and unsheathed his sword. Tink. 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 The clash of their swords shook everything around them, the holy attacks released by Issei's sword, and the attacks coming from Asterios' two axes. He is very strong. Has he been controlling himself before taking out those two axes? While Issei deflected his attacks with his sword and attacked again with monstrous force, but at that moment. Thump. Asterios hit Issei hard, although he had defended himself with the sword. He had sent him flying, causing him to crash into several houses. But in the sky there was a great blow. Asterios saw it, forcing him to completely go into assault mode. His posture adjusted as he looked into the distance at Issei. The brilliance of his sword began to obscure the sky of Kyoto, the sword with an edge unmatched among the heavens. They both looked into each other's eyes while smiling. Right now they considered each other something more than enemies. Simple rivals. When Issei hit the ground, bang. As if it had been a bullet. Both of them shot out. Tink. Both weapons collided. Boom. The explosion of the clash of both weapons, everything around them shook. A huge explosion shook the area completely. Yasaka approaches the explosion zone. In a huge crater she could see Asterios standing. He had several scratches, cuts and bruises. But the surprising thing about it was that he was missing an arm. Lying on the ground she could see Issei quite hurt and beaten. Amazing. For someone so weak, you have a lot of combat experience. Asterios looked back at Yasaka. At that moment, another event surprised him. In the sky, a hole could be seen, from which a great green dragon began to descend. Above it, a towering figure descended. Everyone in the area felt its power and simply looked up. It seems the cavalry has arrived. I think I wasted too much time with you, she said, looking at Issei on the ground. Princess of the Yokai, tell him when he wakes up. I'll wait for him in the future. With those words, Asterios opens a portal to retreat, well behind Yasaka. That person who descended. With simple movements, he wiped out all the enemies. 2 days later. Issei woke up, his wounds slightly bandaged. None of them were serious, but he had spent the last 2 days knocked out, having little time to live and a little injured. He would have to thank Yasaka for helping him in the final part of the fight. The enemy was too powerful, after all. Although he was able to damage and physically slow him down, he was still superior in both technique and combat experience. Issei looked at his body full of marks and wounds, all of them almost from his training. But now there were some marks left from his previous fight. He didn't think that the weapons of that monster inflicted almost a permanent wound that even his power of time couldn't erase. Ha. I must become stronger. I can't allow that being to defeat me in such a shameless way. Issei said as he clenched his fist tightly. You're still young, so the fact that you've stood up to it and stopped it enough is quite comforting. Hearing those words, Issei looks at the door. Yasaka had entered the room. It could be seen that she had a certain tray in her hands. I'm glad you woke up, I was getting a little worried. Yasaka said. Excuse me. I've lost most of my powers and it'll take a while to get them back. Thank you for letting me spend these days in your castle. I understand, it's the least I can do by helping me in this crisis. As you know, we Yokai of the West don't have such powerful warriors on our side. When we have an attack of such magnitude I must face it without a doubt. Your confrontation helped me a lot. Not only was I able to save all the Yokai possible and protect the castle, I was able to realize your qualities. Have you never wondered a little about your abilities? Yasaka asked. She sat in Caesar style on Issei's left side. She gave a slightly interested look as she looked at both of Issei's eyes. My power given by God? Issei asked. No. That power does not come from God. Not the power of time. In the world there are very rare magics and abilities even among the gods themselves. Time, gravity, the stars, the solar power. They are rare abilities. In your case you do not possess magic, but you possess the ability to control time. You can count with one hand the gods who have such ability. For the moment you must take enough care of yourself. It is a very coveted power, and besides, you have not even awakened your next eye. Issei was a little puzzled by her explanation. He had some knowledge of his powers, but because of her teachings from heaven, everything came from God. Even his physical ability and everything he had been granted came directly from God. While thinking about what to answer, Yasaka makes a slight sound to get his attention. Well, let's put that aside for now. I notified heaven of what happened. It seems this wasn't the only attack that occurred, even heaven and hell received a similar attack. Issei is surprised to hear her words. He tried to stand up to leave for the Vatican. But Yasaka stopped him. The sky sent me a message. They mentioned that you should continue on your mission. Nothing serious happened in almost all the attacks. But they did achieve their objective in almost all cases except here. What were you originally looking for? Issei asked. Yasaka glares at him briefly. After all, Issei understood that he was nothing more than an exorcist and a mere pawn in the eyes of Yasaka or another leader. But she sighs. They're looking for the 7 circles of hell. MNNN. Issei was puzzled by what Yasaka said. The circles of hell are seals of super powerful demons. But they are not demons bound to Christianity. Demons from different factions that once followed Lilith. But they were sealed by their respective gods. It is said that if Lilith had her help in the faction war, the outcome today would have been different. The gods of different factions handed out the seals to different factions to keep them apart. Why do Yakai have one of them? It's a little. I understand your concern, it's not something we originally had. About 200 years ago Michael didn't hand it over, and originally it was supposed to be protected by the god Sun Wukong, but due to some concern from the god it was left here. We couldn't have such a worrying thing and we sent it to heaven recently. I understand. But if they succeeded, do they have 2 of them in their possession? From what I heard from Michael, they have 3 of them in their possession. One of them we sent to heaven while the other 3 are lost in history. Although for the moment, the situation is not good at all. Ha. Anyways, young Issei. You should rest, we had an encounter with the demon Kuroka yesterday. I understand. But a few seconds passed and those seconds turned into minutes. Issei looks at Yasaka a little embarrassed because she hasn't left and has spent almost 2 minutes staring at him. Issei looked at her out of the corner of his eye, but simply did nothing and very occasionally takes a sip of tea that was supposed to be his. Princess Yasaka. Yasaka lightly looked at him, but looked him up and down, and took a sip of tea. You know, I don't have an heir yet, and I'm increasingly under pressure from the citizens to have a future heir or heirs of Kyoto. Since you don't want to become the protector of Kyoto, do you want to become the king consort of the queen? Issei simply covered his face with both hands, his face as red as a tomato. Yasaka kept her face serious and calm, even after saying such a bold request. Issei didn't even have the space to bury his face in embarrassment. Please stop making those jokes. Issei said, quite embarrassed. It's not a joke, you know. Yasaka said in a serious manner. I must have a powerful descendant for the future, and I haven't had time to look for a man to choose from. Anyway, your genes are very powerful since you possess unique abilities in this world, and your face is quite beautiful, you know. So the abilities you possess are quite advantageous for having a powerful heir. Issei, still with his face full of shame, gives a great sigh of tiredness. You just want my genes, right? Yasaka says without hesitation. Exactly. I don't think I can make you fall in love with me. So I can only ask for your genes until I get pregnant. Issei looked at the ceiling and gave a big tired and ashamed sigh. He knows that I belong to the church. Sleeping with another woman who is not my wife is something that we must prevent at all costs. Yes. I understand, and that is an impediment. But in this area we are not under God's laws. Tump. Yasaka attacks Issei. Grabbing him with terrifying strength, the woman looks at Issei's well-formed face. Right now you are under the laws of the Japanese gods. Then what about my mind and soul? Will you destroy my vows just for your personal gain? Issei said as he tried to break free from the woman's grip, but to his surprise, her physical strength was too monstrous even for him. She must have almost the same strength as him. But Yasaka denies it. What I'm using is Tauki. This improves our physical aspects enormously. I would teach it to you if you decided to cooperate with the next leader of Kyoto. Can't. Yasaka stopped straining and returned to her old position to stare at the ceiling while letting out a slightly discouraged sigh. You know. I'm not asking you this as someone interested in just your genes. I barely know you and the last thing I'd like to do would be to sleep with a person just by meeting you. But I can read people, even you. I'd say you're the person I can read the easiest. A reason? I don't have one. I know the type of person you are, what you think and what you want to do. You have a strong sense of justice, and you have a repressed hatred towards demons. I suppose that was due to losing a family member. Anyway, it's rare for me to open up emotionally to a person. I guess that's because of the way I look at you. Should I be able to explain it better? I guess I'm feeling a little nervous. Issei was a little confused as he looked at Yasaka. This equally remained silent as they both looked at each other. For a few seconds. They just stared at each other, the silence not awkward. It even demonstrated something. It was just a slightly strange atmosphere. She gives a brief smile. Continue resting, I won't give up, you know. I haven't protected my virginity to give it to some idiot chosen by a group of elders who want to control my territory. I would like to at least choose the right person and of course choose the best genes for my future heir. Yasaka saying those words simply leaves the room, leaving Issei red with embarrassment but clearly quite scared. He couldn't stay long enough in this castle, he was simply going to be raped by Princess Yasaka. Issei sighs. He was someone very tied to the church and for him, the simple fact of doing the act before his marriage and without being his wife was a sin. Although he had not taken the vow of chastity that for example Marana and Griselda had taken, although of course. That is still a somewhat intense debate in the church, for several of the men taking the vow of chastity was not mandatory, although many of them exceeded the rank of priest, despite their young age. Issei and Dulio had a rank higher than priest, being vicars general, a very high rank despite their young age, and being exorcists, which are not very seen in the human world. But because of that, I simply couldn't accept doing that with Yasaka. As someone of fairly high rank in the church, and as someone who knows he's a symbol for current exorcists, I couldn't be the first to sin by having a child with a being of another religion and not being his wife. A few hours later. Yes, I'm fine. It's just that his power was much higher than I expected. Thank God you're okay. I've been meaning to call for a few days, but the situation in heaven isn't all that great. Everything's in turmoil because of these attacks. I suppose Princess Yasaka told you what's going on, right? Yes, excuse me. I was very curious. Don't worry. Although it's something that only the leaders know for the moment, we should tell it in the future. The 13 Crowns are very powerful demons who participated in the ancient war. Even you are very far from that level, but I understand perfectly, Mr. Michael. I will do everything possible to continue becoming more powerful and be able to represent heaven on earth. In front of Issei was a mirror, reflecting Michael's face. He had called because he was a little worried about his protege's health. After all, a figure like Issei couldn't be lost like that. Anyway, just now talking to Yasaka. She told me she had something to talk to me about. With that, he ends the call. Issei sighs and simply lies down. He was going to rest until tomorrow and continue with his mission. Late at night. It was almost dawn. Issei woke up when he heard the door moving. Everything was very dark, but Issei could make out the person because of his eyes. What are you doing here at this hour? Princess Yasaka. Issei said. Oh. That was. Quick. Don't talk so loud, I snuck out of my main room to come here but. Yasaka's voice could be heard a little embarrassed, something a little strange, given that ever since he met her, her voice has been quite serious and straight. Worthy of someone who has power. But now it's been a little weird. What's happening? I came to surprise you with a slightly revealing kimono and see if we could do something. But I don't know if I've gained weight and did something wrong being in the dark. But the suit doesn't go all the way up. Hearing that, Issei's face turned red. But he had to do something about the lighting even if he saw something strange. He wanted to avoid that, but right now he was already seeing something too much. He simply prayed to God, and when he arrived at the Vatican he hoped to cleanse his soul. He walked over to one of the nearby candles and lit it. Between darkness and light, Issei could see Yasaka's embarrassed face looking to the side, while the kimono she was wearing only covered a minimum of her body. It was as if she had torn a part of the kimono, or it had simply fallen off because it had not been adjusted correctly. Although before she wanted to sound flirtatious when she told Issei that she wanted his child, Yasaka now gives the air of a young, somewhat inexperienced girl, or that was what Issei saw. Silence devoured everything in the room. Yasaka looked to the side quite embarrassed, and Issei looked at his opponent. Knowing that the situation was going nowhere, Yasaka sighs and looks at Issei. The surprise doesn't even have the same effect anymore. But tomorrow I'll try to fix it, and I hope you see me in it. Issei didn't even know what to say before those words of Yasaka, which he simply affirmed while looking to the side. He couldn't see her due to the state he was in, but although his mind focused on the church and his beliefs denied seeing, his carnal instincts which he had repressed for the most time came to light. It was simply a glance, and although he couldn't see anything intimate about Yasaka, he could see her beautiful body. Although he declared that his mistress's body was without a doubt the most beautiful in the world, Yasaka's body was not far behind. She was trying to cover herself because her kimono was falling off, but to Issei's surprise, she gives a slightly suspicious look. As if she had made a decision, she approaches the half-naked Issei, knocking him down to his surprise, only seeing how the little that the kimono covered simply appeared in front of her sight. Just now Issei was looking at Yasaka's large naked breasts. He took a big gulp at what he was seeing and just looked at Yasaka's somewhat embarrassed face. I guess it's time. Are you ready? Understand my situation? Yes. If I hadn't been heaven-bound, I would have definitely taken this opportunity. But I am a person very attached to my religion and my desires. I must protect myself until I get married, and I must only do this with my wife. Yasaka, sitting on top of Issei, simply sighs. Taking off her kimono and throwing it aside. Yasaka was only left in her underwear in front of Issei. Looking at Issei's face, she simply puts her head next to him as they stuck skin to skin. I can't understand it, you know. I just know I want to do it with you now. Don't you think that 3 or 4 days that we've only known each other isn't enough? Issei replied. I could feel Yasaka's breathing becoming somewhat labored, and it was obvious that she was very embarrassed. For me, knowing a person in a single day is enough, I've told you. I can understand people in a single day with my skills, and in the hundreds of years I have, it's enough to choose you. Issei tried to push her away from his body, but Yasaka was too close. Even their heartbeats beat at the same frequency. You feel it. I know you'd be lying if you said no. Even a person devoted to God feels the corresponding emotions. Issei couldn't say another word. Yasaka's lips sealed hers as she didn't say another word. She felt the emotion, but at the same time she felt like she was betraying something in her heart. I will add the lemon, but it will be in a special that I am thinking of doing. 1. The next morning. Issei opened his eyes and gave a deep sigh. He looked to his right and watched Yasaka naked sleeping a little on top of him. But right now, it felt like the worst thing in the world. He felt like he had broken something in both his mind and his body. As he looked at the naked Yasaka, he remembered everything that happened that night. He had done it, breaking God's rules by committing the act with a person who wasn't even a special person to him. He was just waiting to arrive to perform the sacrament of penance. He had to get rid of what he'd done. But the guilt inside him was quite bothersome. While the thought was eating her mind, Yasaka wakes up. As she yawns, her breasts bounce, and looking to both sides she could notice Issei's gaze towards her. "Good morning," Issei said. "Good morning." A smiling Yasaka rushes towards Issei to kiss him on the lips. As they broke away from the kiss, Issei had the same worried and slightly discouraged face. Realizing this, Yasaka says, "What's done is done. I'd like to have a few words to comfort you about what happened, and I understand. But, okay. Honestly, let's just leave this here." But Yasaka smiles and denies it. "Puff, this is something that will remain in our hearts. Me being your first woman and you my first man." But Issei sighs. "Don't make the situation worse. What happened here I must keep in my heart forever." Yasaka simply lay on top of Issei's body while fiddling with her hand. "You must take care of me from now on. Didn't you say you didn't want to get married? Nor will I, as long as I have a future descendant. I have no need to get married, and you will give that descendant to me. Although, if in the future you change your mind, I will be waiting for you." Several minutes later. Yasaka was getting ready in the room, while Issei was simply dressing up in his exorcist clothes to look for Kuroka. "I'd like to do it again right now, but I have to continue governing Kyoto." Issei remained silent at her words, while he continued preparing. Yasaka simply looked at him. "I think I'll take a vacation. If I leave some of the maids I've been training and do some things a little in the afternoon, I can take all the time I need to take care of my mistress." He said this last bit while hugging Issei from behind. He sighed tiredly, already having a massive headache after everything that had happened. He tried to leave the scene, but Yasaka stopped him. "Are you leaving without giving me a kiss?" Issei stares at the woman with a prominent blush. Just like Yasaka, they simply looked into each other's eyes. He tried to retreat again, but Yasaka didn't even let him go. But in a moment of carelessness she approached Issei and kissed him. As they separated, Yasaka saw Issei's angry and embarrassed face, but this simply made her laugh out loud. She knew how confused Issei must feel with what he did, and although she feels guilty about what is happening to the young, she will try to support him while the mission continues. A few hours later. Issei was on a branch deep in the forest. Right now he was still thinking about what had happened. Even if he had denied everything that had happened, he had enjoyed it. He didn't even think what his wife Gabriel would think about the past or his friends. At that moment Issei felt a slightly strange movement in the area. At first he thought it was animals, but it was too stealthy a movement to come from an animal trying to flee. Issei looked around, trying to hear any animal running away or nearby. But nothing. He got into a fighting stance for a few seconds. As the seconds passed, Issei closed his eyes. Flash. In a few seconds he shot out to an area. In the distance he could see a black figure jumping from branch to branch. Thump. She received an incredible blow, which sent her to the ground instantly. Issei looked at her and simply smiled. He had finally hit the target. "I didn't think you'd be so stupid as to come and watch me." The person who was hit gets up. Although a little wobbly, he looks at Issei with a surprised face. "Ugh, I didn't think you'd hit a lady." A young woman almost the same age as Issei looks at him with an angry face. She was quite beautiful in his eyes and had a distinctive color that she used both in her hair and in her clothes. "Kuroka. Stray demon. You know, among all these problems you've caused, there's something I like quite a bit, and that's your name. It means black song, right?" As she looked at him, the color of his eyes seemed very strange. Somewhere she had seen the boy's face. Seeing his clothing, she could tell that this was an exorcist, a little different from the norm. They normally wore rather loose clothing for men and were full of sacred tools. But this person possessed an enormous stench of sacred power. The armor and sword they wore simply made her tremble. It must have been a high-level exorcist or someone with great potential, perhaps a sacred gear user. "Is that a compliment so I don't kill you?" the girl asked. "It's a compliment that you die in peace. You've been a huge pain in the ass for the yokai and the exorcists." Kuroka's magic power begins to rise spontaneously. Issei had a surprised reaction. For someone almost his age, she had an incredible amount of magic power. Her power possibly rivals Marana and Griselda. She must be powerful enough to give me trouble. Kuroka, for her part, was very careful. She didn't feel her enemy's magical power because she couldn't fully sense it using senjutsu. Could he be a fighter of pure physical abilities? It was strange. She could feel something around her body, but it wasn't magic as such. I knew he was the one who fought the demon that attacked Kyoto a few days ago, and although he was defeated by it, he had to do it while protecting Yasaka and the village. Kuroka lets out a short sigh. Although the attack hadn't fully reached her, it was incredibly painful. She couldn't withstand 3 or 4 more hits like that. Even though she could harden her body using Tauki, his blows were clearly too dangerous to receive without problems. Flash. Issei shot out towards Kuroka. Thump. The impact of his fists upon impact with the ground was enough to make the area around him tremble. His physical strength was quite terrifying in Kuroka's eyes. As far as physical strength was concerned, he surpassed her in every way, even using Tauki. Fush. Her speed was quite high, and every step Kuroka took, he reached her in mere seconds. Although Kuroka dodged the blows, she did so with considerable difficulty. Puff. Kuroka disappeared from Issei's eyes in seconds, but he quickly followed her with his gaze. Would they teleport? Does it focus on space-time skills? She saw that Issei was heading towards her. She simply jumped from one branch to another, but at the same moment he launched several senjutsu bullets. But Issei dodges them with simple movements, but from one moment to another when he was about to hit Kuroka, he threw his blow to the other side. Fush. But from that space comes out a surprised Kuroka. The other was simply an illusion created at the moment of teleportation. TCH, do her eyes have the ability to see illusions? Kuroka thought, a little annoyed. But at that moment, Kuroka takes a great leap backwards. She tried to launch several attacks, but she felt that the boy was not following her. He had stopped completely. Upon closer inspection, he turned his face to the other side, quite red. He didn't understand why he had stopped so suddenly. But as if it had been very babbled. Women are very shameless. Kuroka instantly realized why the boy was blushing and quickly tried to cover herself up rather late. His face, just like Issei's, was red as a tomato. He had forgotten to put on underwear. He didn't remember that, and in the heat of battle he didn't mind making that jump. But as he remembered, his mind was filled with many thoughts. For a few seconds, they both looked away, a little embarrassed. Issei for having seen her, and Kuroka for having left without putting on underwear. What a shameless woman. Do you think I'll forgive you if you show me that? Issei said while his mind was thinking about something else. God, get those bad thoughts out of my mind. Get those bad thoughts out of my mind. Is she a virgin? God, what am I thinking? Doing that with Yasaka is corrupting my mind. Kuroka for her part simply looked away. Wow, what are you talking nonsense about, Naya? I'm not shameless. But her mind was on another topic. Ugh. The enemy saw my private parts. Why didn't I wear underwear? Weren't there any clean ones? As the situation became much more uncomfortable, Issei sighed, looking at Kuroka quite annoyed. Kuroka, seeing him, was equally annoyed. She didn't understand the rather angry look coming from the young man. What are you looking at, pervert? Kuroka shouted angrily. Pervert. You're the one walking around without underwear, you perverted and shameless woman. Idiot. What are you doing looking up a woman's skirt in the middle of a battle? You're a pervert, I'm sure you want to see a lot more. Ha. What stupid things you say, woman. Why do I want to see you naked? I don't know. You're the one looking under my skirt. You'll probably use your sword to tear my kimono. Hi, what nonsense you say. They both continued shouting obscenities at each other for more than 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, they were both tired of yelling and glared at each other. Quite annoyed by the rudeness, Kuroka turned around and simply walked away. Issei smiled. That woman is finally gone. But maybe it was because of the anger he had caused, he didn't remember his mission at all. A few seconds after he calmed down, he remembered what he had come for. Damn it. Hitting the ground hard. Kyoto. Yasaka Castle. Private apartments. So you let the target get away just because you saw her pussy? Yasaka said as she changed. Issei could be seen sitting there angrily and frustrated as he looked at Yasaka. Realizing the situation, she sighed and dropped her towel, staring directly at Issei. Ha. Cheer up, I don't like seeing you with such a long face. Issei sighs as he looks at Yasaka. I could have finished my mission today, but I'm still too mentally weak. Well, I guess. However, for someone who hasn't seen a woman's body, it's almost never clear that they would hesitate a bit upon seeing it. Even if you give it your all to satisfy your strong belief in your ideology and your god. You are still human and humans have their desires. Was his belief in the Lord weak? He had fallen into the temptation of the flesh with Yasaka and had sinned by having relations with her, and now he had failed to slay his object because of the same thing. From simply remembering Kuroka's name, simply remember that moment. I guess I should train you. Look at me. Hearing her words, Issei snapped out of his trance to see Yasaka naked again, turning red in embarrassment again. This is the body of the woman you had sex with yesterday, just look at it. The marks of what happened still remain. Issei looked at him by simple reflex, there were some kiss marks and his hand stuck to her skin. Just a simple glance was enough to see her completely naked Yasaka. She smiled and approached Issei. Do you want to continue what happened yesterday? That way the taste of seeing another woman parts that isn't mine goes away. No. I must continue with my mission. But Yasaka was completely laying him down on the furniture while smiling. I must eliminate that image from your mind, after all the only thing you should think about is mine until you impregnate me. You are young, you must use that great weapon you have before you take the vows of chastity. Oh right, only virgins take that. Kiss. A few hours later, quite late. They didn't understand why he kept at it. He spent a few hours with Yasaka right there. Just now, he'd wandered deeper into the forest, and while he was sitting on a branch, his mind had become more disturbed than usual. His thoughts were only on Kuroka and Yasaka. Maybe it's youth. Issei said with a clear mind and smiling. He had the idea of leaving everything, blaming it on adolescence. Yes. It must be that. Good, I must do something. I can't keep thinking about sinful things. I want to be the sword of the church. As the future sword of the church, I will be able to move future generations, considering that I sinned. As Issei lamented on the branch. He caught a brief whiff. He looked around and ran off in one direction. A few minutes later. In another area. Kuroka sighed in shame, she was in a nearby river washing her underwear. She had already gone to the human world and bought several. That damn pervert. I'm going to get this back. She said as she continued washing. Although thinking about it. It's much better to avoid him, he's definitely someone much stronger than me. I'd say he must be as strong as Virginia. Tump. Kuroka felt like someone had fallen behind her. But when she turned around, that person was also looking at her. But his gaze moved to what Kuroka had in her hands. Underwear. Issei just looked away. Shameless. Kuroka, noticing. Quickly hides her underwear. Pervert, are you following me? Oh, right. He's following me to kill me. Fush. Issei shot forward, Kuroka tried to get on guard. But due to having her underwear in her hand, she just couldn't adjust herself fast enough. But at the moment when Issei was about to unsheath his sword and attack, tink. A sword crosses between both objects. Issei is quickly surprised and steps back. Between Kuroka and Issei appeared a young man of similar age to Issei. He had a serious face as he looked at Issei, he was wearing a rather formal suit. So this was the person who killed Gabriel. I don't feel much power. Don't be too confident, Arthur. He's a monster among monsters from the new era of exorcists. He must be just as strong as the boy you faced in the United States. At that moment, a boy appears from the shadows. He must have been a similar age to Issei and the other boys. Although he came dressed in quite a variety of clothes, the magic power he gave off was quite beastly. Maybe it was Issei's own intuition, but he backed off a bit more. But that person was definitely hiding something. Kuroka. What did I tell you about leaving so late? The silver-haired boy said. Shut up. She said, somewhat embarrassed, hiding her underwear in a doorway. 3 versus 1. It's a bit fair, I guess. Issei said as he looked at the other two. That sword the boy has. Is it Caliburn? A Pendragon. That family has always been allies of heaven. Now he's helping the demon Kuroka. But the other boy, I do have my doubts. He doesn't have that strong human stench. A hybrid. Even so. He's strong. Kuroka had heard and realized instantly. So he was the one who finished off Gabriel. Oh, that damn volley, he used me as bait to attract him and I'd like to fight you. Issei Vermilion. Oh, you know my name. That's worrying. Of course. Your name has been very conspicuous in recent days. Not only did you repel the attack of the demons in Kyoto, but you even killed a cadre. I congratulate you, for someone I don't know. About 15 years old maybe. You're too strong. Exorcists, unlike other warriors, come out with quite a bit of experience in combat. They learn from the strongest humans on the planet. Issei remained silent at her words. How did he know? The mission had been classified in the Vatican, and only the angels, along with the Vatican's high command, should have had that information. Was he perhaps allied with Gabriel? Some kind of Vatican insider. Issei had many suspicions about his words. I think I said too much. But, yes, I want to have the chance to kill you. If I do, I can definitely declare that I am stronger than Gabriel, just like you wanted to kill him and test my powers. I see. I guess it can't be helped. I have no problem with leaving the Holy Sword's wielder alive, he hasn't done anything. But I must take Kuroka with me. She's my mission. The silver-haired boy looks at her. I don't care what you do with her. She's just hanging around my group. I knew they were going to send someone after her sooner or later, and when I heard it was you, my heart definitely jumped for joy. But what you do with her, if you can win, I don't care. Kuroka, upon hearing this, simply lowered her head slightly, looked at the silver-haired boy with a slightly surprised face, and sighed. So you only accepted me to use me as cannon fodder, right? Was I worth it? The silver-haired boy looks at her. Do you think I would accept without hesitation a woman who has been deceiving everyone she has allied herself with? I have a goal, you know. I don't plan on being used by a fugitive woman when she finds the right moment. It's the same thing I said. Arthur says. We can't trust everyone. Wukong doesn't trust her from the start. Kuroka in a quick movement slid to the side opposite Issei and Bali. I saw the situation, sighed and looked at Arthur. Don't get involved. I want to fight him alone. Although, if you see Kuroka make a strange movement or try to escape, cut her off. It can serve as bait for us in the future and fight against a Longinus boy. I understand. Kuroka quickly growled as she looked at Arthur. She thought about running away, but like Issei, Arthur possessed incredible physical abilities, and a single blow of his sword was enough to defeat him. Issei sighed and looked at Bali. I guess I have to defeat you for all this to end. I guess not. Hey Arthur. In the unlikely event that I lose, just retreat and meet with Wukong. He looked at Issei. I suppose that way you'll fight with all your might, right? You won't be afraid of Arthur attacking you from behind. But Issei simply denied. No. I didn't have that fear from the beginning. I can fight both of you if you want. As he said that, he got into a fighting stance. At that moment, white wings expanded from Vali's back. They were similar to dragon wings, but had 8 energy feathers. Issei is surprised to see him, just like all the exorcists. By heaven's help, each exorcist was given the Book of Sacred Gear. Almost all of them had a fairly extensive knowledge of sacred gear. A knowledge that only the heavens and the fallen possess. Divine dividing. One of the 13 Longinus. Issei said, somewhat surprised. That's it guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care.